Futures back to the downside this morning ahead of some key economic data coming up this morning at 10 a.m. We're going to look at consumer confidence from last month, expected to be a little bit lower on a month-over-month basis. We're also dealing with retailers under pressure this morning. Walmart cutting its full-year profit forecast, saying it's preparing for an economic slowdown. Markets coming off a bit of a choppy performance overall on Monday. We ended the day relatively flat after a back-and-forth kind of session ahead of mega cap earnings starting tonight with Microsoft and Google. Obviously, the Fed coming tomorrow. Two-day meeting getting underway for the Fed today. 75 basis points increase for interest rates, most likely the result coming up tomorrow at 2 p.m. So all eyes on the economic front as we head into a pretty busy Tuesday here. Walmart shares, as I mentioned, to the downside. Coinbase under pressure as well. Some of the crypto names falling as the recession fears creep back in this morning. BTC and Ethereum under significant pressure. You'll see that in a second. We're going to talk about GM, GE as well, both out with earnings this morning, along with Coin and all of the retailers, including Amazon, to the downside this morning as well. It's Tuesday, July 26, 2022. TraderTV.live starts now. Yeah, there we go. Look at the board at this point. The Dow, the NASDAQ leading the way right now, 0.4 for both, 0.35 for the S&P, so not huge moves. But bottom end of the screen there, you can see Ethereum 7%, Bitcoin as well, almost 5% to the downside. That's actually off the lows now for Bitcoin. Crude back to the upside this morning. Should be an interesting one. Again, all coming around. These recession fears once again creeping back in after Walmart cut its full year profit forecast. So we get the two-day Fed meeting underway as of today. It will wrap up tomorrow at 2 p.m. Still looking like a 75 basis point increase coming. We can anytime you feel like it. Fahad, there we go. Thank you. Morning, guys. Yeah, Tuesday morning going to be an interesting one here as we head back to the downside a little bit this morning with the Fed on deck.
Yeah, the Fed on deck, the big earnings starting tonight as well. We got a few this morning, but it wasn't even an earnings play that's moving the market so far. It's Walmart, and that update, not a good one. Did Walmart turn around and kill the bear market rally? We're certainly going to find out here today. Look, realistically, there's some things about the Walmart note that, you know, maybe they messed up a little bit with terms of their inventory mix. And I think that's one of the things that can come through. And we'll talk about this one in particular. But for now, they've dragged down all of the other major retailers with them. So it's another one of those situations where we saw it with Target when they reported their earnings and dragged the entire sector down. So, you know, we're going to watch Walmart. It's pretty weak. It's right back to those target lows. And when I say those target lows, I mean, if you look at the last time we had retail do this. Come to this daily chart for a second here, guys, because last time we had this happen, it wasn't this happen, but when retail got shocked and Target was disgusting and Walmart took a beating and it got right down to this 117. And, you know, you made a double bottom. You're on your way churning into what looked like a strong move and a breakout and almost given all of that back, right? So going back to how we felt in middle of May with retail, not as bad yet, but certainly this is the tone that we set. This is the type of market where you're going to see it. It's not about overall strength or weakness across the board. There's going to be certain pockets of strength, certain pockets of weakness. You saw energy was strong yesterday. Today we're going to be focusing a little bit certainly on some leftover names. We haven't really traded Walmart or Target to the world in a while. And Amazon, of course, reporting Thursday and dragged down by this as well.
Share your ticker of the day. Sharing is caring, says Darth Buddha. Yeah,
Sundial. No, just kidding.
Yeah, Sundial and Zila, both on the sticky note as well today. But hey, guys, welcome. Yeah, look, I don't know. I sold Walmart up a while ago, like 150 something. Pretty happy about doing that. I haven't been able to get back in, and nor do I want to. I'm not too interested in that. The name that I am interested in, though, is Costco. I mean, Costco today is going to get hit on this number, or this report by Walmart. Not even hit that much, down 3% right now for Costco. This is the name that I'm sadly missed getting in. I think you got to wait for this one to come through. Come on, Costco. I want to show the daily chart here because on that last wreck, this thing went down to 420 almost exactly. There we go, hitting myself. And we go down to 420 there, and then look at that rally back since that number from Walmart and from Target there in last earnings season as well. So there it is. Thanks, Lucas, for that down to 514. So I'm just looking to see if Costco can retrace back in. I don't think Costco is going to be a day trade today. We don't really trade it. The spread is already $1.50, and there's only 26,000 shares. But any kind of a dip down, you have Costco, you have the higher quality name like that, or you have another high quality name like a Home Depot today that's gotten hit on some of that Walmart news as well as my charts. There you go. I don't know if they want to switch or not. This is only down that 2%, and you can see, look at the rally back in Home Depot as well. So, I mean, there's been lots of strength in the retail side of things, despite what Walmart's saying, despite what Target's going to say eventually. They're just going to follow each other. Obviously, food inflation continues to be a problem, and they just don't have their inventory in check. So they'll come out and they'll warn again today. So, and guide lower. That's really the sad thing. But there it is again, right back down into some of these levels. So it's not like this is, oh my God, I can't believe this happened. It's just that it was starting to get back to the upside here, Walmart, into some key levels of 134, and then boom, right back down again. So it's going to take a couple more months, most likely, to get back to that 134 again off this move. So I think traders and investors will be done with this stock today. I just don't feel like this is going to be a great buying opportunity for many people. They probably exhausted this candle to the downside and now just feel like, hey, it's time to give up the ghost here. So I really think that we have some couple pre-market breaks of 119 to the low side. Try to average in, if we can, up to 122 and 123. I want to be short this name all day. Shout out to Shakib. I saw you on there as well, man. Shout out to everybody. Yeah, I am tired. I'm really tired. I'm tired of this market right now, but it's been a nice little bull rally or bear rally, I guess, for the last little while. They're trapping, I guess, some bears, but you know, we have NXPI came out. They're down for the chip names, and I don't know. You know, big earnings coming. Inflation's definitely still reaping its ugly head, and then we have inflation. We have the Fed coming through. I don't know. This could be a little bit of a nasty day. Say, you know, if you guys want to hear Randy on the show today, let me see it in the chat. If you want Randy to come on as a guest and talk about Tesla from last week, because he was bugging me there in the getting a coffee there in the kitchen, and he was like, "Hey, we missed me last week," and I was like, "I know, I said I wanted you on, but then we got sidetracked." So if you guys want Randy on,
he was busy
for Tesla. No, he wasn't.
Breaking walls.
Yeah. You know, that's Mark that's doing that, but. Yes, Randy, they are saying. So I think we'll get Randy on either this show or the late show to talk about Tesla.
Yeah, agreed. I mean, he even made notes for us, and then we got sidetracked. So we'll talk a little Tesla with Randy today. Let's get into everything else you need to know this morning. Because, hey, there's a lot. Coming up at 10 a.m., as I said, consumer confidence number that could be a market mover, especially after this note from Walmart. Here we go. Here's the entire list. Costco actually not on here, but it should be. The slump in profit warning coming from Walmart aftermarket yesterday. And it's not a huge cut. It's from 11% from 13% was their prior forecast on the profit outlook. But yeah, this is going to hurt a lot of names here. Amazon here, Target, Home Depot, DG, DLTR, ROST, Shopify, Lulu, Nike. The list goes on and on. Amazon should be on here as well because it's down significantly. But coming ahead of the two-day Fed meeting, as we said, starting today, going to wrap up tomorrow with another interest rate increase. I saw the yield curve this morning, guys, the most inverted since 2000 now. So it was at 2002 levels, late 2002 levels. You come in this morning, we're now at early 2000 levels on the yield curve. So, yeah, going to be interesting week here, interesting couple of days ahead of what's to come tomorrow.
Yeah, I think so. I mean, I don't necessarily think the Fed's going to, they're probably not going to care about the Walmart move and it bringing retail down overall. Like, I think, they've been pretty solid in thinking about, where things look like. Oh, I just got some Walmart. Where things look like. They probably have a call coming on right now. But where things look like in the job sector And I think that's what they care more about. Like, they're more about the economic indicators. I tend to feel like they're not going to react to this Walmart news and change their plans. So I think we get that 3/4. I think the odds of a full hike, full point, I'll have to double check it again. This morning we're like like 25%, but everyone's looking at that 3/4 at this point. And I think that's what we're going to end up getting here. Overall, more people keep saying that either we're going to be in a recession technically as of when we get the next GDP number. And then others say, well, the labor market is too strong. One of the things historically, by the way, is the labor market has had a tendency to be relatively strong until the last minute. So it's the kind of thing where it can be the last shoe to drop. And if it's the last shoe to drop, it might just mean that we are already sort of headed to a recession. And it doesn't really matter what the labor market's going to do. It'll catch up eventually. Historically, that's been relatively true. So I tend to think that we're pretty much close to one anyways. This does reiterate that. But I think a lot of stocks have already been beaten up. And you've sort of seen that, while there are others that may not have priced that in fully. And I think that's what's being reflected in some of the retail names. So I like some defensive names. I think things like Procter, like companies where it's like you got to buy that product and you're going to be continually buying those products, where it just almost doesn't matter what the prices are. Procter comes to mind there. Coke actually had a pretty solid report. I don't know if we even mentioned them. They're a company that I think can hold up pretty well. But yeah, these retailers, and not all are alike. I think Walmart and Target probably the most of it. They're going to be under some pressure here, and it's not a good start for this kind of week, because if we just made a temporary top, yeah, it sucks to be you if you're already at your recent bottoms.
All right, big banger here. Alert on this one. Shopify comes out right now. And of course cuts jobs. So there goes Shopify here. We already took a big win on this one. We're short at 34.28. It's already almost $1 in the money. We've taken out 2/3 of this trade right there. Some at 34, some at 33.60 there. And then here we go down to the downside, goes Shopify. So we're already there. Yo, what's up, Shakib? Yeah, we've got this, man. This is already 90 cents in the money right now. So we go WTF on Shopify as this one just keeps getting nastier and nastier. I mean, they reverse split, split all the way down. I guess it was, I don't even know what it was, 3-1, 10-1, something like that. But this used to be a $1,800 name, and now you take that 10-1, you're at 330 right now. And there it is. Here we go, officially $1 in the money right now. So we smoking the good here this morning as we take $1 clean on that Shopify move, Brendo.
Here's the note, guys. 1,000 workers, or about 10%. And that's global. That's coming from the Wall Street Journal there. So yeah, not good for Shopify or any of this online space for that matter. Here's the other angle to mention this morning when it comes to this Walmart note. We also saw cryptocurrencies kind of fall off a cliff when this came out after market yesterday. So Coinbase down as a result of Bitcoin also being down, but there's also this SEC probe that's been announced into possible insider trading as well.
Oh, Coinbase, they got a lot that's going to be going wrong. Watch out for Etsy, also down 5%. That's going to make some moves as well on Shop. It's probably going to lag a little bit, at least initially, because the pre-market volume's not there. But that's, 10% of the labor force. Again, the more bad signs just sort of come through. But Coinbase, man, they have lots of things that are going on here. Obviously, the insider trading probe, and then you've got like the look into some of their listings, because they got aggressive, basically listing everything that they could, and now the SEC is going to come in and say, okay, well, this is a security and that's not a security, and really all it does is bungle up the move that Coinbase had made here. And you had that big bounce, and Bitcoin, Ether also making some power moves as well.
Oh my God.
Back to the upside, but now you're right back to 21,000. This is headed for a collision course with the 50 period and $60. So I'm liking the short. You can see me on the offer here. I'm liking the short to the 65, 66 area, just this gap that got put in there. Any kind of a pop makes some sense to me. It even sets up with a 63 breakdown. If you kind of look at this little floor here, previous resistance, that breaks, you're headed for that 60 area. So, Coinbase, I don't see anywhere that I like the long on it today. Certainly when it was holding above that 66, 67, when it was holding those 70s, those were good bounce plays. I think it needs to make itself a low in this recent pullback, which I don't think it's done just yet. Maybe that low's at 58, maybe it's at 60, but from here I just want to be looking short.
All right. I was just tweeting out here, like you never know what
That's
your big
ugly.
trades are going to be here today until you actually sit down. And this is why it's like I keep saying that how much we love, this job and this environment, and to be able to sit down here, talk to you guys about trading, and then go ahead and do stuff like this, man. I mean, it's like timber. See, I mean, there goes Shopify to the downside, guys. Fahad, yeah, come show this screen there. Look at this move, all the way down to 32.50, and we're already short right here. Who thought the trade of the day could happen at 8:30? But there it is, bang to the downside on that news, man. I mean, that's why you got to have a news reader. We have one here on Day Trade the World. You can screen for stocks, things like that. And then also, I mean, I just saw this come through here on Twitter as I was going through some names, and then there goes Shopify right down there to the downside. Just looking to see where you're going to pick something up. I think we'll just let this stock open up and see what happens. We've already taken the profit. Now, whether or not it continues to go down or not, I don't know. Where's the support here for Shopify? Maybe 31, 30 bucks. We've already been down here before. I have to show you it on a different platform here because eSignal will show the split a little bit better than we will. There it is right there. It was getting going again here, Shopify back through that 40 level, and there it comes again, back down to 30. So yeah, maybe this 30 is going to be in jeopardy here today. Obviously, when we're talking about retail, Shopify is one of those names again. That's the same play. They were already getting hit ahead of this move. So if you go down to the 1 minute chart here for Shopify, they were already down. So there's yesterday's close at 36.70, and they were already going to be at $35 because of this Walmart warn. And then boom, then that comes down and they drop the bomb there on hiring and freezing and cutting 10% of their workforce. So that's a big move down there to that downside for Shopify. So I mean, I'm just going to sit in the rest of this as wow. Here it goes again, man. $1.80 now in the money. That bottom is 32.25. I think we're going to print that one more time here. I'm not going to get out because I want to see where this thing goes. But yeah, good call on Etsy and some of these other names. For me, Amazon. I don't know. Like I've already known. I mean, I've been saying forever that that this economy and the consumer is really the problem here. That's why I was saying about Microsoft and Google and some of these other plays, even in Apple to some extent, because I don't think people are really suffering on iPhone sales or picking up iPhones. But as far as like going to these stores and buying some of these, discretionary items that perhaps you can hold off on. Amazon does sell a ton of those. So I could see Amazon getting hit there. They also have Amazon Prime. I'm not sure on the video side of things how well that's doing. We wait to see those kind of numbers coming out very, very soon. I know AWS is going to be huge. So that's kind of part of the rally. Can't show it again on these charts. That's kind of been the rally here in Amazon from these bottoms of 103, I think it was, or so. Maybe there's 103 right there. So 102 and change, but a great rally. I've been trying to short Amazon a little bit here in this rally and been getting burnt the last couple of days. We didn't do anything with it yesterday, but here it comes right back down today. I want to go long this name, but again, there really is no air down here. I think you got to get 108, 109, and I don't think that happens today. That's too big of a move for Amazon, but we've already broke some of these levels here. 120 was what I was going to put on the sticky note, but that level came and went pretty fast here this morning. So right there in yesterday's afternoon, down through that 120, 117.50, but then Shopify comes out and starts to send it down to the downside even more here. So I don't know, man. This is going to be a tricky day. I don't feel like this is going to be a positive day in the NASDAQ again. And we could get one of those 2% plus moves to the downside here as people trying to sort of figure out the positioning that they want before these earnings. It could be nasty. I'm not buying anything ahead of earnings, not when I see this. And there goes Shopify again, still $2 and going now. Going further, I said we'd see that 32.25 again, and here we go to the downside. So we've tweeted it out, man. You never know. I just tweeted this out too. You never know, says Dwayne Johnson. You just never know where your big stocks are going to be. And there's the short right there. We even missed it a little bit. We waited. I got the shares, and I actually even got paid to get those shares. And then there it is. Now we're $2.25 in the money. So if we thought we were smoking before, look what's happening now. Big time move here, Brendan, on Shopify.
What a move. What a start to the morning here. Let's have a look at a couple of other things. I mean, kind of retail related here as well. Just saw this, guys, Chewy down 5. It's actually more than that now. Wedbush cutting to neutral from outperform for Chewy. On the pet side of things, Neil, you mentioned Coke briefly there, a bit of a positive note, but a couple other ones in the retail space being affected this morning.
Yeah, I mean, Coke's about the only one that was good, I think. I mean, but look, I think it's kind of all on the same coin, right? Like when costs go up, when prices go up, you have to start reevaluating where your dollars are going to get spent. So even if the consumer has a bunch of money, still has overall as a group has good cash and has that money to spend, you're still going to shift it because the spending purchasing power just isn't as much as it was previously, and that's why I think you're going to start you're starting to actually see this next leg to the downside. So this is that. We talked about this with the repricing of all of tech in terms of let's see where their earnings go because you've already had that valuation contraction with raising rates, and now you're sort of seeing that in the other end of the coin here, which is some of these other discretionaries. That's why I think if you find things that are like I don't want to say staples, but things that are certainly going to continue to get bought where you can pass on those costs to the consumer, and other parts of the bucket that aren't going to get shedded. At least a little bit are pulled back, I think that's where the safety is going to be. And the problem with Walmart was people can easily cut back on apparel, right? Well, if they're paying too much for gas and groceries, well, you don't always have to get like a new sweater or a new pair of pants. That's the trouble. But I think when you look at like what Procter sells or what Coke sells, people are going to still get their beverages. They got to drink something, and they're still going to need all those care products, all the stuff in your household. You need to replenish that when you do. And to the extent that maybe with Chewy, people start pulling back. I just look at this chart and I'm saying to myself, some things have already gone. This is just sort of sitting here. You have this 38.80 area. You had a 41 break already. Like that would have been if I didn't hear that note, I think, and I pull up this chart, I'd be saying short in front of 41. And that's what the first thing I went to when Sean got the Shopify move was, where's the sympathy play that hasn't necessarily gone yet that can still break down? And I just sort of noted Etsy here, trying to break 90 as we speak. Liquidity is not very good on Etsy, I'll tell you that right now. It's only done 20,000 shares worth of volume, but this is another one that's going to be under pressure. I think there's going to be not many places to hide for retail here today, and finding strength in that sector is going to be pretty challenging.
Yeah, Coke's been hanging out to the high side for a while, right? So I think Coke's been one of those real big winners in the last year, I guess. If you look at the daily chart here for KO, you're going to see it just hanging out at the top side. Plus, you're collecting some dividends right now. So, it's been a good one. There's not too many stocks that you can go back to December and then see that you're up from December, January. So, Coke is going to be one of those names. Neil did mention Pepsi. I think Coke's performing. Pepsi's a NASDAQ stock. Yeah, Coke's performing, I think, much better than Pepsi.
Coke is very specific. You know what you're getting with them. Pepsi is a very wide range of products, and I think sometimes that's a good thing. But in this
they're
particular
very similar.
case,
they're right there together. But very specific. They're both the same. Anyways, if you're in some of these names, they've been doing pretty well. For day trade, it's a snooze fest, but for investing, I think that's kind of what's been saving me with my diversification is some of the healthcare names, and then again names like J&J and names like Pepsi and Coke, which I don't own, but these kind of names definitely been saving some people's portfolios. Shopify trying to bounce a little bit here, guys. Brendan, upgrades and downgrades.
Yeah, more retail on this board this morning as well. Obviously, there's multiple moves on Walmart today after that announcement yesterday. American Eagle, bottom of the list, so 8.5% here. Yeah, 9.8 now for Walmart there. AXP has been pretty positive over the past couple of days following earnings last week, if you remember. A little bit of energy on the board to the upside as well. Good to see everyone with us this morning. Smash the like, guys, as we get set for the open coming up in about 35.
Yeah, it's American Eagle down 8.5. I didn't even realize that one. So if it's apparel's a problem for Walmart, then American Eagle to the downside. Watch out for, I don't know what Gap's doing or some of those other names. Yeah, but AXP showing some strength. That's another, the credit cards have been, especially American Express has been okay there. I just got Coinbase on that 63 breaks. Remember we said kind of on a collision course with those issues down toward the 50 period on the daily and then potentially down to this 58 to 60. So there's 63 breaking on the 15 minute. And it's got a decent gap fill into the downside here. Going to always have to watch crypto prices, but if you look at what's going on over here in Bitcoin, resize that trade. There we go. Always takes a quick second on Binance there, but like you're still heading pretty cleanly down toward that 20,000 mark, and since breaking off at 22,000, it's just been a little bit of a slide. Likely to consolidate here before there's any move pulling back in, but after that big rally, and the rally was much bigger in Ether than it was overall in Bitcoin. Certainly there has been a bit of a pullback happening. So I'm taking Coinbase to the short side. Walmart we'll see, because Walmart's actually showing some strength here. Sometimes if it doesn't break the low, there's only one place to go. And if we take out 121, maybe it wants to be a bit of a long trade today. There are different buckets here. Like I would say your shops and your Etsy's of the world are going to be very different from trading a Walmart or a Target or a Costco. That's to be sure. You got to watch out. I think there's something positive going on in their call probably.
Yeah, that's why I'm not in Walmart right now at these levels, man. I mean, you just see it right there happening, and I don't honestly I'm going to be shorting this one right around here, 121.50. I think you got to wait for these prices, so it didn't hit me yet, so we won't. We'll just hold on to the big runner there and not get tossed around a little bit on Walmart. I just earnings plays have been tough, man. I've talked about that coming into these last couple days here with IBM and a few of these other names, Tesla and whatnot, although Tesla we absolutely destroyed. IBM we didn't. But there it is. You see, there's Walmart right up there to 121, now right back down to 120.75 again. So we're going to wait for our 121.50 area there on Walmart and just continue with the bangers. Like I said, man, we've already got this Shopify on, and we're not going to throw any money away with Walmart here, but we'll wait for it. Just a quick check on the imbalance locator quickly. New bank, I guess, or New Holdings there. That was one of the Warren Buffett names there, the SoFi of South America. Palantir, I don't really see, these are all real small. Just looking for names that maybe we're a little familiar with. Walmart there on the sell side, you could see that. We just talked about it. NEO as well. Still, I want that to get near 20 before I really look at that one for NEO. And then XOM on oil with a nice move today too, Brendan. Oil up almost 2% back to $98. So XOM making its march one more time. And like I've been saying, we were buying up. I bought up the Canadian one, but we've been talking about XLE, which I'm going to say is on the NYSE American Exchange. So we'll flip that over there. And you can see here XLE with a nice little run yesterday. And I believe on the daily, so, it did make that move right into 68, but it's a nice move back to the upside here, looking to take out the 50 period. I don't think that the game is done on oil. We'll see if that can make another bounce back to the upside. Maybe that 130 price target might not be good enough, but maybe 120. Look, you still need 20% higher in oil. Oil is only at $98 down there. So possibly a big move coming through for oil. But what's up, Henry Z? He wants the Palantir. So we'll look at Palantir. Palantir near that $10 level there, Henry, is a very interesting level, obviously, as we continue to look at that. But now you're back down. It was a great week there for some of these NASDAQ names where we sort of got off the bottom and then started to go. And not that this is a New York name, but some of those lower valuation, high growth names, I guess it's high valuation, low growth names, making those plays. But there's Palantir back down to that $10 mark. So my eye's going to be on Walmart here as it's back down to 120.60 right now. So looking at that name, it's too bad we didn't get that short. 121.50 is we're waiting for that one, Brendan.
Interesting conversation this morning on the oil front. Anyways, back to the upside this morning. If you remember last week, we were sitting here talking about the recession aspect coming into play on the way down for oil as well. So here's another one worth mentioning, guys. 3M, they reported, first of all, so earnings down here were actually decent, in line to slightly better than expected. They also said they're going to spin off their healthcare business and hold back a 9% stake in the company on that as well. So 4.2% here for 3M trying to get higher today.
You know what? It's actually one of the. So there's two names that were strong that maybe caught people off. Not saying caught off guard, but maybe ones that you don't normally look at. 3M and GE, both with positive reports and looking pretty good. I don't know that I'm going to see a trade in 3M. GE's like a pretty solid maybe, because I think there's at least a chance it might give you an entry for a long if it's going to be relatively strong. I just kind of feel like 3M is not usually having the kind of liquidity that gets you into this thing. It's a great breakout, certainly. It needs to now hold that 138, but I kind of feel bearish on the market. So if you get pullbacks, I think you're going to get an opportunity. But the spread, 70 pennies as I look at it right now. It's almost a full dollar spread pre-market that means I'm looking at whipsaw action at the open, likely to think about like 36 or 37 if it were to dip back in. But General Electric, which I think GE is actually on our watch list, GE just feels like that 70 even area is just a little bit tighter of support if you're going to pick up one of these two on some strength. It's a little tighter to that 50 period and where it's breaking out from, right at that 70 even if you go to the daily chart. So there's just a little bit more reason to think that there could be a trade there in GE as opposed to 3M, but that's just sort of my 2 cents with those two names.
I haven't really looked at 3M. I mean, I like 3M where they're at. I mean, it's a nice little price there for 3M on the daily price, down to 139 there on a nice little rally back. I mean, these guys make absolutely everything, medical equipment, anything, bandages, sticky notes, whatever you call it, 3M's in there, up that 4.5%. So inflation and supply chain not really hitting these guys, which is very, very impressive, makes that move all the way back to 144. I'd be a seller here, I think, if I were able to pick anything up near the bottom. But again, this is going to be a long-term investment with a dividend paid out as well. So 3M, again, have their hands into absolutely everything. So if you were thinking of supply chain issues, not for them, which is a surprise for me today. I wasn't expecting this kind of a move. I am not a shareholder, but if you get into this 150, 152 area with the high being 154, I don't think it's a horrible sell if 3M can get back into here. And you do think that there is, we have the GDP print coming, so could signal a recession. Not that it matters anymore whether or not this infamous R word, recession, let's not say it, up here up to 152, 154, but 3M and big industrial continues to work, and I don't think it's going anywhere anytime soon. So congratulations if you picked it up off the bottom. I don't think we're going back there.
Just getting some housing price data coming through right now, guys. The market with a bit of a spike there on that Case-Shiller 20 over year number as well, 20.5 versus 20.6. So slightly lower. There was also house price index data just came out, 18.3% versus 18.8 on the last one. So slightly lower for a couple of numbers there. There was a bit of a spike on the futures as a result. Speaking of, let's bring in Arun here, get a check of the overall market in the building today. What are we looking at today, Arun?
Finally in the building. It's been a while. It'll be pretty much the same as yesterday. We haven't really done anything overnight. You saw yesterday's trade. It was up, it was down, we went up, pretty much closed at 70. I think we started at 70 as well. Here we are at 53, closer to the bottom end of the range that I would prefer to work with. I'm going to move over on the screen because I really want to just focus on this area right here. So 38.90 is where I would put the bottom end, which come across right there. And then the top end is going to be 40.20. That's going to be the high from last week, right? So here we are trading near the bottom end. If we can just get underneath 39.40 a little bit and set this up, it makes the risk worth it at that point. It makes sense. But as long as we stay above 40, we're kind of wedged in here in this range. I'd like to stay away from it. So if we can get above 80, maybe work a shot against the 40.20s on the short side if it sets up. And then if we can get underneath 40, a shot against the 38.90. It's pretty straightforward. I mean, this market has gone quiet, so you're gonna have to respect it. Don't force anything. The lower it goes, the more of a chance it gets for a long, but at the same time, it's a very slippery slope, so it can accelerate. So that's why you wanna slow down a little bit, wait for this market to stabilize, and then take your shot, whether it's on the long side or on the short side. But back to the range we go, and we'll see how this one plays out.
Great stuff. Thanks, Arun. We'll check back in again tomorrow. The IMF, guys, just coming out, cutting global growth forecast again, second time this year for that as well. So a lot of things coming out right at 9 o'clock here this morning. Let's get into everything else you need to know. That's a link to the watch list. Use it every single day. We send it out before we come on at 8:30. Absolutely free. Top of the list this morning is going to be Walmart. Obviously, here it is, 8.5%, trying to bounce back above 120. Pretty ugly move aftermarket yesterday after they, again, if you missed it, cut their full year profit forecast, pointing to higher prices hurting demand and hurting consumer pocketbooks at this point. Not good here for the retailers.
No, not good at all here as we discuss some Walmart. I know Neil was in and out of that one, but yeah, look, I don't know. It's bad. It's down 8.5%. I mean, I don't feel like anything that they said really was too much of a surprise. I mean, if you're going to be holding these shares, you do know that they're going to go through some of these problems. It's just, I guess, that it kind of came out of nowhere down this 8.5% because we did battle all the way back there, like we said, on Walmart. They're almost completing the move all the way back into that 133, 134 area. So, you know, that's sort of the disappointing thing because it looked like we almost got back through that 133, 134 area. area, and then you could have used that. Like if we just sort of rested up around 138, 140, then you could have used maybe this as a bottom for investors feeling a little bit better about their position. And then today, obviously, they come through right now saying it's adjusted earnings to drop as much as 13%, where they were not expecting that. Only 8 to 9% there for Walmart. So you're going to tick down another 4 or 5% lower on their earnings expectations, so they get hit about 9% on the stock. Just seems a little bit too much to me, but I'm just going to play the momentum, man. And what I was doing was just looking and saying, hey, if there's going to be a spot maybe where we stop going, I was going to look at this area right here, 122.50, just thinking that, hey, maybe 122.50 is a level that we could short off of. So for me, I'm starting that play at 121.50. We did not get into that short there, but it did make a move up to 121.35, and now it's come all the way back. So I mean, I was 18 cents away from having another banger for you here today, but we don't have it yet, so we're going to have to wait to see if we get a pop-up in the market there, in the pre-market. But, you know, we are on Shopify as right now. That is just crushing to the downside here, going lower and lower and lower. And we tweeted that one out as soon as we had it. So there goes Shopify all the way to the downside. But yeah, I just think the same thing. Oops, that's 3M. Like I pushed back until it goes to the stock before. There we go. I just think Walmart, you got to wait for it. Give it some high side moves of 122.50 or so. If it takes that out, then we can get out maybe 123. But I'm going to wait to see a little bit of a bump up to, you know, to the top side. Not worth getting in there for me now and you know, testing some of these waters. I'm going to just hold true to my plan. And, you know, if you stick to your plan, like we did yesterday on AMD, we wrote down yesterday AMD 85, if you remember. I wrote it down again today. If you remember, I wrote down AMD 85, and I didn't even stick to that plan when that came through. Well, guess what the bottom yesterday was of AMD? 85.10. Right, so we missed $2 on the move back up because we didn't really respect our own note there. So we're going to try to do that here with Walmart, and then just see if we can get a short. I do want to play also the breakdown, but that's not looking as great anymore. Walmart, there it is. The breakdown through 120, 119 was the break. So that doesn't look like that's going to happen. I'm actually going to cancel that order right now. I don't want that. If it's going to go down $2 from here, then I should be short already. So we'll wait to see what happens with Walmart, but I don't think it's as bad as it seems. But hey, it's down that 8%, and ball don't lie, as they say.
No, the ball definitely doesn't lie in this particular case. I just think it's a case of they've been jittery on these stocks, and we saw that last earnings round. I'm going to stick to what has been the plan. It's not an earnings play, but it goes into that bucket of a name that has updated fundamentals and then drops anywhere in that 10% bucket where it goes that far to the downside. If I want to play the short side of it, I'm going to play off the first consolidation and always have a stop out, because we've seen just how many times it doesn't break the low, and then you're getting short once, twice, and then where do you get out? I do like a 123 area a little bit better, like 123 to 124 for the next level up, and that's too big of a gap. So I'm going to take the one short, stop 121, make sure that we get out of it, and then try to reassess. I think you can look at a target too, but it's almost the same kind of chart. Like I kind of feel you'd be doing the same thing here if you look at target. 150 is kind of your first resistance. That actually didn't break, so Walmart caught a bit of a bid there, probably because it's down so much further. But then 150 is like the subsequent level on target. If it were to short exactly from here at the open, it tried to break that and then comes down. If it breaks any higher, you're looking at like a 54 on something like a target. I think those are the two most related names. The other part of that 154 on target, you also get the 50-period moving average. So I feel it's pretty unlikely that either of these two upper band levels, like 23 to 24, and then 154 on target, I think those, it would seem very unlikely to me that you could trade higher than those. So it would take quite a bit of a move to get there, but that's that next level up, just in case there is a bit of a dead cat bounce here. Target, for what it's worth, it didn't make its low back in May. Its low still has yet to come. The June lows are a good $15 away.
Back to the downside here. On that note, I guess from the IMF, again, they cut global growth forecast 3.2% for the year from 3.6 prior, so decent size on the cut. Paramount, want to mention quickly here, down 4.8% here, back to the low end of its range on this note. Goldman Sachs with a double downgrade to sell today. for Paramount. So watch some of these streamers. We saw Roku down as well. A little bit in the pre-market here as well. So a lot of negativity, unfortunately, right across the board. Let's go to Coinbase here. SEC looking into them on insider trading for Coinbase. There's that. There's also a big move down in Bitcoin as well, affecting some of these crypto-related stocks today.
Yeah, I mean, certainly, like insider trading. I mean, look, they're going to have all kinds of listings coming through, and if somebody knows, and this is alleged what happens, like if you know something's coming, you know what happens to the token when they get a listing on Coinbase or any one of the big names. There's always a pop, and then there's a bit of a sell the news type of event, and I think that's one of the things against them there. Also, like the SEC looking into listings in general. The good thing about this and about this particular trade, like we're talking about this with Micron yesterday. Like you get a catalyst, or you just get these big floor breaks. Now in this case, you're gapping down between 66. I'll celebrate this in a second. Let's sort of get to the nuts and bolts of the trade, right? Like, and then you had this 63. So I said, do I like to short up to 66? Previous support, yes. The breakdown at 63, you're taking out another big level. You have, since the 50 bottom, you have the 50 bottom right into the 63 top. And then what happened when you pull back, made a nice consolidation down here to 58? You made this breakout at that 63. The second you broke, it's then holding support at 63, and then you make the high. So on the way back in, 63 on the shelf breaks, go short. That's why I was sort of telling you guys I like the case of if it tries to go up, I just can't see not shorting at 65, 66, but the breakdown at 63 makes sense. And so one of the cool things about that type of a setup or that type of a level is it's easy to spot, right? Like you can just go to your higher time frame, just see an instance of, you don't have to say this is resistance. It was significant resistance when it got there the first time. It then certainly showed you the signs of being a significant price when it broke out from that price, and then still try to gravitate back towards it before running away. Those are the kind of levels that we like. So fortunately, this one even comes with the catalyst. It's already started to head to the downside. The 63 break's already taking you down to 62. So for today, I'm kind of bearish on Coinbase. Obviously, it has a particular catalyst, so I don't know that you just blindly go over and say, okay, well, you can think about shorts in Square or something else, or maybe something more crypto related. This is about Coinbase and their particular troubles, despite the fact that you have also a pullback going on in Bitcoin. Also worth keeping in mind, why you want to pay yourself on this, Coinbase is a pretty heavily shorted stock. It's got like a 20% short interest. So, when they start covering on these moves to the downside, like the bounces can get pretty intense. That's why you want to pay yourself on the way down. But I look at that 50 period on the daily, I look at 60 bucks and think that that's where we could be headed. Certainly if it gets to 58, I think that's support at 58. Could be some longs down at that price. I'm not sure you see that today.
I was just talking with Greg there. Both he and I very, very excited for Google earnings, for Amazon earnings, and just to get the Fed out of the way. I think there's going to be possible big-time rally coming after we get all of these earnings. I don't know if it's going to be, overly extended or anything like that, as we are still in the summer months, but yeah, very, very excited. There's some big moves happening today, obviously, in the market with some names getting cracked down, like that Amazon that we think is going to be a good long eventually. And then I obviously really like Google at some of these levels. Coinbase, whatever, man. I mean, I should have been selling that thing. Every time it pops, you should be selling that name. Coinbase has been just an absolute dumpster fire of a name to own forever, and I don't think it's going to get any better there. Obviously, they have some corporate issues, and these guys are just jokers over there, so I don't know. A lot of Coinbase executives and whatnot took all of your money and opened up mansions and things like that. So I'm not super excited about my Coinbase holding for sure. I was just pure luck. I told you guys the day I did it too, that I was able to get some out there on Coinbase at $360, which is amazing where it is right now. So, my account's getting absolutely destroyed over the last year, and it would be even more so if I'd still held on to the majority of Coinbase. If another name here that people have got destroyed on in the crypto space as well, besides every other name, is HUT. I mean, HUT 8 has been getting killed recently as well, but they did have a nice move back up there on that Ethereum bounce, and then some of these altcoins, but now you come right back in, and then look what happens to this name, just getting cracked again down here. So it's like, I wouldn't necessarily be invested like in Coinbase and in Bitcoin and in Hut 8 and in WonderFi and in this and in that, you know, whatever. If crypto is not something that you really think is going to take off from here, because like these names could go to zero, honestly. Like Coinbase could go to nothing. Like if their play is going to be bought out, they need to go down at least 75% more for someone to even look at those guys. They're not. These businesses are easy to replicate, and I just feel like, you know, if they're going to come under this kind of fire, why not just go, you know, do your crypto banking or whatever with some of the big boys that are going to eventually get into this, like JP Morgan or even PayPal or Square or somebody like that. You don't need to hold or to buy your coins. Like if you're going to buy something on Coinbase, like Bitcoin or something like that, you could just hold it in cold storage. You can hold it off exchange. Now a lot of people won't do that, but if you're just going to buy once and sell never, which is what a lot of people do with crypto, they're hodling these things. Then how does Coinbase even make money? So, you know, they're going to have some regulatory issues, obviously, as they've continued to have with their lending and things like that. I'm not in love with it, and I own shares. So, I mean, that's how ridiculous is that to say that? But, you know, I don't know. I don't like it. I don't like Coinbase here at these levels, and I just don't think it's going to work for numerous reasons, like I just said. So, hey, pick your poison with Coinbase. I'm only shorting that one, but not today. I have bigger fish to fry here. I'm almost up. I think I might even be up more right now than I was up yesterday. And this is on one trade with Shopify here. So, yeah. Pick your poisons, guys. Like, stay in these games. This is still Coinbase. I don't know why. Stay in, stay with some of your ideas that are working out right here. And we'll stay short on Shopify and then have just what we're already doing here, a bang-up day for us on account. That was a good idea to short there. Like I said, we're already up. We're about the same as what we're up yesterday is what we're up right now. So let's just see if it can hold. And there it goes even further to the downside. See you later, Shopify. Like when you're a beat down name and you come out and you talk about, look, normally cutting, that's great. You're cutting some of your possibly dead weight, right? I mean, they've probably overhired to begin with coming into this, what looks to be obviously now a recession in the advertising space. So when you're cutting like that, I mean, we gave you I gave it to you. I hit this alarm there as soon as I took this trade. I know Neil was speaking, but there it was. You could see it on the board. I hope a lot of you took this with me, man. Shopify right now, almost as easy as it can get off the AM. I mean, I'm wondering where there's that bottom. We looked at this, Brendan, and we talked about it. I'm going to have to call it up on another screen because, again, for the split adjusted purposes here, we were looking at this 30 level right now. So, I mean, this is something that's bounced around on Shopify right there at this 30 mark. So, you know, could we see that again today? Yeah, we probably are going to see it in a second here. $31. This is a $3 winner for us here on Shopify. So sound the alarms, your boys in this one, and we're crushing this here today. So, yeah, we'll continue to trade. I mean, we got a show to put on, but this Shopify is definitely making my day right here, Brendo.
All right. A few other things of note here. One of them, BABA, another one showing a little bit of strength, but market coming off or continuing back towards day lows as we speak. Here's BABA still up 3%, but session lows anyways after they said they're going to look into or pursue a primary Hong Kong listing in addition to the U.S. listing. They also talked a little bit about some concerns as far as the overall economy in China that continue to weigh on things a little bit. But another one, hey, it's positive on the day.
Yeah, I mean, BABA for the last few weeks, it's essentially below 107 has been like a great shorting opportunity. You can see on the daily chart this tight consolidation. That's given you like multiple shots at this at 107, and then it really broke down, breaking $100 yesterday. To keep in mind, the first, they're already listed in Hong Kong. It's a secondary listing, so the advantage of it actually being dual primary listings is then it's like this. There's this connect service which will then allow them to be connected to the mainland traders. So you'll actually have more mainland traders and investors able to pick up shares of BABA easily. And I think that's where you get the positive sentiment towards this. If you're wondering why does this even matter, that's the reason that it can matter here. So look, 107 until it breaks, I guess that'll be a good level for me. But you can't ignore the fact that this is going to give them a bit of a push. Now, We were looking at 103 as resistance a couple of times, some good breakdowns at that price. However, every time it's touched below it, you have had lower lows. Like I'm kind of looking at 102 to 103 is kind of a big channel. That was the last time it supported it. You have resistance there. So it's a weird dollar channel to which when I wrote down, I kind of like 102.50. If it enters 103 to 102, I think I'm looking in the middle of that range for any kind of a bounce. And then I'm just sort of sticking to my guns with that 107 level until it breaks. You know, as long as it holds that price, I'm going to be shorting that level on Alibaba. It works until it stops working, and there's been aggressive sellers every time it's gotten there. It's not mild when it gets to that price. Like it goes up there and rejects $4, and it's always wick tops. Goes up there, rejects another $4, rejects $3 here. So it gets to 107. There's just no way I can't try that short again.
Yeah, I'm going to go the complete opposite on that one. I think this is a huge breakout candidate again here today for that breaking through 106 for sure, and then taking out 107, and then possibly up to 110. You guys wanted a long. What's up to Leo asking me for a long here today? I think this is the one for sure. Up to breaking this 107 for sure to the upside as it goes there for Alibaba. We've seen once it gets going that it can get real spicy. So, but at the same time, it could dip down. So I am sitting here on Alibaba at 103 to see if there is a dip buy opportunity for that name. So I'll be buying this name at that 103 level, and then hitting the long through 106 right here. Probably taking something out. I mean, it seems foolish not to take something out at 107, but then the 107 break gets you into this 109, 110 area. So for me, I'll be looking long, and we'll just see what happens. But I like the 106. The only problem is like, do we want to do it here off the open? That's, there's the buy. I'm not, again, unless this is a million or something like that, like what's up, Rig? There's Shopify to the sell still going. This is not a huge number for Alibaba. It's already done 800,000 shares, but it is a buy side there. So if we do get it holding up a little bit right now because it's a buy, then you may get that flush into this 103 area that I like here for Alibaba just because it's an even dollar. And then, I don't know, I don't think we go back down to 101, but we could, man. Look, if retail's not great, and I know this obviously is a Chinese name, I'm not even sure. I think you could buy Shopify, by the way, now down $3, and as that's just gonna, like I said, already up more today than we were yesterday, just on this one trade, which doesn't say much for yesterday's trading, but we did talk about still being positive yesterday, so that was pretty good for us. But down there, anyways, 104 could be a dip buy. I'm gonna try it at 103, and if it continues to go down, man, then it continues to go down, and we'll get out of the way here on Alibaba. We are relatively negative today. That Walmart's pretty scary there, but yeah, I'm just gonna test it into 103, and here's the 20-minute chart for that 103 level. So this is why we're going to look at that. You can come in right there. The last couple days, have been downside, but before then we were holding 103. So that's what we're going to test here on Alibaba. You guys wanted the long, and I think this is the it's the only one that I have on here besides AMD down to 85. So Alibaba will be an actionable trade today because we're in the middle right now. So for me, Alibaba is definitely a long off that 103, and then we'll try the 106 and then just see if it goes. But, retail's been pretty weak today, so obviously Alibaba's in that space as well. You've seen Amazon down. I mean, imagine if Walmart didn't come up with this, then I think Alibaba's already at that, close enough to that 110, believe it or not. So let's just wait to see where we go as Shopify right now. It's almost time to ring that register down to $30.
Just reading a couple things here. The FRGT, there's a deal with Samsung. Or a contract at least with Samsung. So Freight Technologies, just shipping company, teaming up with Samsung in Mexico. Amazon, we talked about, Apple on the list there, you can see there's a price target cut from Bank of America. Google coming tonight, Microsoft coming tonight, Apple, I think it's tomorrow, pretty sure. But the bigger of the big ones coming or starting tonight anyways. Here's Amazon down on the Walmart note, but they're also raising their Prime membership by 43% over in Europe starting this quarter as well, guys. So Apple and Amazon looking interesting today.
Well, Amazon gets cut in the middle where it's like the sympathy play for both of these moves, like Walmart's and Shopify's, tends to fall right in Amazon's lap. And then also you throw in the fact they're reporting on Thursday, so you had a little bit of risk off. Now, I like some of these levels in the post market that we saw it get down to 117, 118, maybe into a 119. You're now like $2 away, and I was sitting here. I should have just taken the breakdown on Amazon the same way we took the breakdown on Coinbase. Like that's now, if I get that price at the open, I got to think twice about it. I need to see it actually fail at that at the open. If we actually go up $1.50 into that level, I want to be a little bit more cautious in terms of catching a bit of a rollover. Just a word on that FRGT getting the Samsung deal. I see the float is anywhere from 4 to 12 million. That's a tiny, tiny float there. So that's another reason that stock is probably very, very strong. So just be careful with that. But Amazon, for me, at this point, like it's another one breaking down. You have the breakdown from 120, and then this shelf got taken up. The same setup as that we're just looking at with Coinbase, right? Previous resistance turned into support between 117 and 18, and then breaking down from that level. So that's the area I want the short. I just had an offer there. If it tries to pop up into that range, that's where I'd be fading it on Amazon. It's been a relatively tricky. Like I remember the 125 when I tried to short it. Like it for about 2 hours, or at least an hour or so. It was 1 hour. It basically was just bouncing, breaking 125, and then going to like 125.50 before eventually failing. So it is one of those ones that you need to see it trade in that range and give it some space. And that's why the $1 range that I want to short it in.
Yeah, we almost put Amazon on here, but I want to be bullish on this name. But yeah, today obviously off that retail getting hit there. So this is what I was talking about with Alibaba as well. Going the other way today for Amazon, that 43%. Whatever, that's not, I don't really, that prime raise, people are not going to disconnect prime. Like, so I'm not worried about that at all. It's just more the retail side of things. Plus they have earnings coming through today. Plus it's been a nice little run up for Amazon over the last couple weeks. So, off that, even weeks, maybe it's been a week and a half off that, but we do have that 102 bottom. So I just wonder if people have taken profits yet on this name. It was hovering around this 123, 124 area before, now coming back in. So not really any levels for the long, but yeah, I think that's a pretty obvious short if you get into that 118, 119 area there for Amazon, but that's not happening today. So, you're gonna have to play a short on a break or something like that. And where's the 1 minute? I don't know. If you can get up to 117, then fine, 117.50. That could happen off the top real fast right there, right? So that could happen. But other than that, I don't know. You might be breaking down this 115 sooner rather than later on Amazon. So like I said, I'm just going to hold put with the Shopify trade. I've got some ideas on here. I'm currently bidding AMD. We've got to get ready to go here because market's almost open. I am bidding AMD 85. We dead banged that yesterday on the nose and didn't take it, so that sucks. We have the Walmart short idea coming through, hopefully, as well. I don't know where that is right now. We haven't looked at that in a bit. I know yeah, so it's starting to get up to my price here, 121.50 there for Walmart. And then Zila and SNDL, a couple names that we really haven't talked about. What does he have up there? He has SIGA, so we're going to talk about SIGA in a minute. But SNDL, of course, reverse splits. We've already paid for the short now, so that's up. It should be up, 900 and something %, so it's actually down. If you're going to look at the reverse split price here on SNDL, you're going to have a quick look here. This is basically where it closed. Not basically, this is where it closed yesterday. So you are down about 10% on SNDL today, because yesterday's closing price of $3 comes in today down to $2.79. So you're down, you're down about that 22 cents there on $3. So call it 8 and a bit % down here on SNDL and looking to go lower. So just watch out for this, man. 265, a 270 break. We're short on SNDL. So I'm looking short SNDL on that 270 break. The crappy marijuana names. What's up, Randy? You got the jorts on? Yeah, he's got the jorts on. So are you going to come and talk about Tesla or what? Sure. Okay, there it is. People want it. People got it. This Randy coming to Tesla. Just speak with my man Brendan and organize a time there on that one. But let's go over to Brendan right now on the big screen.
Yeah, a few minutes ago, let's talk some monkey stocks. Back to the downside, the entire group under pressure here this morning after huge move yesterday, obviously on that WHO note. So for SIGA, there's 15.5 was basically the pivot, the middle yesterday, and then above that 16.25, 16.30 was the high. Tested it a couple times and failed. So worth a watch. These monkeypox stocks, guys.
So just to keep a reminder, I mean, obviously I like the sundial short because I always short the stock, but there was a ridiculous seller that couldn't execute because the stock was SSR into the close. They followed all the way down to 30 where it ended up closing. That's that $3 level. That'll be pretty key. But that seller started above. So I think you got to give that to like 310 before you're wrong. Zila is much weaker because Zila's equivalent split, like it was a 1 to 20. So $2.90 is the equivalent price. So it is down significantly. It's just trying to break $2 here. That's still down 40%, even at $2 once you do the split adjustment. So this can still pop to some pre-market levels like at 250, and that's where I'd be looking to short it. Otherwise, I need to see it fail here. Fail here at about 215. That's where I want to see it dump. The fact that it bounced at 180, very simple answer for you. Go to your higher time frame and just do. Like if you're not split adjusted, I mean, we can, but these levels in this consolidation was literally down at around like 9 cents on the bottom for the last couple of weeks. That works out to $1.80. That's why you just got to bounce at $1.80. So $1.80 is going to be support on Zila, at least for now. Lots of things moving. That FRGT is starting to roll over here, not a little bit, but it's slowing down right at that $3 level. I'm expecting it can pull back. I still like this to the long. The float's so tiny with this that I think if it can hold above like 260, that gives you a long into this 40 to 50 area. So this is now on the radar to be sure. We've got about 40 seconds to go here. We got Tony on the bell. One last name that I want to get to. We didn't look specifically at Apple. Is the big one for the market. Apple 152. It's been back and forth off this level all morning long. That was your support from yesterday. If Apple can't hold this, it's going to be tricky for the market to hold up.
All right, yeah, it's nice to have Tony on the bell with only a couple seconds left to go. You guys already know all my plays are going to try to get this Walmart short. I don't know about it. You know what, maybe I'll cancel this Walmart short and we'll see what it does here today. But yeah, Tony on the bell with only 10 seconds to go. I have canceled the Walmart short, so yeah, that's going to be off the table for a minute. And then we're going to look at the Shopify trade with only 3, 2, and 1. All right, market now open. So let's just see where we're going to go now. There goes Walmart up to 121.40. We're just going to see that one open up to hopefully some good talk here for Walmart. There it is, 121.50. So we would. I don't know if it printed 120. I think it printed 121.50. Yeah, so we would be short right now, but we're not. So let's just sit here and watch to see where it goes as the NASDAQ starting to go back up to the upside. And we obviously do have Shopify right now. We're going to watch it. I mean, if this goes all the way back up, it goes all the way back up. I'm willing to sit here on this one.
Yeah, I think that's one of those things. Like, there's probably always going to be some buying. As a matter of fact, Etsy just caught a little bit of a bid there. We didn't chase Etsy all the way down to 90s. We just waited for it to come back to that floor break at 92. I think if I want to be giving it to 93, then I have to wait for it. So we waited for Etsy, the sympathy play there, to jump into it. Coinbase is absolutely flushing now. It's down to 61, so that's a couple of bucks in the money as it just dies down. I did get Sundial. I'll take a look at Zila in a second, but obviously that never filled me. So still going to watch that one. But SNDL did try to pop up here toward that $3 range. I was able to get some shares there. And we'll see what happens with it, obviously. But I got 86s. This is a play first into that 3. That's 30 cents if you go by yesterday's prices.
All right, so yeah, I'm short here also on SNDL. So big position over here. So hopefully that'll come back in through for us. Here we go. Bye-bye. Right now we'll hit the alarm for Shopify as well, as that's down near the day's low of $31. We think it can crack a lot lower than that. So we're going to see if that is the case here on Shopify going back through that 31. I don't know. Maybe it holds that level. I'm not sure about that. Alibaba's trying to hold up as well. It sucks if Walmart is, yeah, okay, so Walmart would be nicely in the money now, but we do not have it. SNDL bouncing around. So there are a few plays here to look at for us. I'm looking at my list. Zila, AMD, Baba. We could check out Baba real quickly here. I don't think it's doing anything. 105 right now, not doing much there for Alibaba. Snapchat moving around as well. AMD 87. I mean, some of these stocks just aren't moving, but look what Tesla, I guess that was a good sale up there at 318 the other day. Now it's at 796 as Tesla going back down to the downside as well here, guys.
Yeah, I'm watching Amazon, not doing a heck of a lot. Amazon, look, it bounced off 115, but really no push. I like that short into that 117, 118. It just hasn't gotten into that channel. So it looks like we're trying to be a little bit patient. I mean, everything is sort of sliding in that pocket. That FRGT, by the way, that did get through $3. So, I mean, that dip buy that we're looking at the open down in the 50s to 60s might not be coming into play. Oh, maybe it will. It just put a wick off top at $3, so that could actually be a little bit significant there. So watch out for that. Zila on the split. yeah, it doesn't even get past $2. It looks like they're already starting to sell it off. I was looking for that 220. Clearly, it doesn't even seem to want to get there at all. You mentioned Tesla. I'm going to go quickly to NIO here, booming off that $19 level. Someone asked me if I liked short on NIO yesterday. I said, look, the 19 is the big level. You open above that price, and it's showing some signs of relative strength. So that's what we're seeing here. NIO well above that 19 and showing some strength. That's your big support area.
Yeah, we also were obviously going to be looking today at a few different names as we go because, yeah, the market right now is booming around here one more time. So Walmart trying to break up higher. We've got away from that short. We talked about that one. And then there's Alibaba, 104. I mean, it's just bouncing. Like, I really wish Alibaba would do something else here. It did take out that 105. We're not long there yet. That might be the top. I mean, the market's coming back in. And I said when the market was down 0.4, I was like, yeah, I feel like this is like a 1.5 or 2% day as we get ready and locked and loaded for earnings coming through now. Amazon up to that 117 right now, but here comes Alibaba back down. So yeah, I'm just kind of resting right now on Shopify, believe it or not. Like I have SNDL to the short side. That's not really doing anything here. So yeah, so far not really so good. I mean, nothing's happening. I can't get into anything.
Patience is key.
Patience is key. I mean, and that's what we've been destroying lately. So let's just try to be as patient as we can be with some of these plays.
We did forget one name. No. GM didn't go to 35. Okay, no, that's a fake wick. Yeah, we forgot about General Motors. General Motors, they reported their earnings. They have all kinds of not inventory issues, but essentially, like you already talked about this, where they have like thousands and thousands of vehicles that are missing parts. So they reiterated their guidance, but they did miss on the top. Their margins are under contraction as well. So I'm rejecting the 50-period moving average at 35. So I like the short. I'm actually on the offer in front of 35. That's how I know that's Fugaze up there, that wick. Under a lot of pressure there, GM. But the short's coming in. Sundial's the only one not moving. Etsy's starting to roll over and fail again. Coin's still failing. And Walmart's starting to level off. I think when that levels off and calms down, eventually we can get into that short again, Brennan.
Early flush on Roku as well, guys, on number 2 or 3, I think. At least 2 on this note anyways. Downgrades and price target decreases or cuts from analysts on ROKU here, down 8 and, well, call it 9% for Roku.
All right. Walmart goes to that 122. I mean, that's a pretty key level there. I mean, that was one level that we were looking at. So I think that we got to try to get that short there for Walmart if it does go back up there. We were thinking about 120, 150. So we could try that again right now. It's not as weak as I feel like it should be, though, Walmart. So I don't know. Maybe there are some buyers coming through, which is why we did stay away from it. Uncertain of what was happening there with Walmart. But maybe like a 120.50 or something break where that 50 period is to the downside there for Walmart. So that could be something to look at if you are interested in that play. Alibaba is still doing nothing. AMD is coming down, but we want to wait very specifically for that 85 level. So you are down that 1% now in AMD as that's trying to come back in. So yeah, right now, just looking around, man. What else do you guys want to talk about? We can look at Microsoft says, Joanne, what's up, Joanne? How are you? 255 right now for Softies. So yeah, wow, good look on this one, Joanne. You're coming back in to some key levels here of 254. Yeah, wow, all the way down there. I mean, these were the levels really, 254 almost flat right there for Microsoft coming through. 253.50 could be that bottom. It's just, wow. Okay.
Watch out Google too.
That's not horrible. Yeah, I know. Google was at what,
105.
Yeah, 104. Yeah.
Actually, Google just bounced off 105. It's trying to put up a bit of a fight here, consolidating. At this point, like Sean said, it's like, I mean, Shop's working. Right now, Coin, Etsy, and Sundial are working. So I'm just kind of looking for something new to trade. I mean, I don't have any longs that are going to be coming in at these prices. But Google 105, certainly that's not split adjusted. You have a similar thing where you just broke a shelf to the downside. And that support at 105 might give you a chance to maybe establish this as a resistance area, like back into the 106.5, 107 on any kind of a bounce. Like, I don't like chasing moves, but it definitely feels like we want to be on the short side of the trade here today. And I think that's what we obviously got to be leaning towards. Sundial's now starting to roll over a little bit. I go back to Zila. I'll go back to Zila in a quick little second, but I did not want to ignore the monkeypox names here. Almost said stocks again, but Sega not doing too much, still red. Remember, Sega had that chance to try to get past 16 and failed it, so you might have a bit of resistance in Sega at that 16 level. And then FRGT, which is the other one that we're watching, still rejecting that $3 level. I would have been looking for 50s to 60s on a bit of a pullback, but the one that we're in, of course, Sundial, that's that reverse split. And it's just, fundamentally speaking, you split for a reason so you can maintain compliance. Look, it's not a terribly good company in a very good sector and very diluted, so I tend to think people will be selling this off. But I need to get down to these 60s and then down to the pre-market lows at 250. I think that's where it has a shot at maybe bouncing and where we'd want to be getting out.
Okay, I am looking at Microsoft here, but I'm also thinking that we could have something here on Apple. But I'm going to take a 254 break for Softy right now. So if that does break out through 254, we will have that one short on Softy. And then I'm also thinking about Apple short here too, breaking through 152 from yesterday there. But I mean, the pre-market bottoms aren't that. So that's kind of the scary thing there on the pre-market, but we do have that 150-175 there, looking like a possible pre-market break as well. So 150-175 there on that could come into play. So that's something that we're definitely looking at here for it. And there we go. We got into a Walmart short now against that 122. Let's see if that one can continue to work here for Walmart. What's up, Brendan?
Another one to add to the monkeypox list, guys. Virax Biolabs, which is VRAX, up on a monkeypox test kit, launched aftermarket yesterday. So a big move for VRAX.
Ooh, good look there. We'll ring a little bit of the register and do a little bit of a backflip for Sundial. I was just sort of talking about it getting down toward those pre-market higher lows. Yeah, just made the first leg down. I was able to get a fill there at 73. So my ins are about 83.5 is my average price. So you're taking about 10, then looking for 15s and 20 cents into the downside there on Sundial. So still a pretty good move. I keep going back to Walmart, and it's like maybe I should be looking at Target. And I'll get to that in a second because it's right in and holding this range. And these, like, it's 122 is the high here, just to be clear. And it's trying to break up. I like that 23 to 24 area. That's what I'm trying to kind of backing off of it. When I look at what Target is doing, that broke out from that 150. Right, and it's like, this is showing the signs of strength and dragging it back up, and it's a little bit closer to that top end of the shelf on the 15-minute, where you're looking at this 153 to come back in. So it could look like Target might be an entry before that. Coinbase came all the way back, and I'm going to use the 15-minute to show you, like right back to that shelf break. Missed me by 5 cents back at 63 for a reload, and is now heading back toward that low of the day. So it's back through 62. Looked like I might have missed a chance to grab that rollover trade. And Google still making some moves down off that 105 area, but not back into that 106.50 to try and short the pop. Not just yet. And I don't want to be shorting it $1 away from where I think the entry should be.
Okay, so yeah, we're also nicely capturing some profit here on Sundial, as that's going to the downside, as we both like that short. So that's going to be a good trade for us here today as well. I'm thinking shorter. Microsoft, just checking in on that. I want to check back in on Apple as well, 152. I mean, oh man, not much today. Like, this has been pretty choppy here in the morning, as you guys can obviously see with this market. So I don't know. Let's just wait to see. Sundial's coming back down, but that Apple, I don't know. Like, I'm really close to shorting this name. I really wish there was another big cap name that I could short here. Amazon, I know that was a level up, coming up to 118 again. We said we'd like that one. So Amazon, again, I've been a bear on this name, but it is starting to rip upside to that 118 level. So Amazon could come into play as well. What's up, Brendo?
A little low float recent runner, guys. USEA back to the upside this morning. Couple of updates, including a tanker delivery schedule update, and they closed that offering from a couple of weeks ago. So USEA, remember, this is a teeny tiny little float trying to get going again.
Oh, we remember that one. Certainly a big one. But also watch out for this VRAX, and thank you guys in the chat for pointing this one out. Halted to the downside, VRAX. Look, it's at 19.28. This was trading at $22, and the indicated open price, if you're watching this thing, is 15.81. So it's indicating an open way down there. So already under pressure. Add that one to your list if you haven't done so already. But that looks pretty spicy as far as I'm concerned. I just got a reload in front of 93 on Etsy. I want to check in on Shopify, because if Etsy's trying to run stops, like, checked notes, Shopify's still at the low. So I find it unlikely we should be running the top on Etsy, but maybe he just wants to run stops before going. Shop's headed toward 30. It makes no sense that Etsy should be showing some strength. And I go over to Pinterest. Again, that is also weak, looking like it's heading down towards some of these bottoms. I haven't even called up Tesla here today. If it gets to 785, that's 785 to 780. That's a support level I do like on Tesla. But for now, it looks like one of those inside opens on Tesla. So thankfully, not getting whipped around in it.
I mean, I was sounding the alarms on that Tesla trade, man. I mean, I got out of some of my position. I talked about that getting out of 20% there of Tesla. So that's going to turn out to be a good trade for me there, up near that 820 mark. So far so good on that out. But who knows where Tesla's going to go, man? From here, we'll just wait to see at this point for Tesla. But a nice little downside move. We're just continuing to capture profit here, obviously on our name that is SNDL, as that keeps coming back down here, so more profits there as we put on a decent position there for SNDL. So pretty happy with the way that one's working out for us for sure. There, SNDL to the downside. New position alert, and yeah, we're crushing it again here. Let's just see, can we get the bid though? Yes, sir. Let's effing go right now. Slap that onto Amazon right now as your boy loaded up there at that 118. We got a 117.80. Oh shit! This is coming to the downside right now. SNDL, Shopify, and Amazon. Amazon, we're short at 117.86 right now. Let's just capture some profits. There we go. A bunch of outs there on Amazon. Just starting our day off right with a couple big shorts here today, including Amazon and SNDL and Shopify. So we're going to go pretty much perfect. We got out, so we got into Walmart there. We took about 50 cents or so off that 122. Then it broke, and we wind up getting out. So that one's not as like crazy good as it should have been if we were still short. But let's just ride the short tails here of all of these names. Maybe SNDL, maybe this is a spot here on this pre-market low, but we definitely knew we wanted that one to the short side right here again. So yeah, it's been a big day over here. Hopefully, like I said, we can continue this momentum throughout the day, but a couple good trades. Let's just not, stop right now. Keep looking for some levels, man. Amazon to that downside, and then AMD is just bouncing. It's not near that 85, so I don't think that's going to happen for us.
Yeah, I mean, I just took a leg out of Etsy. Again, it's just the shorts are coming in here. Someone said short into NEO at $20. I mean, yeah, if NEO gets to 20, that would be a reasonable level to short it. It's not really there yet. So I looked at it. I think it makes some sense if it got to that price when I look at the 15-minute chart. But again, it's just not there yet. So I don't want to force that trade. Coin continues to go down. Amazon, oh my goodness, like I'll kick myself over that because my offer, I said 117 to 118. And I mispriced my order. So it is what it is. But that channel, absolute gold. I think it gets back in there and maybe can hold up for some chop in that range, to be sure. But that's certainly going to be that price here that we're talking about all morning long, and I should have had that one. But I mean, I'm glad Sean got it. And I don't know if you didn't trade Apple, did you?
I'm in it right now, though, but no.
No, well, so Apple, remember we said the market 152, that's going to be key. If Apple can't hold this, watch out below. It is just trying this is what Tesla was, or what some other stocks have been doing, where they go back and forth off of a key level.
Bye-bye.
It is just back and forth. Now you're holding below that 152. Etsy's down at 90, 70. I checked what was going on here when I got this spike in Etsy, and I was like, is Shopify still at the low of the day? Answer, yes. Was Pinterest still dying? Yes. Was the market still dying? Okay, so they're just trying to run some stops on Etsy, and it's still below that 93. Now it's all the way back at 90 even and it's continuing to flush. So we'll just try to do the Superman for the shorts. That one's certainly working. It was just a sympathy play. When you look at what happened with Shopify, you can either sit there, and it's just dying, right? You can ask yourself, okay, well, do I like shorting it at the bottoms? Where's my out going to be? Or can you find something that still gives you a bit of a trade where I know exactly where I'm going to be wrong? And that was at 93 on Etsy. So I went over to Etsy, grabbed it. Coinbase is now in the absolute tank as the market continues to go down, already at 60.5. So it looks like we are going to test 60 even rather quickly over there on Coinbase. If there's a miss, it might have been not just shorting Zila, wherever the heck it was at $2. It's already down 185. Basically the same move that Sundial's putting in. You could have done the same thing on Zila and just shorted that at the open off that $2 level and would have given you the same opportunity.
All right, so we are probably going to try that Microsoft break at 254, so we'll try that one, but we are in. I mean, look what just happened to Amazon. We just took $1 clean on that move as it come right down to VWAP. So like we said, man, just be patient on your longs and be patient on your outs as well. Sundial's still working. Look at Shopify, back down to the day's low, man. Hit the siren alert for that one. We are really on one today, man. It's been a great day trading, and I hope that you guys are experiencing the same thing here as I am, because it's been fantastic. A couple good shorts for us today. Neil taking some trades. I'm taking some trades. If you haven't hit the like button, please do that, man. I mean, this is a big show. One more time, it's going to get even bigger heading into the next couple days because of all these earnings plays that are on board here. We did start an Apple short, debating just like saying, you know what, enough is enough on this name. Maybe just getting out of some of this short right here for Apple. So, you know, that's going to be a play to me to be worried a little bit about. Up if we take out that 152, so a little higher than 152, and I think we can get away from this one here on Apple. So 152 and change. We do have that 50 period there, and VWAP's at 152.20. So that's kind of what we're going to be looking at here on that short. SNDL obviously still getting cracked, and then Amazon still bouncing around a little bit here. So I'm just going to be holding on to some of these shorts, man. It's been a big day. Let's just see if it can get even bigger if these shorts come in. The market, I called this move, man, a percentage ago. We were down only like 0.5 or 0.6. We thought this was going to be a negative day like a lot of you did as well. So I hope that you're cashing in on what is a big day over here. What's up, Brendo?
A couple of moves back to the upside. Coke, one of those back to the upside. We talked about a pre-market. This is the other one. GE trying to get higher as well after results beat expectations in the pre-market. I believe the call is still on though, so heads up on GE.
Trading during a call. That was one of the few names that I think maybe gave you a shot at the long today. And even now, I'm just like, I don't know, the shorts just feel like it's they're going to be they are the jam.
I mean, there's Microsoft.
Like, look at the market, what it's doing here. It's just absolutely dying in. Someone asked what I was thinking about for Google. It was 106.5 to 107. We sort of talked about where it fell off at the open. That's the level to be sure. But you have to start thinking about where you want to take some profits in some of these names, guys. I'm not in Google just yet. It is managing to hold up, at least relatively speaking, right now. But this AY, before we go over that AYRA was on the watch list there. AYLA, I should say. Just watch out. Tiny float. This is a high probability that it could halt. I'm actually surprised it hasn't already. Watch out for 250 to that upside. I'd be cautious buying the top on this. I think it needs to do a consolidation pullback at some point for at least for it to be a healthy move.
Yeah, okay, so funny trade there because Microsoft went down and we were able to take almost immediately 70 cents. We got out at 72 off that 254 flat break. So we actually took 30 cents and now it's against us a little bit here. So the market is trying to rally back here as you can see, but we have that 255 top here. So I think we'll try it again around 255. We'll put on a decent spot here for Microsoft at that level. And again, I don't know if it's gonna fail or not here, but we do wanna get some more shares in at this 255 area. So let's try that right now into that trade. If it takes out 255.20 or so, whatever that top is right here, then we need to get out of it. So that's 255.25. So yeah, if it takes that out, we'll get out of Microsoft on that top if it does take it out. So just putting the orders in and getting set up for that trade. So we'll take some more short into that.
Here comes Baba.
Yeah, Apple went down. Yeah, Baba's at 103. So I canceled. I mean, I should have bought 103s there. Like I said, that was the level that we were waiting for Alibaba, but I didn't. I canceled it. A lot of the trades that I thought about here now, I'm not going to be taking because of this market to the downside. So I'm actually looking for pops and then fades again. So maybe if Alibaba can get up to that 105 again, then we can do it. But here comes the market. So the market is battling back. There's the reload here on Microsoft. So now we have some shares. Let's see what Microsoft wants to do. You can see my average price, 254.70, right? So now it's coming right back in for us. So we do put on a much bigger position there at the top, like we said. So a little bit of a fall back down, and we'll be really cashing in on Softy, but it needs to come down first, guys.
Oh, Coin is absolutely done. Coin's catching, it tried to just catch a bid there off of 60.50. I'm gonna have a quick look-see at what that 60 even bid looks like. If it's a significant size on 60, I'll probably take the trade off, look for a bounce, and a chance to just bank this one and then move on to the next. And the same thing with Etsy. Etsy actually, look, I kind of looked the gift horse in the mouth with this potentially because it bounced off 90 even and then came right back into view up. So it's still in the money and still working, but catching a bit of a bid in front of the pre-market lows. Amazon, I should have the offer the first time in the band that we liked, got it this time. It's right back at that 118 as the market is trying to make a kind of bounce here. And that has me going back over to what I thought was going to be potentially one of the longs that you could have today, and that's GE above 70. No chance it gets saved. It broke that 70 at the open. I think if you're going to like it, I liked it in front of 70 even. I don't want to be buying 72s into what I think is a relatively weak market, even with this little bit of a bounce. I'd rather be trying this in front of the key level, which is 70 even for me. So I got to back away from GE, at least for now.
Yeah, I didn't even realize there. We got punched into Amazon long there. That's not what we wanted, so that was a mistake there for me. I must have put the wrong price. We'll get out of that right away. So we are now no longer short, unfortunately, on Amazon, and that was a call that we wanted. But we did have to get out. I don't know what happened there. Took out that 118. That should have been a reload short, not a punch out, because we did get the majority of them out down there. So that was a mistake for sure there on Amazon. But almost right away, Microsoft just blasts down, and we really start to take the profits on that, man. We're getting out in the 50s there, off of a 70 short. So here it comes back in now for Microsoft. It's a very volatile name. So we're sitting now in the 40s and in the 30s. Look at this. Yes, yes, yes. Just how fast that is right there. The number one profit name here for the show is going to be Microsoft right now. That's quick. Actually, it's going to be Shopify, then Microsoft right now. The 1 and 2 names here net-wise for the show. There goes Microsoft down. We just got a 36 bid there on Microsoft. So we really loaded that boat up there at 255. Let's see if it continues to fail. It's really just Apple right now looking at that VWAP spot. We are not even, we're in 20% of the shares in Apple that we are in on Microsoft because we didn't get that blow up here for Apple. So maybe 152. Now that we're short Microsoft, we'll just see if Apple wants to fail out. Maybe we'll get a little lighter on this name, but yeah, big win there for Softy. Big win for Shopify as that's back down near its lows. Pretty much its all-time low of that move is $30 recently. So we'll see if that can come through here for Shopify, Brendan.
Another earnings name, guys, just popping back up on some volume, some comments coming through from McDonald's. Remember, it was on the board aftermarket yesterday. Still saying breakfast was the strongest performing day part in the U.S. market. Not a big surprise there, but 1% back to the upside, trying to test day highs here for MCD.
And I'll lock it in. Coinbase did have a decent sized bid on 60 even, and with the market making an attempted bounce here, it also hit that 10% mark, so it went to SSR. So I'm going to grab out of it. Look, if it breaks this level, I think there might be room to 58. I just think there might be a chop that gets us into a secondary short in this name, or a chance that it catches a bounce and then I can short some kind of a pop. But 63 in clean to 60, that was the target. We love those shelf breaks because it's the kind of trade that you can certainly go find yourself when you get these key levels. Also had the catalyst, of course, for it. But just want to go back, that that AYLA still looking like it's going to be, if you're looking for strength, it's in the small caps. It's still coiling up and looks like it could go. Super tiny float, guys. It didn't even pull back to 2 even, but look at this consolidation it's making. Still a pretty strong flag getting pulled in here. 230 on the break gives you a scalp trade. I think if it can start to hold $2, you can look for that for support. I wouldn't like it if it broke 2 even. I think you're looking for a stop and then retesting some support there, but this one definitely needs to be continuous on our radar. If you're looking for long trades in some of the small caps, this is the strongest one so far.
Yeah, Coke is up there, ALYA, some people talking about it. Yeah, chips are on the move. Okay. Alibaba's right there at that 103 again. That could be something there. It's too bad. We tried to get shorter there on Microsoft when it came up to that 255 area, but we didn't. We missed it. So let's put a bid here at 65 and get some more out. There it is on that. We're short at 90 on this name. So it's like, let's just hopefully it can fall down. It's too bad because we were sitting there at that 255. It just missed us. We'll see if it takes down 254 one more time. On that downside and then go for that one. We did get out of Apple here a little bit, half the position that we had, so it'll be a cup of coffee as a loser here today, but it's pretty strong. It's holding up more than the market, so I don't think Apple is going to be the right name to short here today. Maybe just like Microsoft might not be the right name either. Yeah, like I said, I've been pretty bullish on Amazon lately, but it is hovering. That's too bad that we had that keystroke there on Amazon because
this is a weird stuff.
I didn't want that. I wanted to get more short at not 118, not out. But we've hit it up. Amazon's been a good trade for me today, so it's a positive name. I'm not going to do anything crazy like that. With Disney levels to the long side, yeah, probably, Dan. I mean, if you like that, you just said right there, ooh, there goes, okay, Microsoft getting spicy with it now. Okay, Microsoft starting to blow back up to the upside. Maybe that is a long. Let's just get out now of this trade. Get out. We got pushed long a little bit of shares there. So we'll get out and then reevaluate. But there goes Microsoft again, just taking out that 255. So, you got to get out of something, but there it is. Now we're starting to go back up to the upside. So Apple's starting to go. Maybe Apple's the name that we got to get long. So let's get out of all of these trades now, just so we can preserve, so we don't have to worry about what's happening in this market. But you know what? An Amazon break above that 118 could be a play as well, man. I mean, I don't know. If this market's not going to be weak, then I don't think Amazon wants to be weak either.
I'll tell you the only reason I'm not breaking along in Amazon, this is the exact same setup on Meta for me yesterday, where I liked the short level and a short band, and it was basically only giving you like the consolidation, like this little, like 50 cents to $1 that it's been putting off. And if you look at the aftermarkets, it's at 118 and a quarter or so as the top. And then I reversed and started thinking long in Meta. It broke out and then trapped the longs and then just ended up a short the rest of the day. So I'm going to lean away from it. I understand it is relatively strong, even down 2.5%, but I just kind of feel like it's a little bit of a trap, and I'm not really done with the notion that this should be weaker than it is. I just missed a chance on Etsy maybe. Etsy just came back, retested 92.40 it looks like where we're in, and then came right back. So still lower high getting put in. Etsy's still relatively weak. I always got to check back in on Shopify. What I don't want to have happen, like if Shopify is bouncing back to 32.5, and Etsy's still retesting that resistance level, I could see it potentially break, and that's what I want to look to avoid there. So I'm always checking in on that name. It is a sympathy play. You should always respect what the leader is doing. So as long as it's holding those lows, I'm going to like it. Sundial, I can't look at yesterday's chart. It is holding this pre-market higher low really well, and that's down at 2. And every single time it fails, I'm just getting a little bit more out in the bid, but I'm still holding half the position on Sundial, despite the fact that it is holding out and maybe it goes sideways. If it goes sideways, 15 cents isn't a bad trade. It's just not nearly what I think it could have done.
Like I went long on Amazon, but I feel like I want to go short on Apple. It's just like, I can't be long one and then short the other. It's not going to work that way because Apple is weaker than the market. We did talk about that one coming out now. So the Amazon long, we're going to average into that down to 117. Be patient if we can get that on Amazon. We will try that 117 area there. So that's going to be an average in. But you can see here just from Apple, it's like it's down 0.55. The market is only down 0.9, but it's like it's not going here on that move back up. I mean, it tried. It's kind of hovering around here. I feel like this is the case for a lot of these names. We have such a big day coming today and tomorrow and this week, obviously, with Fed coming through, rearing their ugly head this week. That's not going to be good for tech names for sure. So yeah, maybe this is not a great day to start thinking about loading into one position or the other on these names. So I'm going to try to be as cautious as I can with some of these tech plays today. Not going to be really like averaging in too much to any of these names, but Apple right here, that's I think we got to figure this one out. Does anyone have anything on Apple if they want? That could be something to look at. Sega above 16. That was that level yesterday that we were concerned with. So now Sega taking out 16 and kind of hovering high side there. Remember, it was 16.25 that we had issues with yesterday. So no surprise that we're having issues again here today, Brendo.
All right, that consumer confidence number about to come out here, guys, at 10 o'clock. We'll bring that to you live and then give you an update. 97.2 expected for July consumer confidence. Looks like a little bit to the downside as far as the market is concerned. Still waiting for that to come in, but new home sales for June to the downside as well. 590,000 versus 660 expected on that number. We'll double check on this one. Was supposed to come out there at 10 a.m., but 97.2, there it is, 95.7. 95.7 versus 97.2 for consumer confidence, guys.
That's bad.
Good.
So it's not a great number, but we'll see there. Remember, like, are we in that market where it's like good news is bad news type of thing? I don't think so, because I mean we have inflation still rearing its ugly head, and so that's going to become pretty obvious here as many people looking at that trade. So Amazon coming in obviously on that news, should have realized that we were getting this number there at 10 o'clock. So a nice move down for Amazon. I think it's getting close to being averaged in here near that 117, but there goes Apple, probably softy going to the downside as well. Not as much here, 255 or so for softy. So a couple plays happening. There we go. We do take a little bit of an average here on Amazon, so let's see where that goes now.
Yeah, and there's an opportunity cost for being in this AYLA. You just heard me say I kind of like that to dip in front of two evens, so I missed out on Sega because this is the one I was watching. It bounced off of in front of two, right at the 3s and 4s. I grabbed the long side of the trade. I just got some out inside of the range. I want to hold the last piece for the big breakout. I was talking about this to a trader. Like, if you can find a tight stopped long, so here in this case like 05s with a 2 stop, and then you can start taking 5, 10, 15, 20 cents, hold on to a portion of it for the parabolic move, allow yourself to be paid along the way. So that's what I'm doing in AYLA, but it's going to be a bit of a miss there because I wasn't in Sega. Alibaba came into the target and then stay on target. Broke that 103. I'm going to zoom out so you can see this on the higher time frame to make sense of this. If you weren't watching the morning show, 103 has been good resistance, but every time it's broken, it's kind of gone into this 102.5 range on the 15-minute, even making 102 bottom. So I like the middle, that 102.5 as my level of entry for Alibaba. So I am in BABA for the first time today. It actually immediately spikes, reclaims that 103. So if I can take a little bit out, I'll go ring the register there because puts the wick off bottom in. And that's the thing about a target. When I look at an area for support, in this case, it was like $1 worth of a range. A lot of times you want it to travel into that area, and that's where you can get those wick tops. So it run stops at threes, but it had a big wide range on the 15-minute chart when it got to that price band, and that's why it has a chance of recovery. But man, I want to pay myself on this long because the longs really, they just haven't been good so far here today. So I'm going to make sure we go ahead and do that. I paid myself again on Amazon. Like, I didn't reverse into the long, but I'm starting to say, like, you got to take these VWAPs when you get it because it is just continuing to just coil and look like it wants to make that breakout. So I went into the long. My way is to not, I'm not going to go into the long, but I'm definitely not as aggressive in terms of how far I think this can go down. If it wants to break out with everything that's going on, at least I paid myself to 117, and I'm not going to add to this short.
Guys, I mean, ring the Reggie there on Amazon as we go wicked high side right now for AMZN, man. We're just cashing some more out here at that 118. So this is going to be most likely my _1 stock here on the day as we hit the short early and then the long late now. So boom. It just sucks that we got out there, but we definitely got that back in there at that 117.20 and put on some shares there. So remember, Neil and I are not, we're trading different share sizes. So like, holding on to things and different things like that. That's why it's very important that you guys trade your own book, right? Like, so nice little upside long. You took Shopify long, Shakib? Okay. Yeah, you could be something. I am noticing that is starting to bounce back up there off that I had a bid at 30.40. That never came in there near that low. But you could see right now Shopify is starting to make that move back up to the upside right now on Shopify. So 31.30 there is a good out. So I think we'll take that, Shakib, if it comes through. 31.30 there on Shopify to ring the register for a big boy trade there as well. As right now, yeah, I'm just still watching Amazon because we have a decent position on as that's trying to make moves to the high side as well. So let's go Amazon. Let's go Shopify as well. 31.30 is my out right there for Shop. So, all right. Wow, what a great morning, man. It's been a fun one. Lots of action. Can't wait for the next couple of days as well. But let's go over to Brendan and see what's happening now.
Hey guys, yeah, a bit of a bounce coming in right now for the overall market. Let's have a look at where things stand. The NASDAQ leading. We did get down to about 1% there, 0.8, 0.9 now for the composite and the 100. The Dow, 0.2, the best off 0.5% for the S&P. It's worth noting, I've been watching the Russell 2000 over the past couple of days showing strength. Not the case today. Small caps back to the downside. Apple, we were discussing that Bank of America price target cut in the pre-market, held 150, 150, trying to bounce here as well. Still in a tight little range, top of the daily chart after that nice move off the lows. GE, on the other hand, just taking out the highs here after better than expected earnings. Came all the way into 69.5, yesterday's high. Right back to day highs for GE, guys. Back to you.
That might be the frustrating stock of the day. Because it was right at 930, it reestablished 70, which is the level that we liked, and then it starts going. It was morning. I like earnings after market. I think sometimes in the morning you kind of want to have it all settled in, and then you get everything you need in the aftermarket, and then you're locked and loaded and ready to go. We'll see it break this, and if it breaks out and holds above, fair enough. But I just look at what's still happening in the overall market. And to sort of jump into the longs away from prices that I like does feel a little bit tricky. Like, we're still below the breakdown from this morning on the NASDAQ. And I mean, the ES is getting back to that 39.50. So it's a little bit of a tricky spot to be aggressive long buying a top. I mean, GE already 6%. Like, do I think it's got an 8 to 10% day in it? Maybe it does. I mean, that's why I like 70 so much better. I'm just not sure we're going to get the dip, unfortunately. The small cap name here, that AYLA, starting to fail at that first push. That's why I said make sure you find entries that you can try to pay yourself and have a reasonable out. Because holding this back till a rug pull to 160 or 170 or something, it just doesn't make any sense risk to reward. So if it breaks 2, I'm out of it. This way I've at least paid myself, and then there's no way it can turn into a negative trade. you never want it to turn into a negative trade, but you want to limit it at least. Probably got out of Coinbase a little bit early. It's SSR, so jumping in on the 60 break is a bit tricky. This is just dying. It's even weaker than I anticipated on Coinbase. And getting to that 58 level, like it's 10.06 and it's already at 58, where we thought there might be a smidgen of support, not a smidgen, but the chance at support. So Coinbase dying like an absolute quail here. And checks notes, Bitcoin actually holding up at 21. So Coinbase is doing it on its own. That's why it had its own catalyst. That's why it was on the watch list and singled out.
I like that new thing of yours, checks notes. I like that.
I don't know where I thought it.
I don't know where you got it from either.
I have no idea. I didn't make it up. I got it from somewhere else. Somebody says that a lot, and I think that's. I don't know where I got it from, but I definitely stole it. That's for sure.
Yeah, I like it. Okay, so if you guys want to talk about NEO, thanks to Bears vs. Bulls on that one as well for those super chats that were coming in. Oh, sure. Thank you to everybody for doing that, man. All right, so here we go. $19 there. I mean, look, it's been pretty choppy today. I mean, we like the short near 20, so we missed that opportunity early on that name. So definitely a missed opportunity here on NEO for that short. But if you're going to talk about it, I mean, you're breaking that 1880. That could be the bottom right now. So watch out for this name coming through to 1880. If you're short, that's where I would think about getting out right now on NIO. You could see Alibaba. We stayed away from that long as that's now cracking down below 103. So some of these Chinese names continue to be in a little bit of problem here for them. So I would say it's just not doing anything. You got to wait till you get into this 1930 area before we start to short, which is basically where we opened up before we went on the run and then all the way back down. So I feel like this market just wants to figure itself out. So for me on NEO, it's not really a thing right now on that name, so I don't love it. If you're going to find anything else, I would just go over to Alibaba and try to pick up some of these longs down here. I liked it at 103 long. It's now at 102.80, so maybe a break long side here of 103.50 or so for Alibaba, but I'm going to wait on all of this because, again, trying to focus on the right decisions. Amazon, we're long at 117.20 right now. That could be an interesting play for me, but looking at Apple as Apple pulls back in right now as well, back down to 152 one more time. So we're negative on Apple here today, but very, very slightly because we did get out of the way, which is a good thing because it's come back up to the day's high. And again, just look what's happening. You want to talk about a choppy market. I mean, Apple's back and forth 50 cents here, and we've been open for 40 minutes. So I don't, you got to wait for something to happen. The NASDAQ is doing this, which isn't much. So, maybe the long off 152 could be something here, but I'm not really excited about anything right now, to be honest with you. We got out of that Shopify. Shout out to Shakib. Thanks for noting that one's starting to go back up. So again, the big winner of the day, 34.40 here for Shopify for me anyways. I know Neil had a great Coinbase short. 34.40 down to 31. So that's $3, 10% there on Coinbase, on Shopify. So far so good on that play, and we're out of it. Maybe a reload short, 32.50 or so. But again, just trying to be patient, man. We're up some money. We made it today. Someone's excited. Henry Z is excited for Bang. When we get some, we'll throw some bangs out there for you, Henry.
Yeah, and someone had just said, I just got into Alphabet. I almost said Google, which is fine. But someone was saying, well, it's in your price band where you like the short. But the thing is, look at how clean the move is to the upside. I always kind of want to see it get in there and start slowing down. So you have the first attempt at a turn, and then that's when I want to jump in. You can always guarantee that you're in the move by standing in front of it. The other way to play it is when it's this strong going into your price. That's a wipeout bottom, breaking the low, a rejection of the break of the low, and then climbing up and threatening to take out the high. That's a lot of times it's a very bullish setup. So I kind of want to see some selling at least come into it before we jump in. So I am now into Alphabet. If it turns green, that's at 107.50. Which is exactly the top end of the range where I'm playing it into anyway. So it's kind of convenient. That's sort of an easy out. Well, 51 is where we close, but it's an easy out. If it goes green on the day, then I'm out of Alphabet here. I just got out of Etsy. Remember we talked about, you said Shopify got to 32.50. In that particular case, when it's breaking back up, that meant no reload in Etsy off that level. Just stop it out there. Make sure you stay green on the stock. No need to fight it, right? If the leader is making a push back to the upside, then the follower or the sympathy play could do exactly the same thing there, and that's what just happened. So into Google, that's a new short position. Amazon, just to give you an idea, you can be playing this in both ways. It's bouncing off VWAP and going to 118 resistance. So the long off 117 is giving you 118. If you're short off this level, it's pulling back into VWAP and it's giving you that trade. This is the thing about trading and day trading. Sure, when it breaks out of this range, it's going to decide one way or the other. But if you stop out of the long down here, fine. You made your money inside there and it breaks down, fair enough. You take a small hit. If you stop out of the short up there, you made your money into 117, and as long as you don't hold through your stop, then you're good to go. There's lots of ways to skin a cat here when you're trading, and all you got to do is play the key areas and be patient with some of these levels and let it play out for you, and then adhere to your stop. Like in this case, like I said, if Alphabet gets above that high, I'm out of it. Like I'm not going to try to get crazy about this. If it gets 1-to-1, I'm going to take some profit. Right now, the market is sort of trying to decide what it wants to do. So if I can find an entry, which allows me exposure to a break one way or the other, but with a defined out, then that's what I want to be looking for.
Okay, so yeah, I mean, that's the key to everything, man. Have your plan, have your outs, and it's better if it's defined than not, for sure. So just on that one note, we did get Amazon out a little bit there on this play, so we will look to see what's going to happen with Amazon now to the high side. Just taking some out, man. I mean, it's been a good stock for us. We want to make sure that we can continue that profit march here on Amazon. We'll do that. All right, so Apple. I just said, if this market's going to do this and Apple's going to hover around this 152, we can test the long here for a small amount of shares and then really try to take some more if we get back into here, 151.70. So this is kind of the area for me now on Apple that we're looking at, 151.70 to average in and then get out if it does take down this low of the day of 151.50. So I don't know. It's Apple's down here 0.7. The market's down 1 full percent. So it is a little stronger than the market. So if we do get any rebounds in for Apple or for the market, then Apple should work. So that's my logic there. We'll see. We are now 20% of our Amazon trade as that's coming back in. So if that falls good on that, and then you might have seen a little bit of a reload there as we'll go here on SNDL. We punched more short. We already have a decent amount of shares, but we just punched some more short there in SNDL as it's trying to break lower. So our initial short was 85, and we could still have that, but I'm not here to paint the tape. I'm here to make money. So if I like the short, hopefully that can come back down in. So we're going to take some more shares here, looking to see about 266, and then even down here, 260 low break on SNDL. The reverse split today. Don't kid yourself, this thing ain't up 800%, Brendo.
Another one down this morning pre-market was Chewy. If you remember on this note, Wedbush with a downgrade on Chewy. It's trying, though, to get back to 39 here. Pre-market level still 7.5%, though, for Chewy.
So adhere to your stops, we were just saying. So there it is. We're going to have to do this one for Alibaba. It got up to 103, and it gave you the 1-to-1, but it just broke 102 to the downside. I mean, being aggressive on the longs doesn't make any sense. Look, it just didn't. It never came to the price I like short. So I'm not going to sit here and say, oh, yeah, great. I like the short on Alibaba. I liked it at 107. That's where I like the short. Never got there. Wasn't a chance for me to be able to grab it. It's a great look on Chewy there, but I think just like Etsy, that might have shaken some people out. If you sort of were patient with some of the retail names, you definitely had some opportunities at the open. But as they start to bounce, you kind of want to see it slow down, roll over a bit before it makes its next move. I think there's a chance with Amazon now finally showing some signs that it wants to break out of this range. So it's back in the pocket, but it's been bouncing off VWAP, higher lows, and just held 117 once again. So you got to be at least a little bit cautious, particularly with Amazon. Don't want to ignore Tesla. It bounced several times close, but not to that 785 that I liked. Maybe that should have been close enough, but 787 is the low. Once again, it's in a downward trend. Yesterday, I was able to find shorts off of 820. I was kind of looking at 808 to 810, which would have been the level for me. So really nothing. I got nothing going for Tesla. That small cap AYLA did end up breaking that $2 range, but it has a wick off bottom. It ran the stops and then held back up. So there's a chance this might not be done just yet. For me, overall, that'll end up being a flat trade because I paid myself off a little bit. But that's another leg to the downside. If it holds a higher low throughout, I guess, this portion till about 11 o'clock into lunchtime, then it can have a secondary move. And then going back over to SIGA, monkeypox names, gets through clean that 16. I missed that break playing over on AYLA. And now that you've made this push to the upside, I'm looking for that 16 and just above it to be your support level. Remember, it does have that high all the way back in May where it broke 17 very, very briefly before a heck of a rejection. It was a pretty big rejection of that 17 level. Chance to break it finally here today. I think it's 1735 or so. That is that high. But I'm looking for a VWAP dip to buy into a consolidation instead of chasing it up and then buying the absolute high. I think if you're going to have a break, I'd rather it be the break on the daily than the break at 17 even.
All right, biting my tongue here because Amazon, I was waiting at 117.05. It went to 117.06. So, but we are going to right now kind of hold out hope here that we can be right on this because we just got that 117 come in right now. So hopefully that can hold out. We'll see if it can or not here on AMZN, holding out for that 117. That's what we're looking for. So let's see if we could do some damage on that one coming through here on Amazon right now. So a nice little long take here, 117.10. Or so. What's my average price? Amazon 117.15. So hopefully, like I said, I mean, I keep using the word hope because we have some lower bottoms. We're going to get out if it takes out the bottom here. So 116.70 or so is going to be the out there for Amazon. We never got, I mean, and again, we were sitting at 151.70 there, exactly 151.71 on Apple to get some more shares. That only went down to 80. So we, like I said, trying to be as patient as we can with a lot of these names. So Amazon coming back in. We have that long. We like the long there as my eyes looking everywhere. We could check out Sega quickly for you, 1675. So what a great run Sega's had again today. So up that 7% and taking out yesterday's highs of 1630. So a nice move back to the upside here for Sega as monkeypox, yeah, it's not going anywhere apparently, and neither is Sega. Up another 6.3% today. So good on you guys for holding out for that one, man. But yeah, big move upside for Sega today. And if you have it, that's fantastic. Looks like our Amazon long is going to get cracked here, which again is kind of fine. I mean, we're not putting in big risk. Obviously, we'd like to win when we put on trades, but if this one continues to the downside there, Amazon, you still have that 115 that could come into play again today. So, better to get out of this than hold it all the way to the bottom. Retail's been super weak, which we could check back in on. Walmart here, yeah, look at that move. Wow, we got stopped out in that on 122. We wanted to be very, very specific, but we did put down on the sticky note, look out for that 122. So one more time, probably should have followed our own little rules there and held it for a little bit longer, Brendan. These earnings plays can be tricky.
Yeah, wild ranges so far today, right across the board. Just watching some of the chip makers, guys. Chuck Schumer just saying chip bill going to get done by the end of the week, apparently. So just going positive here for Intel.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, Intel might come probably going to be going up on that news. It's one of those. I'll believe it when I see it. When they actually get the bill done, like that's when I'll be concerned about it. It's just too much back and forth, and I think you're kind of guessing. And we've seen what happens when you get one news one way or the other. I want to point out PGY. Be very careful. A couple people put this one in the chat. It just had a monster volume spike, biggest one of the day since the open, and got up to 12, and then just immediately rejected it. Like this legit. Like it bought up, broke out from 11 even, right up into these high 11s, and then right back down. It just slammed back into 11 on that buy. So the selling came in pretty aggressively on PGY. Like that's a no-fly zone for me for the long when you have that kind of rejection. Like they just sometimes, and we say they, like larger size traders, even like funds that maybe soak up the flow, like Luca will always say. You see something like that, that's like obviously a level that they're comfortable selling above that 11. Market heading back to the lows, so Google, Alphabet back into the pre-market low levels. I'm just sort of sitting on the bid right around that 106.5 to get that 1-to-1 for the trade, to hang on for dear life. Sundial also going down. Amazon also trying to break lower. If it takes out this 116.50, this is where I'm now holding for 115, looking for that next leg down. Now, maybe it holds 115.50. Maybe it catches a bid at 116. But if it's going to decide to the sell side, this is where you give it a little bit more room to run for you now that it's in the money. Zila is the other name that, the biggest miss today for me will be just not taking Zila instead of Sundial. Sundial's going down, but Zila is, relatively speaking, flushing. Right, like it gave you $2. It's now at $1.65. This is a 20-to-1 split. It's almost down. Like it should be 29 cents. Sorry, $2.90. It might end up down 50% relative to yesterday's close. So I mean, Zila, that one's the dying quail. But we'll ring the register there on Alphabet. It got into our band. We talked about being patient on the way up. Allow it to show signs of slowing down, and that's what we mean. Like it's just climbing. There's the turn in the range, actually also at the high at 9:30. And then you can see it consolidate. You could have actually got the same price, like 5 to 10 minutes later, you still could have got 107s. You don't have to jump into this thing on the way up when it hits your band. You can wait for it to slow down, then get into the trade. It's a little bit easier to navigate when you do it that way. Oh, I'm glad to see Brennan got it. Let's get the small cap recap going with Brennan at the big screen.
Hey guys, yeah, busy morning. Lots to have a look at. This was the one of two splits on the day, sundial and XELA, as Neil was just explaining there. As soon as it broke back below 2 off the open, it was showing a lot of weakness, a lot of selling. Back through this pre-market low now as well. Just a very slow kind of grind, boring move to the downside for XELA. AYLA, on the other hand, held 150 very nicely, which was that support from the pre-market. Tried it at the open versus the high. Got out of that and flipped it long. So a nice move back to the upside for AYLA. Trying to push 2-day highs right now, guys. Back to you.
All right, man. I mean, the day saver is in the building right now as Apple. We get that. I mean, I'm just starting to get some out here as we do have an oversized position, obviously, on Apple here, down to that 151 there. So yes, sir, taking some out of Apple as we cash in on that one to the upside right now, off of that 150, 170. I got to get some out here. Like, I have been getting it out. I'm out of half now. I'm out of a little bit more than half right now on Apple because we take advantage of that bid. And honestly, the market's been pretty sick. I don't like to be long below the 50 period. So I'm going to take another piece out here at 82 if I can get it. So yeah, there it is. So nice trade there for Apple. Really been getting out of the way of that one. So yeah, we'll wait. 150, 150 now. Now that we have a little bit of position on, we could probably hold out for higher now. You know, we've been averaged out of that. So we are now out of about 55% of that trade already. My trigger, I guess, didn't go off for Amazon, but it also didn't break 116.50. So that's going to be where we're going to get out of Amazon here for a 60-cent hit. So this will be the other way. It wants to continue to go down, but we are going to take something out if it does come. Yeah, see, I was going to say, if this does come back up to the upside, we could take out some Amazon. But it's just so funny because we were only wanting to go short. And then once we got out there at 118, I started to think, hey, maybe this does have some legs to it today. But nah, I mean, it's down 4%. Retail, you saw Walmart get hit. We should have just stuck to our guns right here because if you're looking at the sticky note, it's only 10.23 right now. So there is more damage to come here on this market possibly today. But look at this, man, 122 short. We talked about that. Going short into pops into 122. And unfortunately, we just didn't hold it. So this is a couple days in a row now where I just really got to trust my own sort of opinions here and feeling and just kind of let the market settle down because this should be, again, it went to 120. It went exactly to our level. Like, it went 22 cents against me, or not even that much. Like, we got out for flat on that break. So, yeah, really bad to not be short on Amazon, or sorry, on Walmart right now, as Amazon takes down that 116.50. So that last trade gets flushed down the toilet there. So really just maybe a reload in Shopify. Ooh, yeah, we got out there on that break, and now that's making lower lows right now as well, trying to touch out for that 30.60. So out on Shopify, probably should have still held that one. But right now, I have a little baby long in Microsoft. That just came in, so we'll take that out. That was just a trade that, hey, I was trying to get out the first time there. That didn't happen. But yeah, Apple, Microsoft, Sundial, the only positions I have on.
Yeah, look, obviously when the market breaks the lows, it's like hang on to the shorts and maybe look for reentries if you can even find them. This will be the miss for me, and thank you guys to chat. One of the reasons it's the greatest chat in the world, it's the greatest community in the world, is if you miss something, I get reminded of it and held accountable. I see people yelling, Mullen broke $1 this morning. That's a level I've been all over for quite some time, and it's embarrassing that I wasn't trading it when it broke here today. Look at what it did yesterday. This is exactly what we were talking about with Mullen a few weeks ago. Holding $1 to 101. When something like that breaks at the open, you just want to be involved. You miss a trade, move on to the next. 75 cents is a big level on the daily chart. I think that's where this thing could be headed to the downside. So if you want a reason to hit the like and subscribe, don't do it necessarily for just us individually or the ideas or the winning trades. Do it for yourself, man, to grow this community and show appreciation for the fact that we get to learn from each other. This is free, and we all have the benefits to be able to evaluate these markets and try to get better every single day. I got to get better. One of my favorite plays all time is that the $1 break on a stock that gives you that kind of a consolidation. It just pays. Yesterday I talked about the story where one of the best trades I had was like short Sundial when it did the same thing. And if this pops back up, I'm not going to average into a short all the way up into $1. I've gotten burned by doing that before. If you take a short on this again, it has to be with an obvious defined stop, like a 90 short, a 96 short, something along those lines. Otherwise, I'll wait for 75 on Mullen, which, like everything else, is falling like a rock.
Yeah, like a rock, Chevrolet. We're going to look at GM actually today, as I just say that. But there it is, another one. We'll just stick with what's been working for us, man, and it's the Apple long. We reload that at 70. We take it out at 78 right there. And again, just hoping that this can get back up to the upside. It's been a pretty bad day here for many markets, including the NASDAQ. And you know what? I saw Rooney's in the building. You know, obviously he did that recap for us earlier. But like when the NASDAQ was down 0.4, I said this probably is going to 1.5 or 2 today. We just hit 1.4. So, I mean, I got to go back over and look at some of those futures calls because, you know, been pretty good on trading the futures lately and making those calls. So we will have a look at the futures more and more and more. I'll probably just trade the Qs or the SPYs, but we do have here at Day Trade the World the ability, of course, to trade the E-minis, the micro minis as well for both oil and the ES and the NASDAQ. So lots of opportunities here at Day Trade the World. Please go check out our sponsor there for sure. Coinbase, again, wow, $58 as that just keeps on cranking lower. And I've already said my disgust for this company, so the fact that I'm still a shareholder is even more disgusting, but we got to get out on any pop, and that pop to 70 bucks not too long ago definitely was like, shouldn't even be a trader if you're not getting out there. $79. That was a great out there for anybody that's on Coinbase. Easy to say now that we're back down to 58, and I didn't do it. I'm really glad though that I got out of Tesla, obviously where I did at 820 or 818. You guys remember me saying that I got out of 20% of that Tesla trade. So hopefully I saved some of you guys a little bit of money as well on your long-term accounts or wherever you do hold Tesla. I just felt like, again, this name I'm not happy with their performance. It was a great trade off of the last couple of days because of earnings. But like I said yesterday, and I remember saying yesterday because I misspoke about the level, and that was I said, let's wait to see Tesla back in here into that 780 levels. And that's exactly what's happening right now for Tesla. Right back in, right to these highs of 780. So back down here to the 50 period, I think, like if you're going to go long on Tesla, because it wasn't a horrible quarter, I just thought it was a little bit too much there to the upside. So 760 coming through for Tesla is a level to look out for, the top of this range. So got extended out, and I feel like this is a bad sign for tech names coming through. Tesla's really the only big tech that we've had report so far. So I don't know, it starts tonight, and hopefully they can do as Tesla did, beat and rip and break some ranges, and then we can decide what to do with that trade after that. So right now, Tesla on the way down, as is the NASDAQ, and there it is again, man. Like I said, slap ourselves up a little bit because we called the short, and yet here I am long on Apple, which has been a winning trade for me, but should have some shorts on.
Yeah, I mean, if you're looking for any kind of relative strength that isn't a small cap, the chips, like Brendan just said with the bill, potentially getting passed this week. We'll see until it happens. Micron is actually flat as well. But what's more important to me, if the market catches a bid here, especially the NASDAQ, is you've managed to get back above that 60 level. So the floor break on Micron, and all you could do was get 60 into 59.75 or so. It was only giving you that trade. It gave it to you over and over again yesterday and maybe this morning, but holding back above that 60 level. That floor has been reestablished. If you got relative strength, you definitely have a good level here at 59.5 at least to work off of. So if the market starts catching a bid, definitely Micron and maybe even like an Intel can be places that you can try to bury yourself. I like Micron because of that significance of that 60 level which is held, whereas your support on Intel is relatively speaking a little bit further down from where we are right now. Brendan's got one of my favorites up there, the social sentiment. I feel like the names that we've talked about might have nailed it, although there's one or two on that list that maybe we haven't gone over.
Hey guys, yeah, we'll have a look at the social sentiment board here to see how things are shaping up on social media so far today. Everything that, as we said, have been discussing on here. The SPY, obviously, a little bit negative here as we push towards day lows currently. Also, Zila, yeah, not great. Bit of a grind, as we said, to the downside off the split. Mullen on there. You guys were just talking about that one. Redbox back to the upside so far today. Yeah, all of the monkey stocks, crazy moves higher so far. SIGA seems to be leading right through yesterday's highs like they didn't mean anything. Alibaba, we mentioned the news catalyst anyways for Alibaba today with the Hong Kong listing. Amazon's here. Yeah, Tesla downside so far today. Coming up, guys, in 15 minutes or so, Randy's going to tell us what we need to know about Tesla. So we'll talk to Randy in a few.
Perfect day.
Randster going to be coming in. That'll be a lot of fun. The only name on that list that's prominent that we didn't mention, I feel like, has been AMC. Everything else, I think we've done a pretty good job of covering, and that's a credit to the preparation I think the team does here. But AMC is getting right back, and obviously I haven't traded it today. Once it broke that 1480 to 15 area, to me the longs are right back where we started this party. The beginning of the month when we started going heavily long, like maybe 50% of the days, was right around this 1380 to 14. That's when it all started. I think that's where it has to get back to before I'm looking for some entry points there. At this point, the market's still heading into that downside. But Google's showing some signs of relative strength that I don't necessarily want to ignore. Oh, that's right, not split adjusted. That I don't want to ignore. It's holding VWAP. We've paid ourselves. If it continues to do this, reloading at that high when the market is making fresh lows, I don't know if that's going to be my cup of tea or my jam, as the kids would say. So I'm going to just hold off on this. I got my stop in place, but if we break back toward the high and the market is still testing those lows, then that's a little too much relative strength. I feel like we should have already broken 106 and being heading down to 105, like doing what Amazon did. That's what I was expecting Alphabet to do, and I'm not really seeing it just yet.
No, I'm about to be getting out of this Apple trade as well, as that's just heading to the downside right now as well. So there goes Apple. Look, I mean, we got to be short something here, man. And I know some people are talking about a firm and whatnot. I mean, there has to be some plays out here that are short. So, you know, a firm down 11%.
It's too late.
I mean, why would anybody even buy this name? Yeah, a firm.
25.
Wow.
Look at the open, 25 on a dime.
Yeah, I mean, it's just like some of these shorts there. Neo, we talked about that. Someone brought that up to our attention as well as Neo.
It's not as
I mean,
weak.
everything is pretty much heading to the downside. I mean, we should have been short Apple instead of, wrong window there. We should have been short Apple instead of long Apple because there goes Apple down into the downside again. So we start the day short Apple, and then, like I said, just the market is heading to the south side here. They're afraid of earnings, and they should be. This could be a very, very nasty earnings report coming through today.
Oh, I should have said that.
But not just for Apple, but for the whole market coming through. So maybe Microsoft, I mean, I don't know. Apple's giving it up now, so this market could go, man, further and further and further. 151 incoming on AAPL. I don't know. I got to find some shorts. It just sucks that I'm not short anything. I mean, we liked Amazon short. AMD is still at 86 bucks. Amazon's trying to break 116. Apple down here at 151. I don't know, Brendan, give us a name.
FTNT, very weak today as well. Even with this, guys, new product launched today on AWS with Fortinet. So FTNT, there was an initial move higher this morning, but it's been straight downside ever since the open, coming into 58.25 right now for that one.
Yeah, checks notes. That's an ugly looking chart. You can't have a positive catalyst and have a chart looking like that. But it's relatively, that's a pretty illiquid stock. Even though it's done 1 million shares, that's a very illiquid stock. So I'm going to stay away from it unless it gets back to, like, you look at like 60 levels, you look at like a 59. Places where you can expect to find liquidity. Like, that's the kind of thing I'm thinking about there. We talked about Walmart a little bit being a bit of a miss. Like, it'll be frustrating that this is the one. It's frustrating, but it's not really for Walmart. Like, look where it still is. Like, the original area I like short, it still hasn't even rejected that. It broke up, it didn't get to 123. So the name that sort of led all of this, or like was the first thing out of the gate that's like, oh my goodness, you know, recession, bad print, everything's gonna come to the downside. It's not participating in this in the open, so ignoring it, I think, has been a bit of a good call. I was just complaining about Alphabet, and then the second I do, it breaks VWAP. I'm going to adjust some of my orders on Alphabet and maybe zoom in, get rid of these crazy wicks so you can see. Like, now I want to just give it a chance to get down to 105. We continue to make fresh lows. We're at 1.5% down on the NASDAQ here. The ES has yet to get to 1. If you look at the ES in general, it's had a pretty good, the S&P 500, it's had a pretty good run of trying to hold some of these recent bottoms. Like, the NASDAQ breaking down, but the ES needs to challenge like 39.20. Like, some of these need to start coming in to the south side, and then you can start thinking about where this move can abate. So I want to give Alphabet some room down to 105 instead of just sitting on the bid here, 105, 60 or 70. You got the trend working. Now it's broken VWAP. Let's just see if we can give it a little bit more room to run here on Alphabet. Same thing with Amazon. No change really there. And then just sort of coming back over to a couple of small caps. That AYLA stopped me out. not sure it ain't done to the long side. That's a wick bottom that just got me triggered out. So this could be a reentry for me off of this $2 level with a bit of a deeper stop. But I'd much rather be playing it tighter to the vest here. Broke down, got to 190. So I think that's where your support is. So getting it close to 2 instead of where I had it might make some more sense on AYLA. Doesn't feel like it wants to be finished.
116. Yeah, I was looking at this 116 level as well for Amazon and thinking kind of the same thing there. That is this going to break lower through that 116? Because we did bottom out at 115 earlier on. So I'm going to take a short into this trade, into getting out at 117. So if it does come back up, which like we keep saying that. You kind of wait for your prices, you can get them there. So hopefully that will come through for me here on Amazon. And again, kind of wishful thinking. I don't know if we're going to get that level, but we will break through 116 to the downside and test that little move there as well. So hopefully that can come back in for Amazon, back down to that downside of 116. We're looking for that as some pressure points here on AMZN. So 116, hopefully that breaks. It's been bouncing around. We have some key points here, but we've been sort of tossed around. We were initially short this name off 118, then we started to battle with some longs in here, and it just hasn't worked out, including our last one at 117 and out at 116.50. So we definitely got to make 50 cents on this one way or the other. So that's what we're going to wait for here, is going to be Amazon on that downside move. Hopefully can come through. I mean, I like the Google. These are all names that are going to be reporting after hours. I mean, AMD is getting close to that level of 85 again as it just keeps on dipping down in. So we'll try to buy some 85s if that comes through.
Everything's
yeah, everything right now taking the downside. Look at Sundial. We take a nice little win on Sundial. Sundial is going to be my #1 stock today, man. And again, it's on the sticky note, and we hit it short at 85, and then we hit it again at 70. So Sundial to the downside.
And even like Oxy's just recently turned red. Like one of the strongest names in the market yesterday. Energy was super strong yesterday, and Oxy headed down in. So I mean, you're sort of seeing it across the board. It's just not a good day. And I think one of the mistakes you can get made is like you can get into this mode where you're just looking for bottoms and trying to catch longs off of those lows, and maybe you get a little bit complacent with that. Maybe that's not the way to go. Sometimes it's just hold on to your shorts and look for stronger signs of reversal. But the only two names where I am looking for that potential. Like Micron just turned green, bouncing off 60 even. You can put Intel into that bucket, but I like Micron better because I think your out can be that 60. This is about the only thing that I'm looking for that could be a long off the bottom is going to be Micron. And if you're looking for something which is even stronger than that, GE failed that high break. When I saw this dip, I was waiting for 70s. It got to 71, managed to hold up. So General Electric and probably 3M, Micron. Those are the three kernels of hope, I think, for this market. And maybe we'll find a couple more. And why we do this is to go over to Brennan at the big screen for Sector Watch.
Yeah, we'll do our best. Let's have a look at the S&P here and see how things are shaping up so far. 0.77 right now for the overall market. There they are, GE, I should say, and 3M. Both having a nice day, 5.5, 5.75 for both. WHR in the consumer durables goods, another earnings name back to the upside. Pretty much everything else, not much to see here. There's Tesla, as we said, we're going to talk about that with Randy coming up here, 2.5. Right now to the downside, GM, Ford being dragged along with that. Also in negative territory for the automakers so far. Far corner over here, we get Walmart now down 8.75%. Paramount, remember, Goldman Sachs with a downgrade and negative note on Paramount. Some of the streamers getting dragged along with that to the downside. Real estate, a little bit of strength, some strength coming through in energy stocks as well, but not enough, unfortunately. Look at the size of these sectors today and the size of the negativity coming through, unfortunately, for consumer discretionary and tech shares, both in negative territory. It's worth noting there are a few here in the hardware equipment makers that are positive, but nowhere near I don't know why that just popped up, but nowhere near, I was going to say, enough to offset the rest of the weakness. PayPal, 5.6 to the downside. So it is some of the software names leading as far as the consumer discretionary names. Retail stocks, big move to the downside today with, I don't know why it's highlighting PVH Corporation, but hey, we'll take it, guys. Yeah, not good. 0.78 right now for the S&P. Back over to you.
It's a sign, whatever that. No, it is.
Whatever that sign is.
No, you definitely don't want to do that.
PVH.
You don't like randomly just sort of like, yeah, it's highlighting something. Maybe the market's telling me.
Telling you to go with that name, yeah.
It's just that's where he left them.
I'm watching Amazon now. I mean, it's a new position for me into the
It just bounced nicely off 116.
Yeah, well, we'll see. I'm short, so we'll see if it goes into 117 is where we want to get out here. The market could have found a bottom, so we're only going to hold this for 30 cents against us, like we said already. So, oh man, this has been a really fun name today. Amazon dancing around one more time here. So yeah, if retail is going to be strong, then you got to watch out for Amazon as Walmart. And again, you know, I like the Amazon long, but I like the short. Like 120 right now. This is really the name that we should still be short is Walmart. Instead, we're trying to battle around here with some of these names that are coming through this week. So Amazon will hold that. I mean, we're flat on it now. We're short at 116.70. So we're flat on it. But right now, trying to work back up to the upside is Amazon. Watch out, 117 break. We're out of this one. We're not going to hold this loser through 117 because then the real short is up here at 118. So I'm not going to hold this $1 and plus against me. But there it is. Oh, we got some more shares short there at 117, 116.90. So here we go. Hopefully this makes some sense and not losing some dollars.
Yeah, Sega making a run and testing that 17 break just now. Just keep in mind on the daily chart, it did get up to 17.35. So it's got that overhead level on the daily that it has to contend with. That's what the only reason I'm not in the 17 break. Otherwise, I think it would be a gorgeous one. I just think that there's some people that are probably waiting to trap these longs, be able to sell at that all-time, at that high at 35, thinking you can push into there. And if it gets through 35, I think there's lots of room to run. And if it breaks on a 35 break, you suddenly are going to likely have it to find out. Like wherever we hold here, like right now it's 16.72. That's been that higher low that just got put in. That can be your stop on a 17.35 break, and then you're giving it more room than you are the 17 break here, which might actually be a bit of a failure. But for now, I just gave you the case of why I didn't like to break it at that high of the day. But Sega, one of the strongest names in the market here, up that 8% and looking like it still wants to go. And that's the thing. Like, can it hold above that price when there's an overhead on the daily is going to be the case. Sorry.
Oh, my. No, go on. I was just like saying under my breath, like finally, the carnival. Oh, first of all, Sega, SNDL. That's collapsing. It's going to be my #1 stock. But what turned around my day right there on one fell swoop. Sorry, wrong stock I just got out of. I don't want to get into Apple. We will get out of this one quickly here on that. But look what's happening to Amazon right now. It is falling back in. So we're going to take some more out here on that name. We did load up on this 117 print. So yeah, about that. Hopefully it continues making that move to the downside here because it's going to be a big win for us on Amazon to the downside. But just like I don't really believe in this market one way or the other right now. So, okay, come on, Amazon. Like, can we retest this 116? That was really the level that we were looking for. I'm going to cancel the 116 break short because now we already have a decent spot on here for Amazon. So I'm just going to put some bids. I mean, we've been bouncing around 116. Let's put something like 116.30 here if we can catch something there. And then 116, 30. We'll sit at 30. And then we'll wait also at like 116. Teens. Maybe let's go to 116.10 right here. So hopefully we get a little bit of a move down here in the futures, and then that should send Amazon back down, and we'll make a little bit of cash on here. 30 cents now in the money on an upsized position for Amazon because we took double these shorts. Could still turn out to be a losing trade, but we are back to Greensville on Amazon today. So that was good. Just took us a little bit of a time to find a name that we liked short, and it was going to be that Amazon. It's just too bad because initially we were up here at that 118. Would be still great to have that on, but if this market comes back in, Amazon is the name to look at, I feel like anyways. Tesla, we're going to talk to Randy about that coming up soon, see what he thinks about Tesla. But yeah, Amazon and SNDL right now. Look at SNDL collapsing on itself. This is going to be my biggest trade today, and for good reasons, man. I mean, look at these shorts that we had on SNDL. 86. And then a good short that we wanted to punch through at 270. So yeah, just really falling apart all over the place here. SNDL. So anything you want to talk about before we go?
Before we go to Randy, I just showed Sega. So Sega failed that break at 17 temporarily. We talked about the overhead resistance. TNXP, another one of these names, has now a triple top at 185. So if the first one pulls back, expect some of the others to follow suit, like watch out GovX, watch out for any of those. But triple top here, if you go to the higher time frame on the 15-minute for TNXP, it gives you to find out. I like to short off of this 190 area to be short. Not quite in the pocket just yet, but these all starting to fail at about the same time. I think we are ready now. Talk a little bit of Tesla with Brendan and Randy.
Indeed, yes. Our resident automotive expert, Randy Bucking's in the house. Good to see you.
How are you?
Fantastic. How are you?
Not bad.
We pulled Randy. Randy's doing some renovations in the office right now. Well, all of the tech team is doing some renovations in the office right now. So we literally pulled him out of a wall. And we're going to get, no, you're clean.
It's clean, yeah. No drywall dust.
We're going to get his thoughts on Tesla because it's been quite the quarter, quite the few months here, not only for Tesla, but Elon, obviously. All of these Twitter rumblings aside, this was out today. It's worth noting. They just set the date. So October 17th, it looks like Elon wants to get the trial going anyways between himself and Twitter. Give me your thoughts initially on what all this means for Tesla.
You know what? From a daily operations standpoint, it's meaningless.
Yeah.
I think it's a distraction. Elon's gone off on his own little PR blitz. Tesla doesn't have a PR marketing department.
No.
It's Elon.
Yeah.
It's Twitter. So it's his grasp at putting his voice out there, but be it freedom of speech or however he wants to manage it. I think it's a distraction from their day-to-day operations. Really. What did you think of the release last week?
Yeah.
I mean, I expected everything they said. They had a 3-week shutdown in Shanghai. Sean, you said that was disappointing to you. Don't forget, 25.5 million people locked down because of COVID. COVID's still a thing.
Yep.
Tesla's getting used to managing the bumps in the road.
Yep.
You know, they went through production hell years ago on the Model Y. Now it's COVID.
Yep.
Gigafactory Berlin, they had a lot of political and union opposition there to get that off the ground, but they're up and running. Are they running at full capacity? Nope. Is Shanghai running at full capacity? No. Gigafactory Austin is just getting off the ground, and now they've announced an expansion in Austin. When you look at the numbers, their volume was down because of the COVID and the Shanghai factory shutdown, but really when you read through all the noise, they're just doing really well.
Yep.
9 straight quarters of EPS, like you can't beat this.
No one else,
can't.
yeah.
No.
I mean, we were saying just before we came on here, no one else, literally no one else doing that currently. But obviously in the current market conditions, the current world that we're living in, things aren't the same as they used to be. So maybe the bar has been set a little bit lower right across the board, which is fine given the current conditions, and we're kind of meeting that bar, meeting that expectations. But if you look at what matters and you talk about what matters, as we said, they're still and continue to lap everyone and anyone.
They are.
On all of the parts that matter.
They are, and their supply chain is actually intact. They don't have a supply chain problem like Ford or GM. Go to your local GM lot. How many cars are on the lot?
Right.
Not very many. A friend of mine took delivery of a Corvette C8 last week, and it was delivered without air conditioning. 100,000 plus. It was a convertible, but still. If you look at what Ford and GM are battling through now, and forget the union strife, their supply chain management, they've not been able to manage chip shortages and other problems. Tesla has that under control. They're doing well. The profits are there. Okay, production numbers are down. It's going to bounce back. I'm bullish on this. Sean, I'm going to tell you I'm bullish on this for a number of reasons. Number one, as I mentioned, capacity and production capacity in total. Shanghai's running less than 100%. Berlin is only running at about 35 to 40%. And Austin, which is their US plant that's making the new 4680 batteries, is just getting off the ground. Folks, this is another 1 million cars a year in production capacity.
Still to come.
Still to come.
Yeah.
That's just existing production on the existing models. We've got the Semi coming. We've got the Roadster coming. There's more stuff in the pipeline. So Elon's task this year was not to release a new model. They were trying to get their production capacities up, get their supply chains well equipped so there were no shortages, and now they can prepare for all these new models that are coming in.
We also had multiple, not just 2 or 3, but multiple price increases throughout the year going into this last quarterly report that they've also successfully kind of, brushed under the carpet and, shown everyone something else to, pay attention to while they're doing this. Much needed as far as the price increases are concerned. But tell us what you think, what do we need to see to say, okay, everything's fine? maybe we're getting back to a place where normalcy has resumed as far as car sales and the auto industry in general?
I don't think we're at normalcy yet. And the reason being, we're now in an inflationary zone. And inflation is what's driving the price increases on the models. Okay, everybody's got their prices up. Everything from groceries to energy is going up. But there's a lot of pent-up demand worldwide for their existing models.
Yeah.
Never mind the new models or the refreshes that are coming. The existing demand is there. It outstrips their supply. Once they bring in this extra million of capacity, that demand will still be there. And I think if you look at every market except for, I think, probably China. I've got some concern in China. BYD, Build Your Dreams, is the biggest seller in China now. But they don't position their vehicles as a luxury car.
Yep.
Tesla does.
Yep.
Most of the markets they enter, they're the top of the segment. And people, despite inflation, despite there being, spending pressures on people's personal budgets, still want a Tesla. And yes, there's other manufacturers out there, some of which people are forced to buy cars because you can't get an ICE car.
Yeah.
If you want a new General Motors product or a Ford, you can't get one. So maybe now's the time to go buy a car.
Yeah, I mean, people are clearly becoming used to these prices regardless of what kind of car it is.
Yep.
I was talking to somebody on the weekend who paid, in Canada anyways, paid $88,000 for a Volkswagen ID4. 90 grand
Yep.
for a Volkswagen
Volkswagen.
ID4. You can get a Model 3 for significantly less than
Yes,
that.
if you can find one.
Yeah.
So if you put your new order in today, you'll probably find one, 6 to 10, maybe 12 months out. The used car market is so hot for electrics, you can't buy them anywhere. The Model Y is the fastest selling car in the US right now, used. So if you look at the used market, you can't get your hands on a new car. The dealers don't have any inventory. Used cars are super hot. Prices have gone up. You could drive a car for almost 2 years now and sell it and probably make a small profit on it, as long as you keep the mileage down. It's amazing how the inflation has added to their woes, but it's also created the secondary used market, and everybody's scrambling. You can't get a normal ICE car from a lot of dealerships. So it puts people in a position where they can go, maybe I'll wait for my new Tesla,
Let's talk Cybertruck. A few analysts I was reading were a little bit surprised at how much information they provided in the report last week on the actual Cybertruck. I was reading an article on the weekend as well, suggesting they're actually going to use a pre-existing mold that they've already created to ramp up production a little bit quicker than expected for the Cybertruck.
Right.
What do you know on that?
The reason for the mold is they have to get a car out that'll pass a whole bunch of tests. So you have crash safety testing.
Yeah.
You've got a whole bunch of government mandated tests about bumper safety and airbags. They have to get something out there to pass all these tests. If they change the shape of the design, the triangle wedge, if they change that slightly, that's okay. As long as the underlying structure is still there and it can pass the test, it's legally safe on the roads, then they can make their cosmetic changes and their final production, freeze the production model, and then put it out the door. It's a long-awaited model. There's more than 100,000 pre-orders. We'll see what happens. I think it's going to not turn the market upside down yet. I think even with the F-150 Lightning is selling as well as it is, it'll be a while. But again, there's a lot of pent-up demand for this thing. It's only $100 to put your pre-order down. And there's more than 100,000 waiting. Let's see it happen. We've waited long enough.
Best marketing campaign ever for a vehicle. Elon continues to shovel money into the infernos of the gigafactories. Give us your take here. 6 months out, where are we with Tesla?
The biggest update now is the 4680 cells, which they're building in Austin. These are going to power the Semi. They're going to power the Roadster. They're going to power a lot of the newer refreshed models. You've got more range. They charge quicker at a higher voltage. The packaging is smaller. The cars are lighter. So this is a step up over the existing technology now. They need plants to do that. So Austin's going to be the first one. Fremont's running at full capacity. They've got some conversion issues to do there. Berlin will start using the new cells, as will Shanghai. Again, none of these factories are running at full capacity. So as they ramp up capacity and they get the new batteries and they get longer range and higher voltages and the cars become that more advanced, it's going to drive sales. This is why he spent the year beefing up the factories, getting the supply chains, tuned up to be able to handle that demand. 6 months from now, a year from now, we're going to see the numbers, and we're going to see that yearly or quarterly number just climb and climb and climb, and that's why I'm bullish.
Still a lot of question marks, obviously, on the economy going forward with, as I said this morning, the yield curve at 2,000 levels, inverted at 2,000 levels right now. So whether or not we go into a recession over the next coming months or not, Tesla in a place, Randy, to deal with it regardless.
It's fantastic. Their order books are full, folks. Their order books are full. And this is in Europe. They're shipping cars from Europe to South Africa now. So they've got all the continents covered. They just need to get on top of their production. And he's got the plan in place. Yeah, he's been on his yacht lately and taking vacations and, on Twitter and causing rumors and all the rest of it. It's a distraction. I don't think you need to listen to the news. I think you look at the underlying numbers, their production numbers, their EPS on a quarterly basis. Investors are pretty happy. Honestly, I know, Sean, you said it just a few minutes ago that you were a little bit disappointed in the release, but honestly, long term, I'm bullish on this. They've got a lot of the key foundational pieces in place, and they're going to be able to come up with that extra $1 million in capacity. Nobody's close to them. Nobody. Yep. Not GM, not Ford, not Volkswagen. Nobody's right now in a position to keep up with them.
I mean, they were first out of the gate by a long shot, obviously, but once, GMs and the Fords of the world get production ramped up and started even, we'll see where things are. But yeah, obviously a great story for Tesla going forward, regardless of what kind of conditions we're in. Randy Bucking, our resident automotive expert. Thank you, sir.
You're welcome.
There it is. I was going to say, sometimes I have good ideas. Tuesdays with Tony, automotives with Randy. So I'm glad we were able to bring him on. Thanks, Randy. I wonder if he's long this stock.
What do you think?
There. So,
he was just saying they don't have a marketing department. That was a pretty good one, I want to say that.
Yeah,
and what was really cool about that is someone in the chat actually was like, hey man, didn't Randy used to do this? Congratulations for being around that long. It is absolutely true. Randy used to come on pretty regularly, probably a couple of years ago, actually. Maybe.
I don't know if he was ever regular, but he came on.
It was every month or two, once a month at least to talk about automotives. Yeah, he talked about Volkswagen, Ford, GM,
Where was that bumper? We used to have a Randy. Where's that automotive Randy bumper, man?
I think we have, but that's way back in the day. Way back in the day.
Meanwhile, guys, a couple good ideas with shorting Amazon. We've been doing that a couple times here and just getting out at these levels. So yeah, back to back jacks right now for Amazon. So that's been a really good trade while we were off there. And what I was saying about Tesla was just that I sold at 820 the other day. It's at 790 right now. So possibly getting ready to get back into this name for sure. I just wonder that, as the tech, and again, we could talk here about how much we like Apple or Google or all these names. And I think as long as right now the consumer is not super strong, like imagine they were strong, then you'd be seeing like Randy said, you can't even find these cars in lots right now, let alone, people lining up to buy them. I thought the consumer was weak. Right? And so maybe they're not. Maybe they're not as weak as we thought for these higher end names there. I liked what he was talking about in China there with BYD. So yeah, I like Tesla. Just I sold some. I thought it was overdone to the high side, just like Netflix. I like Netflix as well, but that 220 was looking pretty good. We talked about that. If you're going to be long from 170, 180 or something like that on that, so we're going to sell a little bit, just like we were long Tesla in here and we sold some up here. So I just feel like with earnings coming through, there are going to be a lot of great plays to come through on. We aren't even going to see 85 on AMD today. I don't know. Are we or are we not?
The chips are relatively strong.
We're not seeing them.
They're relatively strong, the chips, I think.
I mean, they're basically the same as the NASDAQ, but they have the catalyst. That's
Micron and Intel, because I guess
that's the difference.
Micron and Intel have more to gain from the chips bill than AMD and Nvidia, which is probably a reason why it should be getting some scrutiny. But we talked about there being big earnings. Let's have a quick look at that board.
Yeah, quickly here we go, guys. What's coming tonight and tomorrow morning? Big day on the board.
Yeah, look, we've talked about Microsoft and Google, but to have a quick look, I mean, Spotify is going to be on there. That's worth a watch. Chipotle, Visa. Look, the credit card names have been relatively strong, so hopefully Visa can continue that. And then Boeing is one of the other ones that's out there, man. Like, it's just, this is the biggest week, 35% of the S&P 500, but based on market cap, I think it's like actually half. Or even more than that of the S&P 500.
Yeah, so it's 35% this week, though.
This week, so yes, you're right. There's 35% this week of the S&P 500 reports. By market cap, it's probably, like I said, probably more than half of that. It is 11 o'clock. I'll mention, I did take that TNXP trade when Sega failed the high. I grabbed TNXP off of that high as well, off of its high, I should say, to the south side. So that is the new position for me. But a heck of a lot to look at, and it's going to be an exciting show all day long. We're back at 2 o'clock. We're going to send you off to Trader Pratt and Luca. They're going to knock it out of the park here for the midday.
Welcome to the Midday Mayhem, or is that what you called it last time? Midday Mayhem? Midday Mayhem, yeah, I think that's what it is. But yeah, let's clearly we're gonna have lots of fun in the market today. The S&P 500 actually rebounding to the north side right now. So quick little warning for anyone who is short. Make sure you're watching your trades as the market's launching up to the north side a little bit. Right back to VWAP. Let's start off with actually a couple of my trades. My number one trade of the day so far is the futures short. I have the S&P 500 mini contracts futures shorts at 39.50. We know how good that 39.50 level is, and the market being pretty close to VWAP, I figured let me take my short attempt over here. Took a profit for about a 10 point in the money level at one point, and then I'm holding the last few contracts that I have for a possible bigger move. So didn't take any more out down here. I'm actually holding it all the way back right now. I have a stop for a losing position for the last few contracts that I have, just in case it does pop all the way back up. I'm willing to give away a couple points after making 10 points already. So let the market play around. Here's the next trade after that, Walmart. Walmart, I took a short on the break of 120, or what I thought was a break of 120. Didn't work out for me. Closed that trade for a loser. Then I started scaling in closer to VWAP, which has been a very successful trade, allowing me to turn Walmart, which was obviously a loser, into a profitable position. Along with Walmart, obviously we know Walmart coming in with a negative catalyst and mentioning that consumer spending is now also seeing a hit on because of inflation. So consumer spending taking a hit, their inventory is going up, and they can't bring down prices to offset the inventory. Lots of problems coming in for retail spending and retail companies in general. We've yet to see Target's earnings report, but we know Target took a damage off of Walmart earnings report also. So I waited for Target to finish its pop off. Once Target finished popping off, I took my short position, quickly scalped out some for profit, and a little bit more near VWAP. Now I'm holding my last few shares over here for probably end of the day position to see where we can go to. And last but not least, my losing position right now, Netflix. So I went long Netflix 215-ish. I was actually long 215.30, and it just wouldn't work out for me. So I flipped short under 215, allowing me to cut some of my losses on Netflix to the downside a little bit. It is in the red slightly, but not any amount that's going to be too much bothering that will trigger me into going into revenge trading mode or anything. So thankfully, I was keeping my losses very tight today, and I'm looking to extend my winners by holding on to the trades that are giving me profits.
Yeah, hopefully everyone's having a great day and an awesome morning. And yep, Vest back in action here. I'll actually share some of my trades, but I'm looking currently at GOVX. So you had this very, very strong move up off the open. And, was taking my shots here. Like I kind of missed this flush. I don't know, I really like the 2 to 250 area. And, as we got above that, it kind of really picked up. So, if we get back below 2 here, it'll be interesting to see if we flush down to VWAP. Kind of feels like it's possible, so we'll see if we get a little trade going here. But yeah, as you guys can see, I was trying the short here, kind of gave up on it, let it go. Tried to really slam it here, but that was not really, I thought we were gonna really flush down to 160 break VWAP, but we didn't. So kept the risk tight on that. It was basically a tape read. Right when I saw that we weren't going, I just got myself out of this. I had full size here, so pretty happy the way that I handled that one. And then I tried I thought we'd maybe do a sort of an over under at 2. So I took a shot here, and this was way less size, so I kind of let it breathe a little bit. And then, just took my shot, and then, we got to 227, and just wasn't getting the fill, so crossed down onto that, and that was awesome. So that was half size there. And then re-added there, and then I thought we could get a move to maybe 195, but we just kind of stopped here. There's a lot of people covering, so proactive covers. Obviously, you don't know what kind of move is going to happen next, so you kind of take what the market gives you. From this sense, kind of short, add to the short on the breakdown, and then everybody's covering here. It's not really breaking. There's a lot of selling, but the bids are not getting fully filled. So as much as I wanted it to go lower and hold the full size, I covered, and then I kind of held a very small piece and just stopped myself out over there, which kind of looks bad, on the chart here. But at the time, it felt like the right thing to do. And then hammered it again short, and we flushed. This was interesting. This was like a liquidity vacuum. We flushed, we broke 2, we triggered those stops and quickly popped back. So, I thought maybe at this point we were going to go, but we're not, right? So, just keep in mind, like if you guys are trading, whatever you're trading, you want to have those proactive covers because you don't know what's going to happen next, right? You don't know what's going to happen next. So just make sure you are proactively covering and then, obviously hold a piece for the dream. And in this case, my dream was a break of VWAP down to 180, 170, maybe test 150, but, strong on the day, up 32%, 85 million shares traded. You can't always get what you want like that, right?
Missed out on an AMD short opportunity over here as the market turns back to the downside and is pushing even more. S&P 500 making a new low a day, which means my futures position is now 15 points in the money. Let's go, ladies and gentlemen. Hopefully we're going to have a lot of fun today to the downside as I am short a couple stocks around the board. AMD missed out on my short. I had to order out at 10:45 a.m. 10:45 a.m. Missed out on that opportunity as it only pushes to VWAP, not closer to 87, which is where I wanted my short. That way I could have taken more size and risked it as little as I wanted to. So we're going to miss out on that, but looks like AMD is now going to push right back to low a day. Something that I picked out of the chat, Disney is going to crumble or look horrible or something around those words if it gets to 100 and actually breaks 100. So I quickly pull up Disney to see how close to 100 we are. Looks like Disney was taking out the low a day right when I pulled it up. So I took that short. My average price on Disney is 158, so 100.58, already about 7 pennies in the money. I think I can give the stock a good 10 cents, 20 cents to the upside risk in case it does want to come back into these ranges. If it does want to go to 100, then we'll be a good 50 pennies or so in the money. So whoever it was, I think it was Dan McIsaac who called it out. He's saying you're welcome, so I'm going to guess it was you. Thank you for calling Disney out for me. We're going to try and get this ride to the 50-cent downside, move to the 100 level. Maybe it bounces off 100, maybe not. If it breaks 100, then we get to capitalize on that move a little bit more. Current new position alert Disney for myself. Target is now $1.50 in the money. Walmart 37 cents in the money, and my futures position 14 cents in the money. Real quick, I want to go to another viewer whose name was Dan, I believe, who tagged at me and said ES and NASDAQ have been under the 30-second RTH. If you can tell me what RTH is, I would appreciate that a lot.
Sorry, you asking me that question?
No, I'm asking the viewer.
Yeah. Sorry, I'm locked in over here, and it's kind of funny. Somebody's like, I saw somebody in the chat saying, "Oh, no trades going." Yeah, guys, for anybody that doesn't know, I'm definitely a scalper. So like, I'm at my calmest when I'm out of position and kind of waiting and looking and being very patient and looking for something to set itself up. I have trouble kind of, like getting into like playing ranges, getting into a trade and like holding it for like, a 3-hour period. So, I had a bunch of trades obviously this morning, but obviously, not in any of these trades. Could have held this top piece on GOVX for like maybe if we continue to flush lower, but it just feels like the right thing to do to cover proactively kind of on the flush. It's like you get the position, you cover, you reload, you cover, you reload, you cover. So that's kind of my ideology over here. And I'm just waiting to see, are we going to get a 2 breakdown? Like we broke it the first time, we bounced the second time. And, I'm asking myself, are we going to now get a 2 breakdown? So I'm just basically watching this. And then if this breaks and fails or breaks and goes, it'll be an awesome trade probably. If not, on to the next.
Prad or Luca, could you guys please pull up our RDBX as we got a super chat for it? Yeah, for sure. Sorry, we missed out on that super chat. Let's go to that super chat over here. Redbox currently up 3.5%, but looks like the overall trend as the market is to the downside, sadly. Redbox was going a little crazy yesterday. I know there were some monster price targets being thrown around for Redbox. We'll see if those price targets ever come into play, but today, Redbox with 23 million shares traded. Let's see what that is also on the relative volume scale. 4.73 for Redbox on the relative volume side, but it is pushing down sadly. Based on how Redbox traded yesterday, if we can pull up the 15-minute chart, maybe we can look for some levels where longs can be possible or even shorts can be possible. Notice how Redbox is pushed into the 50-period EMA on my chart here. I also need to do this real quick. I'll do this when Luca's talking, which is change my color for the 100-period EMA. Anyways, if Redbox pushes to the $5.20 after breaking the 50-period EMA, I think the $5.20 level, based on how we created a double bottom yesterday, we would be creating a triple bottom right on this day if we do push to that level. I think that could be something to look for along over there. And I also like how we rejected around the same areas where we were yesterday for Redbox, around $6.60 or so. 674 being the high day for Redbox. Real quick, going to another stock, super chat, sorry. My mouth is just salivating because I just drank some liquid over here. Walmart, 121 Walmart, what's the price target? 121 Walmart put, what's the price target? Well, my price target for Walmart is whenever my trade finishes, honestly. I'm just constantly monitoring the level 2. I'm looking at the charts. I'm watching the other variables such as XRT on Amex. That's your retail ETF. I'm watching a bunch of variables that could maybe tell me that my trade's going to be done at the end of the day. I don't really have a price target to the downside, but I do have a stop on the upside in case it's a wrong trade for me. By that, I'm trying to hold shares for a move later on. I've already hit most of my targets that I want to, so now the rest of the shares that I have is just a free trade, basically. So I don't have a price target for the rest of my trades over here. These are just free trades as I've already capitalized on the money for them. So for you, I hope that answers your question on that side.
Yeah, speaking of Walmart, obviously, negative kind of catalyst there, down 10% or so. I'm not sure if it triggered SSR yet, but, overall, going into today, what I kind of asked myself was, is this going to be an easy trade for me? Is this going to be an easy trade? Who's really selling off Walmart? You got that bottom kind of area at around like 118. I sort of feel, just kind of my gut feel is that, going into today, we're going to hold 118. I mean, we're kind of very far away from it. And I think, given general earnings range of something like Walmart or Target, obviously Walmart, Home Depot, Target, Amazon, all down off of the news from Walmart. I thought Amazon would be an easier trade. I thought if we're going to go lower, maybe, prioritize the Amazon short. That was kind of my logic going into the day. And, go figure, we sold off and we bottomed out around, but this was in pre-market, around like 119. But, it's obviously like, you got to kind of have it lined up with your expectations, right? Like this is kind of holding that 120 area. And, I don't know who's really selling this through 120 unless the overall market sells off very hard. But obviously, overall market's sort of muted on the day, like just kind of waiting for Fed. We got Google, we got Microsoft after the bell, if I'm not mistaken. And, maybe that kind of sets the tone and, maybe we get a gap into FOMC tomorrow to see what happens next. But yeah, overall, Walmart, no trades on Walmart, kind of stayed away. I think if I did take my stab at this, like maybe you could have kind of played off of like a level if you mapped like 122 going up to maybe like 124, kind of playing off that 125 level. But I was like, you know what, there's a few other trades that I really like. Maybe I'm going to prioritize those and kind of see. Obviously, working on my small cap game. I tell everybody this. I don't really know what I'm doing.
Can you answer that question?
I don't really.
From Bear? That question?
Which question?
The bear versus bull one?
Oh, sure. Yeah, I'll get to that question in a sec. But I was just going to say, to make you guys laugh here, I don't really know what I'm doing. I'm like, okay, I want small caps in my playbook. I sort of have a general idea of what I'm looking for. And obviously, if I showed you guys this portion of the chart, I look amazing. Look at that. I am the top, then I slam, then I cover the perfect amount, then I slam again, I cover the perfect amount. It looks awesome. But guys, keep in mind, look at this. I'm slamming over here and this is wrong and I'm stopping myself out. And I'm like, what is this? I'm shorting here and then kind of what is this? This was obviously terrible. Volume's increasing. So, I'm trying to my approach to this is I'm going to pick my spots where I think I'm going to be good. And then if I'm bad, I'm just going to get out right away and let it go. And I'm just going to give myself multiple opportunities. But, maybe easier approach to scale into the trades very slowly. There's multiple approaches you could take, but maybe scaling into the trade very, very slowly and add more size as you get higher. And then that's the theory, you don't even want full size when you do that, because if you get full size, then you're kind of far away or you're getting closer to being stopped out, right? So with my ideology, I really like to be right away. And I like to make my life easier, and I don't like to be in positions, and I don't like to have them going against me. So that's the type of trader that I am. So a lot of the times, you're not going to really see me in position, but I'm going to be in scalp positions that are this is a 1 second trade, and it's ba-boom, make the money is what it is, amazing. But okay, so let's answer this question here. Luca, can you explain warrants? What are they, etc.? Do the super chat. Okay, yeah, sorry about that. Missed the super chat question there. So essentially, for anybody that doesn't know, warrants are basically the same thing as options. So options are the option to buy or sell stock, and it's a contract between two parties. And essentially, the way it works, to keep things very simple, is this: you have the price of said stock, right? So let's take, for example, Walmart. It's at 120, right? So a call option at 120 would give the purchaser, so the person who is going long the call option at 120, the option to buy 100 shares of Walmart at a said price, at a said time, in the future. So for example, you could have call options that are expiring this Friday at 120. And so, you have the notional value of the contract, which is basically 100x. So it's like they're inherently leveraged 100 times. So now, and then puts are basically the exact opposite, right? So there's all different types of strategies that you can kind of approach, and all different types of strategies, and kind of like how you use these in your portfolios to hedge. You can use them to speculate. And so the reason I'm explaining options is because warrants are the exact same thing, but only they are calls. There is no warrants that replicate puts. There is only warrants that replicate calls, and warrants are actually issued by the company themselves. So for example, I could sell call options on Google as an example, and one of you guys can be buying those call options. I collect the premium, you take the speculative bet. I have unlimited exposure unless I hedge myself with shares, whereas you have limited exposure to whatever you purchased the contract for. Call it $500. You can only lose $500. With warrants, think of that deal with the company, right? And the company, most of the time, has, they can issue, sometimes companies say we're only going to issue up to 100 million shares. So the share authorization plan that they create when they incorporate and go public. Whereas other companies, like these small cap companies, they have unlimited share authorization. So essentially, they can basically create shares out of thin air, and they can do it at their discretion, and they can do as many as they want whenever they want, right? And so what they tend to do is they will sell warrants, and a lot of the times what they're doing is they're selling warrants to like the investment bank. So they're saying, okay, do an offering for us, buy the whole offering, and as a kind of like icing on the cake, we'll give you like warrants on the side that you can then sell and make money on. So it's like a bonus for the investment banker that's doing the deal, putting in the work, raising the capital, and then they get the warrants, and then they have a vested interest in making a market on the stock, making the stock do well, so that if the stock goes up, then their warrants are like better valued, and then they get more of a commission, right? So essentially, but we can also trade warrants. You can trade warrants, right? The same way you can trade options. So just think of warrants as it's a contract between you and the company. And then, if the company's offside on their warrants, then they just issue more shares and whatever, dilute kind of old shareholders. But if they don't, then, they don't, right? They expire, whatever is what it is. So basically that is warrants, same thing as call options. So hopefully I explained that well, and hopefully that makes sense to most of you.
All right, so a couple real quick things over here that we got to go over too. Monkeypox yesterday got announced by I forget who, but it's going to be a bigger problem than we thought. So number one cases in the world, I believe, is in USA right now with 3,487 cases. So obviously stocks that are important to that realm. You saw how mRNA, Pfizer, and everything else completely took off in the COVID period. So SIGA right now at new high day at $17.27. Also going to the north side, for example, I believe GOVX, which is up 33% today. SIGA up 8.87% today. All monkeypox stocks in general just launching to the north side. So we're going to have to keep on watching as to how this this disease keeps on transpiring, and how big of an impact it will have on the economy, or will it cause shutdowns and all those things. So we just got to be careful over here. But for trading opportunities, we are loving watching these stocks just launch up to the north side. A couple other stocks that are launching to the north side with an actual catalyst behind it, meaning earnings catalyst. I mean, SIGA actually has a catalyst behind it. They're trying to cure a possibly very bad disease coming up very soon over here. Triple M, though, however, Just good earnings report. Triple M jumping about 4% in pre-market off of news and off of earnings report, including better than expected profit and revenue for the second quarter. Announced that it will spin off its healthcare business, and that's also a good thing. They're trying to spin it off so that way their healthcare business can separately generate money through that spin-off. We've seen a lot of companies do this. For example, BBIG and Tide, Warner Brothers, and where did Warner Brothers spin off of? Paramount or something?
I think so, yeah.
Paramount, right? Yeah. So Warner Brother Paramount. We've seen tons of these spin-offs come into play. We're going to see another one coming into play very soon with Triple M. You guys heard Randy, the auto show today came on live. That was a pretty fun part to listen to what Randy had to say about Tesla. A couple funny comments too. Wow, does this guy work at Tesla or work at Trader TV Live? That was pretty funny. But yeah, lots of great analysis and information coming in from Randy over there, especially when he was talking about GM not having cars in the lot. We've seen this happening. Even the last time when chip shortages were coming into play, they do advertise, oh, this and that and that and this. But when you go into the stores, they're like, we can't give you that car. We can't sell you the car. It's not in the production right now. And there's a lot of cars just sitting unfinished in warehouses apparently. So a lot of problems coming in for automakers. Surprisingly enough, Tesla has still been killing it with their car production, and most EV makers have. I mean, look at NIO. They were up on their production numbers. Li Auto was up on their production numbers. XPEV was up on their production numbers. So it looks like some of these legacy car companies are struggling at the moment, while the newer companies are just taking advantage of these moves. The market, S&P 500 did go to the lower day of 39.33, but we have not, I don't think we broke the lower day, or maybe we broke it, but just by a little. So the shorts are still in play, as my future short is 14 points in the money, but anything is possible here. There could be a bottom around 39.20 apparently, says House Hippo. You guys know who House Hippo is. He goes by Ian, but for some reason, oh yeah, we know the reason. It was some advertisement, right? Where is House Hippo? I don't even see him right now.
It's back in the day. You
advertisement.
Remember the
I was
advertisement?
too young and not in Canada for that.
I gotta find it for you
But
guys.
real quick, just these levels over here, 39.20 or so. House Hippo calls that a bottom. Maybe he got that from Arun or maybe somebody else. But we'll see if that 39.20 comes into play as a bottom today. The whole reason why I'm short today is because we rejected 4K 2 days in a row. The third day, we're going to trade under 39.50 and give me an opportunity to short 39.50 around VWAP. I'm taking that chance. Walmart right now pushing back to my average price. Maybe we take some more short loads around those. And Target, amazing, $1.30 in the money and just breaking VWAP for the first time in the day.
Yeah, and for anybody that doesn't know, the old commercial for House Hippo still fascinates Canadians today. That House Hippo where he's just really small, walking around, eating the crumbs.
What a stupid ad.
That's I love that ad. It was a great ad.
What is
really
the House Hippo, and what does it mean he fascinates the houses?
I don't know. I can
and
send
what
you,
is
I'll
the
send you the
advertisement
article
about?
and you can read it later on.
What is the advertisement even about? Like, what are they selling?
I don't remember.
See, then it's a useless ad. It's a garbage. Do you not know? You 100% remember 100 years from now what the shampoo guy sold, all right? And you know what the sticky tape, clear tape guy sold. We know what that guy sold. We don't know what this House Hippo guy is selling. Useless advertisement.
That's kind of funny, but one of the comments in here is making me laugh. Somebody saying, imagine Luca as your financial advisor. I think this was a comment before to me saying, like, I don't really know what I'm doing, but I'm taking my shots over here. Yeah, guys, we're obviously not financial advisors here. Like, listen, trade your own book. Do not listen or follow any of my trades. I will tell you that right now in advance. Because, a lot of this is experimenting, right? I'm looking at, like the book, I'm kind of making decisions on the fly, and, things are changing all the time, and I'm like, well, I don't really know, I'm like, maybe this is good, maybe it's not good. You got to trade your own book. It's like you could be sitting beside Paul Tudor Jones, right? And, back in the day, if he was doing a little more day trading, and you probably could not follow him and make money, right? You have to trade your own book. You have to become successful on your own. You can't follow somebody else and just kind of make it happen. So, but yeah, that kind of made me laugh there. Yeah, if I was in the financial advisory business, I would come over all the time and drink Spros. Hopefully, I'd be like, yeah, turn the espresso machine on. I'm coming by. But yeah, no, definitely not financial advice. And you know, just keeping my eye. You know, it's interesting. So like obviously, like Prad was mentioning, you got the like the whole small pox situation. It's like what is going to happen?
Chickenpox.
Monkeypox. Sorry, yeah.
We both got it wrong there.
And no, but so basically, getting back serious here. You know, it's like. Is this gonna kind of blow up? Are we gonna see more lockdowns? Like, what's gonna happen, right? And so, like with these names like SIGA, GovX, it's like, you know, obviously the bid was strong in the morning, and even though we had the morning flush down, we like really held trend and continued to push up. But keep in mind that these are like, you know, these are relatively small companies, right? So it's like, you know, long or short, there's opportunities all the time. Just make sure that you're picking your spots in the right areas. And one thing that I'm learning along the way, I don't know if you guys experience this as well with small caps, is like, you know, I take my shots. And if I'm wrong, just don't even let your stop get yourself out. Like, just get out. Especially if you're trading it like similar to the way that I kind of trade these, where it's like I take my shot, I'm wrong, I just get out. Like, look at this. This is like full size. I'm literally slamming this down, thinking that we're going to VWAP, and then we're going to break, but we don't. And like, I could have had a stop high of day. I could have had a stop, let's say, above 185, the way I initially tried it. But I'm like, no, this doesn't feel good. Like, this should have went right away, right? This isn't the same as like, you know, like an Apple or a Google, where like you really got to let it breathe, let it kind of get to these areas, dance around. Depending the day, it's going to touch a whole bunch of prices. Like a lot of these names, they should go straight to the price that you think it's going to go to. And then you use a general area of resistance, and you're like, hey, I'm going to either scale into this, or I'm going to wait for the tape confirmation. I'm going to slam it down, right? I'll share another one of my trades today. So, you know, GovX, I think I had an Amazon long going into the 118 level. Yeah, so we kind of rallied off the open, and I knew that 118 area could potentially be a sort of a like resistance, like a very light resistance area. And I initially was thinking, okay, maybe we're going to test again 118. And then maybe we could break 118 and go to like 118.50, right? 119. Kind of felt strong overall, but I was sort of cautious to hit it. I didn't want to take the 118 break because I was scared that 118 would be the top. And so my solution was obviously a little bit late to the party, more of like a tape read, but you know, getting long into the breakout potential level, right? I'm saying to myself, this is going to be the breakout level, and basically what's telling me this is we have the pre-market high, we broke, we held VWAP, now we're running, right? So I'm like, okay, we could probably go another 50 cents, right? So this will be like a 50 to 70 cent win, assuming that I won the real trade of what I was planning to do. And you know, took the long into the level, we rejected, and I just kind of covered, right? So it was a winning trade, it was a scalp, but I was obviously going for like a move, but that move just wasn't there, and kind of in hindsight, I didn't really look at it for the rest of the day, but you know, really happy looking at it now because it went sideways and then kind of lower, right? So like, obviously the right call to get out of that one. You know, definitely not holding that one too much against me.
Hit the market with the Ric Flair, woo, as we were about to take out the lower day. Sorry, we did take out the lower day. A couple of my trades, I've adjusted my stops on it. For example, futures, I've adjusted my stops somewhere in this range. So for just in case those algos are listening, I'm not going to say that number out loud, but somewhere in this range is where my stop is for my futures trade, just in case it does whip right back. I take out my profits I exit in profit is what I'm trying to say over there. Target also pretty much the same thing, moved my stop to the downside, pretty much to where VWAP is, and just in case target comes back up above VWAP, I don't want to be sitting here holding the trade, because I'm gonna be pretty upset that I didn't cover any of it on the downside to begin with. So I'm trailing my stops here to the downside as the trades are working for me. The one trade that is sadly not working at the moment, but I am pretty confident in, is Walmart, which pops right back to VWAP to closer to $121. So allowing me to take some more size now on my Walmart trade. And there you go, instantly in the money on Walmart. Only 2 pennies though, nothing too much to be happy about. Average price $120.87, almost $2 in the money on target shorts, and 20 points in the money on the future shorts. So we are holding on to our shorts for a little bit longer here. Sadly, I only realized very little of my money today, and that just means that I might need to go cover some of my profits here, but we'll see how. Let's just ride these trades for the rest of the day here, because I want to see if I can have the energy, not the energy, but the willpower in me to hold some of these trades for the levels that I really want to play to.
Yeah, you know, obviously important to hold to your targets so that the risk to return makes sense on the trade, right? And you know, I'm getting the vibe that it's like I saw somebody say maybe it's a sell the rumor, buy the news type thing. So yeah, that's kind of the vibe that I got going into today. You know, it's kind of giving me the feel that, you know, like obviously Fed day, overall, you know, like if you had, it's like, you know, like the statement gun to your head, like long or short type thing. It's like, I feel like everybody sells into these events. It's kind of been the common theme going into it. So I figure, you know, maybe we could sell off. We were slow to start in the morning. We were slow to start, but now we're really kind of selling off here. Not like very heavily, but, you know, it kind of broke the lows and we're just kind of like going lower, lower, lower. We're down 1%. So, you know, feels good. I'd say hold that, but obviously do whatever. And, you know, I'm currently in no position. You know, very slow, but it does feel like that. So whoever said that, I do agree with you.
Yeah, at least tell me you're going to me before you go to me, man. I'm sitting in awkward positions and whatnot. This guy, Fahad, bro. No wonder you lost in bowling. Let's go to Brendo at the big screen for social sentiment.
Hey guys, yeah, we'll get you updated here on how things are looking as far as social sentiment today. Again, just a visual representation of what is being discussed on social media and in what direction. Zila, the biggest one here, to the downside today. It's been a slow, kind of steady grind right from the word go this morning after the 20 for 1 or 1 for 20 reverse split for XELA. Vinco Ventures, Mullen to common appearances on the board back here again today on the negative side. SNDL, the other split that happened today, also downside. SIGA, GovX, all of the monkeypox stocks so strong right out of the gate. Big moves back to the upside. RDBX being talked about a lot today as well. The overall market, however, the Qs and the SPY obviously both to the downside, but we're used to seeing these a lot bigger over the past couple of days. So if you're seeing this for the first time, the size of these boxes just represents the frequency as to how often they are appearing on social media. I want to mention Amazon, obviously, earnings coming. Coinbase on here as well, its own story today as far as negativity. So a mostly red board once again, guys. Back to you.
Thank you, Brendo. Yeah, pretty red board over there, but I am seeing those monkeypox stocks pretty green, man. SIGA, GovX, and so on. SNDL, Sean was talking about his SNDL trade. Did you post it on Twitter by any chance? No, I had 86. Like crazy shorts. What it says up 730. Oh yeah, because it was a reverse split. That makes sense. So just to meet with the compliance of being enlisted in Nasdaq still. SNDL over here, pretty clean short off of that move. We know we're still waiting for that weed sector, or I guess marijuana sector is what I should be saying. Marijuana sector bill to go through, or how exactly it's going to play out. Tilray today actually down 1.5%. So maybe part of that move was just copy pasta for you gamers out there. You know what I'm saying? Copy paste is basically the idea behind copy pasta. Some of that move over here and Tilray may be coming in because of the SNDL overall, but the clean shorts, you said somewhere in the $22.80. Yeah, I'm sure $2.85. Clean as it's making a new low a day right below the 50-period EMA on SNDL right now. Marijuana sector a little weak. A couple stocks that actually had earnings reports today, but not a bank that we honestly, I don't know, maybe I shouldn't say this, but I don't trade UBS that much, nor do I track it that much. But UBS, you know, it's a Swiss bank coming out with negative catalyst, negative earnings report, bunch of reasons as to why it's down 10%. And as Luca has already mentioned, anytime a stock is down 10% or more, it triggers SSR for said position, which means it makes it a little bit harder to short the stock. You have to sit on the bids, so you have to sit on the ask for the stock to go higher for your short positions to take in. You cannot go short just by taking off the size of the bids like you can for most stocks. For example, Walmart, even though being down 8.5%, it has not triggered SSR today because it's not down 10%. And real quick recap of my trades, I had to punch out of Target. I could not hold Target anymore because I was watching the tape. We broke 150 to the downside, and then a lot of buying started coming in. So I did not like that. I chickened out. I wanted my $2.30 per share profit on my trade. Took all of that profit, ran with it. So thank you, Target, for a very successful trade today. And real quick on Walmart, 11 cents in the money now. So I did take a profit target for my risk to reward ratio. You know, I'm risking about 5 to 10 pennies to the upside. I'm in the money about 25 pennies here. I'm going to take the first profit target now. Only 11 cents in the money, sadly. So Walmart wants to somewhat go back to VWAP over here. Every time we go back to VWAP, though, for the rest of the day, I'm going to be taking my short fills until 121 breaks to the north side. Then I'll walk away from this trade. Just constantly keep on adding to my PNL over there. Last but not least, the futures trade. I might just be having to move my stop one more time over here to somewhere in these ranges, as futures did move down to 39.24 and have seemed to see, we're looking at some candles coming in that's not exactly good for my direction.
Yeah, and I see people here in the chat saying reload GovX, looks like it's rolling over here. Kind of feels like it, so we'll see if it holds trend. That 220 area is solid, right? Could not even get above a high. You know the kind of general theme. See, I'm used to trading names like $5 to $10, and those are the ones that, and I'm just kind of, this is me just guessing off the top of my head, but those are the ones that I feel that really go for that like high a day push and then clear out and then flush. These lower priced names, like for example GovX, like $2, like there's a little bit more liquidity on kind of every level, so it's like maybe these ones kind of don't have that setup. And obviously with my limited experience of kind of watching these over and over, it just kind of feels the case. But yeah, that 220 area to like, where is this, like 230 area just kind of gets slammed down there. Like we slammed once, we slammed twice. Are we going to kind of go for it one more time, that 220? But yeah, it definitely feels like that $2 level interesting. But just keep in mind that, this initial flush did break the $2 level, right? Then we bounced off the $2 level. It's like, sometimes you see things and you're like, oh, this looks really, really good. Then I ask myself, wait a second, this looks too good. Is this a setup? So obviously, like, don't always assume that you're on the right side of trades. Understand that, like, who's on this other side of a trade? What could go wrong? What, how could this move against me? And have a plan for both, right? Have a plan for if I'm winning, what I'm going to do. But if I'm losing, what's the plan? Where am I getting out? How am I going to structure the trade? Just these are important questions to ask yourself. And yeah, Luca the guesser. Yeah, well, it's a game of guessing, right? And then you kind of get the reps in, get more experience, and things start to make more sense. But yeah, we are in the business of being wrong. And, I don't really care if I'm right. Obviously, just want to make money. So, always working on those setups. I'll share another trade with you guys that I had. I had a Google short going into the 105 level. This was a loss, but this was like basically like a break-even loss. I just thought that I think 105 was a level that I kind of mapped, and I figured, maybe we sell off and break that level. And, prematurely took not too much size, but like the 105.50 breakdown. I really wanted to kind of take a short here and then really hit it hard if we did break the 105. So that was kind of the overall plan. But then right away we broke, and then there was really no follow through. There was not a lot of selling, and I said to myself, maybe it's going to bounce off 105. So I quickly covered this. We flushed down to 105. I was watching. I figured, okay, what are we going to do here? I don't really want the long. But, if abort the short, then the long can't be wrong. And clearly this bounced right off 105.14 and then made that move all the way back to the 107 area. So, anybody who played that bounce, absolutely solid. But again, Google going into earnings down 1.7 right now. Kind of weak, and we'll see if that 105 comes into play. Somebody before was asking, Microsoft, I think they said Microsoft, Google, up or down, what are your thoughts? At this point, I don't know, but, I think down, everything down. It just kind of feels like the common theme. It's like everything is going to go down, and, then we see if we bounce back. Whereas before, it was kind of like, what's going to save, this is just my opinion, right? It's like, what was going to save the market? We were already down, and then things came out, and then we kind of bounced hard. Last earnings we had Apple that was like extra strong. Then we faded afterwards. It feels like right now, like we moved up, right? And now it's like we're going to go down, and then maybe we bounce back. So I don't know. I have a plan for everything, but at the same time, these are just guesses. I have no idea. Still solid companies, Google, Microsoft. Any chance that you get to average in, which reminds me, somebody asked, what does it mean to average into your position? So essentially, averaging in is let's take this, let's say you're playing a bounce at the 105 level, you kind of get long, you get long, you get long, so you buy 3 times, and then it starts to work for you. So you're not taking, see how I take one position, I'm in, I'm out, and that's the trade. You can average in, right? You can add, like long, 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 and then, then you're using the out. So there's all types of ways you could structure it. A lot of people, when it comes to their own type of portfolio management, they're adding into positions over the course of a period of time, over the long run. But, as a day trader, you can also average in, right? But you're playing off specific levels. So, whatever works for you.
And new low of day gets to MES right here, futures in general. I was trying to do the new heavyweight champion of the world, but it didn't really work. Didn't really have that effect for a new low of day. Didn't really have that. Nor do I have the Bruce Buffer voice to have that effect. Whoa, Walmart. What's the size on Walmart for? Hello. Walmart has 91,800 shares on 120.65, legitimate size too. That's not something I want to see when I'm short. Let's take profits on that. What the heck? We're about 20 cents in the money right now. 91,000 orders, trying to hold up at Walmart 120.65 to the downside. Notice how we're starting to bounce off of that. Let's take some more out of this. Yikes! I don't want to be watching these type of moves, especially when the S&P 500 just made a new low a day, or by at least a point. Okay, fine, just by a point, Brad. Stop screaming. Fine, I'll listen to myself on that side. But, we are looking to go downside. NASDAQ down almost 2 full %. S&P 500 down 1%. Walmart has mentioned that the, consumer spending is seeing inflation coming into play over there. Lots of negative catalysts. But as Luca mentioned, people don't really want to sell Walmart. It's also an inflation hedge, even though they are talking about inflation screwing them over at the moment. So multiple reasons over here as to what's really going on. But when things like that show up so obviously in your face, you know what to do right away, which is start taking off some of the size on your trade. Even though I was only 20 cents in the money, we took the profits right there. Now my average is 120.90, only 10 cents out if 120 breaks, or sorry, 121 breaks. We're not that worried about this trade. And if 121 doesn't break, we're still holding on to this trade for a little bit longer. There we go, we're out. That size, you could have just gone long on that size and got so free money on that. We're now taking off on Walmart. Walmart above VWAP. You're welcome for anyone who went long off of that. I should have just taken my size off completely and just punched long and risked a penny instead of risking 10 pennies on my short. That's me now, hindsight 2020, obviously. I wouldn't have known it back then, but that's exactly what I should have been doing. I'm just adding it to my playbook right now, thinking about it, thinking out loud. When you see size like that, when you know Walmart has not been able to break 120 to the downside all day, even with the negative catalyst, just take that profit right there and take a new setup completely, which is now instead of playing the earnings report, you're playing the front run size setup.
The front run size setup, absolutely. And I quickly looked at Walmart, did not take a trade on it, but if this was SSR, which is unfortunate because it's down like 8.2%, and at this point it was probably down like 9.8% if I just had to guess. And if that was SSR, like I was ready to just go all in on that. That would have been solid. And this is the thing, right? It's like Walmart reports bad earnings. Anybody who's throwing size on the book, they think that they're going to get the fill. Like there's obviously a lot of size and dark pools up and down that we don't see. But sizable size, not every day do you see 900 lots, 1,000 lots just sitting there on Walmart on the book, right? So, I thought about it, but I was like, I don't know, maybe this could break, like maybe. But here's the thing, going back to, earnings, negative earnings, down 8%. Now we're down here. It's like, okay, like I don't know what this market participant is thinking or doing with this order, but it just goes back to my overall kind of bias of like, Walmart's not going to break 118 and flush down to 115. It just doesn't feel like the name to do that. These are New York names. They trade in the range after earnings. They're not exactly the easiest to day trade. You're sort of better off trade. It depends what type of trader you are, but from a momentum perspective, it's like that was a really good opportunity, and you could have easily like caught like 50-cent win on that. That was solid. But was there? I'm just like was there that opportunity early in the day? Unless you have your level mapped. Unless like maybe 122 is a level, I'm not 100% sure, but I just wanted that flush towards that 118 level for the potential long. We didn't get there, so obviously 120 looks good. No one's really selling this through there, so maybe this is a short-term bottom. If we get back down there today, could be a good look, unless the market really, really does sell off. But obviously, market already down 1%. I tell myself if we're gonna get selling, it's gonna come into the close. Maybe not so much right now. All these things kind of making, thinking about all these things out loud, and it's like, okay, where are we going from here? But yeah, solid trade, and you covered your short at the perfect time.
Thank you, brother.
You covered it at and that's the thing, right? It's like day trade. These are tape reads, right? It's like you're looking at the level 2, you see a big buyer, like, well, if this person's willing to buy 900 lots, at this level, then, you know, maybe I should cover. And, you know, it's kind of helps, right? It's like going back to, you know, GOVX over here as I continue to watch this and, you know, look for potential rollover. I'm really holding here, but, you know, I really wanted this to go down, but everybody's covering here. You know, like looking at the tape, just a simple tape read, I'm like, I have to get out. I have to. It is what it is. Like, so obviously there's no hope in this game. If you use that word, you're going to get crushed. Do not use that word. You know, trade what you see, not what you want to see. Obviously, I wanted to see this go down, but, you know, couldn't continue to go lower with all the selling. So, you know, proactive cover, right? So obviously, you know, hopefully you guys are learning, getting better every day. To anybody learning how to trade, and to all the veterans out there, keep doing you. Keep being yourself and keep scooping that money.
I was just looking over to see where Sean went because I wanted to thank him. You know, yesterday I got a call from Sean, a nice little pep talk from Sean, and I think part of my trading today is thanks to that pep talk. Cause look at this. What do you say, Luca? Perfect candles do exist. Hey, baby, perfect candles do exist. Even with the futures out, hopefully the futures out is a perfect candle. And I'm using the word hope here, Luca, only because I'm out of the trade. I don't have a position anymore. I am out on futures at the lower day over here. At least I hope that's the lower day. That way I get to say that I am out at the perfect spot. I think I'm happy with my 25, 26 point trade that I got off of my futures over here. If an opportunity comes back in later on, I'll look for that opportunity. Right now, as we are going into lunchtime, it's going to be 12 o'clock. I'm getting ready to cut down size for any new trades that I take, and also take profits on most of my positions that I do want to take profit on, especially the futures trade, one of my biggest trades of the day. It could go down to 3,900 and then you know, make me upset that I didn't hold it for another extra 20-point move, but that's fine. We're not going to be upset about it, really. We're going to be happy about all the profits. And even that Walmart exit, man, amazing Walmart exit on my part, if you ask me. Didn't even lose a penny after noticing that size. Randomly midday, right before going into lunch, I'm going to see 90,000 shares coming onto the books over there and not wonder what's going on. Of course I'm going to wonder what's going on. Even the size gets tested, and that's when I know, okay, this is a real order, so time to exit out of that book right there. Just you know, quick lessons that Greg has taught us over the years in the trainee classes. Guys, if you're short and you see a random big size come in and that size is legitimate, you know to get out of in front of that size right there. But look at Walmart right now pushing towards high day. What a clean long that would have been. Even Target might be a long near 150 right now. If you want to go long near 150, risk that lower day of below 150, around 148.981 or so. So 20 cents of risk or so for a possible move to VWAP on Target. Here's Target now launching. As soon as I say that, we see some orders coming in onto the books and pushing the stock a little bit to the north side. We'll see if Target can do what Walmart's doing. A question from the chat from earlier, Prad, why Target and Walmart but not Costco? Very good question. I honestly just forgot Costco even existed on a day like today. That's because the watch list that I use mentioned that Walmart was down, Amazon was down, Target was down, and Home Depot was down off of the Walmart catalyst. They never once mentioned Costco in this watch list. So yeah. I blame this watch list. I think from here on out, I fired this watch list, never use this again. And obviously, I should have just used the one that I always go to, which is Trader TV Live one. Let's go to a couple stocks from the Trader TV watch list from today. Coinbase is on there. That's right. Let's go over to Coinbase, which is getting affected by probing. I believe it's the SEC probing them. Coinbase, yes. Coinbase is to the downside 15%. Yikes. I wanted to short 58, but I chickened out. Oh, no, sorry. I think I wanted to short 57. Actually, I'm thinking about it right now. No, I wanted to short 58 because there was size on the ask. And I just completely zoned out. I ignored the trade. I guess that was a good trade. As we are pushing down, oh, I remember now, because it was on SSR and I couldn't punch the bids or for a short, so I just said, screw it, I'm not going to even bother with this trade. I'm going to go bother with Walmart and Target, which has been paying me throughout the day.
Yeah, you know, always good to have watch lists. You know, like I love to look at everybody's watch list, right? That's kind of my plan. I'm like, oh, what's this person trading? What's that person trading? What are the ideas of the day? And then I kind of consolidate from there and make decisions. But, you know, maybe GOVX finally going for that break, getting a lot of selling here. But, you know, keep in mind, not the same time of day, not the same volume. and maybe we're getting a little bit of a battle of the size here. So it'll be interesting to see who wins. But overall, like keep in mind the volume at like 1040 when these trades took place was way higher than it is now. So at this point, I like to tell myself, don't get it twisted. This is algo hour, and every single high will be slammed and every single low will be bought back up. And that's how they play the games, and that's how they stop everybody out. Like you probably got a very, very low window of edge. Like this was like 1-2 minutes, 1 minute here. So it's like you got 3 minutes of the whole day, and then maybe the morning here too, assuming that you're a short bias trader. So, I'm telling myself that. I'm being very patient. Patience is key, and patience is how you pay yourself, right? Wait, be a sniper, wait for the right opportunity, and, trade your setup, right? Trade your setup. And somebody asked me from before, what space do you like to trade the most? So I'm going to assume that this is kind of like a vague question. I don't know if it's you're like asking like, oh, small caps versus large caps versus like all these other types of setups that you have. Personally, I watch these great traders and everybody says, find your niche, focus on a niche early and develop that niche and then move on to the next, right? It really depends. I want to say it depends like the type of person you are. Maybe that's the correct way to go about it, just because you have you're able to focus on something, especially if you're new to the game. There's a lot of things to consider, a lot of things to fly at you very quickly, and there's like a learning curve there, and people maybe get discouraged because it's very challenging, and they give up very easily, and then obviously money's on the line, which makes the job that much more difficult. Not like your other jobs where you're getting paid, and it's the job's hard, but at the end of the week you got paid. No, this is like the job's hard, and you didn't do well, so you actually lost money, so now you got to make it back. So there's that to keep in mind there. But overall, I tell myself I want to learn as many setups as possible. I want to build out my playbook. Over here at Day Trade the World, we have the ability to be very, very versatile in our approach to trading, right? So I think there's a good trader by the name of oh man, I don't remember his name off the top of my head. Anyways, there's a guy you probably find him around on YouTube, and he says just people ask him, they go, what type of trader are you? And he says, what do you mean? That's such a weird question. He's like, I trade volatility. Wherever volatility is, I will trade. I'm like, yes, that sounds good. I'm gonna do that too. So wherever volatility is, I'm gonna go there. So it's like it kind of feels like today I'm looking at small caps, but tomorrow I might be looking at large caps, and I have no idea what I'm gonna be looking at next week, right? But wherever there is volatility and volume, that's what I'm going to be watching, right? So right now, currently, just relaxing, chilling, watching this GOVX here, kind of getting the vibe that there's some size that came up on the offer, not too much, but look at this, right? Look at this consolidation period here, and these kind of give me the same feel. It's like it's probably going to go for that 213, 214 push, and it wants to break this high, then it's going to really run up and then maybe get slammed down, and then you get the flush down, right? So in a perfect world, everybody's probably watching this and saying to themselves, okay, it's consolidating, it's not really going to move higher. Once it goes lower, or I'm already short, or once it goes lower, I'm going to continue to get even more short. Well, guess what? Like these algos that read the tape in real time, they know this, right? So they play these games. It's like, and I'm watching this, right? It's like every time people are slamming this down, it just stops, and then the selling stops, and then you get the pop, right? And maybe these are people that are covering, saying I'm only going to risk like 3 cents. So just keep in mind that you want to trade very actively, you want to trade very small, so that you get these moments, right? You're able to identify when these moments are going to happen, and then these are the moments that you're going to get paid. Like this is the meat of the move, right? Like if you look at this from this is like 227 down to 27 cents. That's basically 10%, 15%, call it. And maybe you go for like a further push down, but that's a solid trade, right? $2 stock, 15%. Maybe it's not doesn't justify full size. It depends the type of trader you are, but obviously just trade your own book and make sure that it makes sense to you.
39.20 came as you called it. Well, I didn't call it. House Hippo called it. House Hippo said there could be a bottom at 39.20, so maybe I should have just held it for that 39.20 bottom as S&P 500 just now takes it. So let me cry about it a little bit. We're gonna miss out on a little bit more money. Whatever, man. Honestly, we got more trades on the board. We got rest of the day on board. Where to next? Exactly. It's all about the next game. It's all about the next shot. It's all about the next opportunity, baby. Look at Tesla right now, breaking 780, instantly $5 in the money if you took the 780 break. We're testing 775 on Tesla as the S&P 500 and NASDAQ both breaking the bottoms. It is a good chance that we could just go to 3,900 today because NASDAQ could go to 12,000 today. If NASDAQ wants to go to 12,000, that means Apple's flushing, Tesla's flushing, Microsoft's flushing, and all of those stocks are big components of the S&P 500. That means the S&P 500 is going to go lower. Why am I not holding my shorts? That's a very good question. It's okay though. More opportunities, like I said. For example, Walmart. I'm taking a quick little test on Walmart over here at the high of a range, giving it to the stop of about 121.50 or so. We'll see if we can take this short back on Walmart over here, as the market clearly wants to push to the downside, man. Tesla heading to 680. Boom. Wow. Yeah, I mean, Tesla, let's see if we can go to 700, I guess, first. If we go to 750, maybe that's something that we can look at. Down 3%, 4% on Tesla right now. AMD, man, I did not get those shares. Only if I got even a slightest bit of a share on that side, I would have been able to talk about this trade a little bit more today, as even this stock is taking out the lows. Looks like that level that Sean called out, 85, is going to come into play not too soon from here. I want to go to Affirm to see how Affirm's doing today. Affirm's actually down 10%. I'm not sure if Neil over there had any shorts on Affirm today. No shorts on Affirm, but looks like a clean trade today for the most part. Has been rejecting VWAP every time we did pop up. And now, man, creating somewhat of a base in front of 23 though. Let's see how the S&P 500 reacts at the 3920 level and how NASDAQ reacts at 12,100 level.
Yeah, you know, this market really selling off here. And I quickly glanced at the chat and someone was going, Tesla, Tesla, Tesla. I was like, Tesla, where is Tesla? I tried the short on Tesla and I was like quickly in the money and this reclaimed and I just let it go. But oh boy, was I wrong there. Maybe I should have taken a VWAP short. Where's the bottom of this? I feel like, you know, maybe we get a day where we're going to test 750, right? It's like Tesla doesn't always move, but then when it does move, you know, it really does move, right? I don't know where I was going with that. But yeah, you know, maybe, you know, I wonder if we find a bottom at any point, 770, 765, 760 at this point. It kind of feels like 775 was clean, 780 was clean. You know, the volume's still there, you know, kind of really selling off. So yeah, definitely interesting and kind of feels like this dragging the market down. Somebody mentioned the chip news is out. I don't know if you're referring to the chip news being out right now or if earlier today. But yeah, you know, chip news, I'm assuming it's referring to the bill that they were putting through the Senate there or the House, whichever one. And, you know, obviously always going to be buy the rumor and sell the news event, right? So I have no idea what happened. Maybe you have something there. Oh, Chip, Senate has cleared 60-vote threshold to end debate on semiconductor bill. So that's positive, right?
I'm guessing ending the debate sounds like a good thing, but
you know, classic.
Might need to go to Brendo for a little bit more clarification whenever Brendo maybe has a second for that.
I'm just like processing it now. Yeah, so good news. Like moving through the Senate, you know, always good. But obviously, you know, chips selling off with the rest of the market. Buy the rumor, sell the news. That seems to be the theme dating back 100 years.
Yeah, as Sean mentioned, 85 level on AMD. Looks like we're going to bounce off of 85.30s, 85.20s or so. Another stock, though, that's got mentioned in our work chat, PGY, taking out the day's high and going to new all-time high on PGY over here to $15.32, man. Sorry, to $16 actually, but we're now trading at $15.40, $15.30. Let's see where PGY takes off of this move right now. Walmart currently 10 cents out of the money for me, so I need to go see how Walmart's moving as the S&P 500 possibly putting in a bottom at 39.20. I'm long AMD 85.25, says Sean. So, ooh, that's tempting me for a long right now. I mean, we saw that news catalyst come out. We perceived that news catalyst to be positive. So maybe I take a long here too. Join the party. It's running away from me though. Let's see if they can give me the fill here. Yeah, we'll get the fill. Thank you for the fill. Sadly though, we have to give it a little bit more wiggle room than Sean in terms of risk to reward ratios, because this feels better than mine. But we didn't have to chase it too much. You know, chasing 10 cents off the bottom over there, I think I'm okay with that.
Yeah, and somebody in the chat saying the 9 EMA on Tesla daily is 770, and look at that, right? Bounced right off, I think recent low 769.5. And now kind of make a decision, you know, are we going to continue lower and continue this sell-off? This is wild. Or are we going to kind of bounce from here? You know, just be careful. You know, I've been there where I'm like smashing lows on Tesla, and I find that they work very well initially when it really starts to go. But if it does find a bottom, then essentially what it tries to do is it makes lows, it pops back, and we just did that right now. We made a low of 5 cents, and then we quickly popped back. And now, you know, if you take a kind of low a day short there, you're just offside by like 3-4 points right away, right? So just keep that in mind. Good shout out by whoever mentioned that, the EMA 9 EMA there, Biff over there.
Biff, okay.
Biff or BIF, I'm not sure, but it's BIF. And Frank Jones, what's going on? Walmart is going to try to cover its short reach for 121.65. You still holding that short?
Yeah, I'm not giving it that much of room, you know. I'm giving it up to 121.50. If it breaks, then we're out of that instantly. You know, I'm keeping my risk very tight today. I don't mean to let any stock go too far away from me, because the advantage of being at the prop firm like this is being able to get in and out as many times as we want and not really worry about those commission hits that some traders might be taking by having to pay $7 in and $7 out. For example, if you're trading with RBC in Canada, that's how much it costs, or even Quest Trade, I believe that's how much it costs. So that's something that I don't have to worry about. Here's AMD pushing back to the low a day. Maybe we can take a little bit more size now because we are pushing closer to 85, allowing me to take some more size, obviously, for that risk to reward ratio possibilities that we were talking about. Let's see if they can give us that fill. They did. Awesome. And we also got some more fills on Walmart to the short side. Let's go over to Brando, though, at the big screen to find out what's happening now. Google, I think, is what Luca is mentioning right now. Luca, what'd you have about Google?
Yeah, no, just heads up, Google 105 coming in. You know, Google not really trading like with velocity right now, so, you know, just be cautious of that area. But yeah, you know, 105 will be interesting to see if there's any size on the level. You know, it's would be a recent fresh level, and I think then the most recent low being around 102, maybe 101 area. But we got some bidders in front of the 105 area, so it'll be interesting to see how it plays itself out right now.
All right, so yeah, just watching patiently. Let's go check out. Oh, you guys are talking about FaZe still. Okay, FaZe Clan. Let's go check out what FaZe Clan is doing today. FaZe Clan yesterday was pretty monstrous of a move to the north side, I believe. Today up 1.3% still for FaZe Clan and actually holding above VWAP. A little light on volume, and I believe you know, only 1.28 million shares traded. But for a relative volume side, 1.28 for FaZe is probably actually not bad at all. Let's go check out what it is. 0.64 relative volume. Never mind, I am wrong on that side. But you know, for you, we'll be heading over right back over to Brando for happening now.
Hey guys, yeah, let's try this again. Battery has taken the lunch hour off, apparently. Here we go. Red numbers back towards day lows, in fact, for the entire market here. The NASDAQ, almost 2% now, both the composite and the 100. The Russell, all three of them, basically back to day lows as well, along with the S&P. It's only the Dow holding up a little bit better than the rest at this point. Yeah, so what that vote, or the Senate votes getting to 60 means is that they shouldn't have any hurdles going forward trying to get it through the rest of the day. So the voting's continuing, but that was the minimum threshold to get it passed. So there's the volume spike on Intel on that headline, but absolutely no follow through whatsoever. Guys, back over to you.
I'd rather buy Roblox than FaZe. Well, they're two different companies, so I don't think comparing them is the right thing to do on that side, honestly. Like, FaZe is a esports company. Roblox is a company that makes games, so it's completely two different things. And honestly, I agree with your statement. I 100% agree with you. I would never put a single dollar into FaZe because I know the type of stuff they have done before. But AMD's working, baby. Yeah, look at AMD. There's some size on the ask on AMD to the north side, but I'm not worried about that size. Only 18,000 shares on or so at 18. There we go, taken now. Not worried about it. Now launching to the north side, 17 cents in the money on AMD, and sadly 17's money out of the money on Walmart. But Walmart pushing up to pretty close to my average price, or sorry, my stop right now. Getting ready to see if we might have to get out of our Walmart trade completely, or do we get a chance to turn Walmart into a positive stock here on the day for ourselves. We have about 3 positive stocks and 2 negative, 2 of them being Netflix and Walmart, but thankfully not that much of a damage on either of them. The number 1 trade for me so far is the MES trade. Here's AMD pushing to the north side, 15 cents in the money for me, trying to get into my number 1 trade of the day. Let's see if it can take out Target for me.
Yeah, I'm just quickly looking over here. Somebody's soaking on GOVX, that 222 area, and there we go. Now we're going for the high of day push. Will be interesting to see if we clear high of day or if we instantly reverse this. So definitely getting spicy for anybody for the heads up there.
I'm managing a trade, Luca. You mind?
Yeah, sure. So, it's we'll see if we get that breakdown. I'm basically waiting here. It's, I'm not 100% confident in this one, but we're going to see what happens. I mean, this is kind of the thought that I was going for. It's like it couldn't break 2. A lot of people were trying to slam it down below the 210 area. And then now we're higher. Now we're higher. So everybody getting squeezed. And now we have an iceberg bid at 223, 222 area. Could be a mistake on that, but we'll see what happens there. But I think if we break that level, then we flush. And if we don't flush, then, it's probably going to go higher again. But what was that? Oh, yeah, so that was high a day. There you go, 229. Making the high a day push after soaking all the shorts and squeezing them. Doesn't get any more textbook than that. Not really a tradable event on my side, but just kind of funny to see the same thing happen over and over and over again. I should probably not say this because then the algos are going to be like, oh man, this guy's telling everybody we gotta change up our game plan over here. But I just feel like it's human emotion. Everyone just keeps doing the same thing over and over again. I could hammer it down in your heads over and over again. I make the same mistakes too. It's like when your emotions are involved, it's funny to watch kind of how it plays itself out. So, hopefully we break down and flush down to the $2 level. And I mean, I don't think that a halt is a possibility, but every time I, get myself in these types of trades, I'm always like, okay, I would love to see a halt. Just flush into a halt, make my day easy. But, whatever, probably not going to be the case because, 100 million shares traded, everyone's doing the same thing. So, I doubt it. But yeah, so going back to even last week, you had TBLT, which really pushed towards 9 and then had that really, really sick flush. And that one didn't go into a halt, even though it kind of glitched down like 50 cents. So, it's not every day do you get those halt actions going, but, if it does, it's kind of like the vibe that the stock is dead. So, then you maybe hold a little piece. But at the same time, just keep in mind, be proactive with your covers. That's how you stay consistent in this game. That's how kind of what I'm learning time and time again.
Yeah, thank you, Luca, for allowing me to manage my Walmart trade over there. Had to really consider some factors as to if I want to be in that trade or not. It looks like I'm going to stay in that trade for a little bit longer. But the AMD, we have taken some of our profit targets on AMD, still 25 cents in the money, still have a good chunk of my size over here to see if we can get that pop towards VWAP as the S&P 500 might just be able to put in that bottoms around 39.20. Looks like House Hippo was right on that bottom call out until, for now at least, for now. Hey, let's go. Yeah, baby. That's the AMD trade right there, says Sean. That's me and him on the AMD trade, going long and taking profits to the upside. Let's see. I honestly would love to see AMD just push to the north side, taking the rest of the chip sector with it. INTC most likely having some good long moves off of that catalyst not too long ago. Even NVIDIA. At some point, I heard Micron was actually positive on the day. Look at this. Micron's actually not too far red on the day compared to AMD and so on. So I think for anyone who wanted to go long on chip stocks, Micron would have been a pretty clean long as it is the least down in the chip sector. But I like my stock AMD. I'm more used to trading AMD. I trade AMD on a regular basis compared to Micron. So when a chip sector stock news comes out, it's most likely the go-to stock for me. Just instantly type in AMD. Look at Walmart now, man. 24,000 shares on the bid for Walmart on the downside. Okay, at least that got wiped out right away instead of bouncing this time. So I didn't want it to give me another reason to close my short here and actually annoy me to death because Walmart does not want to go down today. It looks like it's going to be pretty strong. The fact that we're above VWAP at the moment and near day's high around $122. Maybe it's time to just take your losses, walk away with the stock, and you know, come back tomorrow where it actually might be a little weak, and we push towards that 177 area in Walmart. That is actually my target. Sorry, 117 area in Walmart. That was my target today. I was expecting Walmart to drop to 117 by being short closer to 121. Looks like that's not the trade that they're gonna give to me.
Yeah, you know, you don't always get the trade that you want. And speaking of not getting the trade that you want, check this out. So called the iceberg, soaked, you know, so much size. Then you had the pop, then you had the break of the iceberg, slammed the short. As soon as I get the short, it stops. The selling stops. I'm like, no, I've seen this before. So I get out for a break even essentially, and I'm like, whatever, I'll just try it again. If we go lower, I'll just get myself back in. So got myself back in. We flushed towards that 215 level, covered that there. You know, now I'm waiting for that follow through. I think it's dead. Kind of, this is my gut feeling. But if we jump back above 220, you know, I'm just going to get myself out of this. It should not go back above 220, like for my setup. Should not go back above 220 because then I really don't know where we're going. Maybe we go to 225. Don't want to hold this against me. Want to see this continue to flush. And if we don't get that follow through, you know, like Brad said, it doesn't always give you the trade that you want to see. So you kind of work with what you got, and you know, like maybe at this point, I mean, even if I get stopped out on this, I kind of feel like we could easily get back down towards like this range here of like 208. So you know, that's what I'm holding for. But you know, if people are covering and they're gonna, you know, get stopped out here, I'm not gonna ride that wave back up. I'll just stop myself out. Very tight risk. I have a good average, so we'll see what happens next.
Yeah, I kind of had a wrong read maybe on AMD. I saw size on 8540s, about 30,000 shares or so. That made me punch out of my trade. Maybe this time was not the right idea to do that. Last time it was the right idea to do that. This time was not the right idea to do that, as we punched right through that size and we're now looking to go back north. So even though I did end the trade in a profitable state by taking a 30-cent scalp off of the bottom over there, I'm not sure if this was the right way to trade it completely. At the end of the day, though, I guess we'll just have to wait and find out whenever the trade ends up playing out for us. Target, man, did get right under 150 to 149.50. Looks like I guess I should have just held on to. You know, hindsight's 20/20. I can't be always changing my setup based on what I'm seeing afterwards. I'm pretty happy with this trade. I'm very happy with this trade. $2 per share profit at the end of the day. We're gonna just take that and you know, take that to the bank and just not complain too much about that. Walmart now finally pushing back down for us. 10 cents in the money on Walmart, and trying to see if we can get back to VWAP. If anyone remembers where the size was earlier,
size on Google, eh?
Size on Google, says Luca. So let's head over to Luca.
No, just keep talking, keep doing your thing. I'm just
cool. I'll let you manage it, and whenever you are ready to talk about Google, we can head over to that. So let's go to some of the stocks that chat's talking about. But before that, I want to thank a very, very great comment coming in over here. Love the honesty from both of you guys. Love the work that you both put in and everything around those in that realm. Thank you, JTop, I believe was your username. We appreciate those kind words, man. You know, we're here to entertain and to educate. Hopefully we're able to do both of that part for you guys. Some of you may be able to learn some new things, and you guys teach me new things every day, and I appreciate that too. Walmart now, like I said, working for us, but let's move away from Walmart and a couple of stocks that you guys are looking at in the chat. Tilray, we already talked about Tilray, so let's actually go to Chewy instead. CHWY Chewy. Chewy, 4 million shares traded today. 8% of the downside, was actually down 10% at one point because the SSR trigger, it says it's on. So Chewy was down more than 10% at one point, clearly getting beat up with the whole market today. S&P 500 down 1.27, NASDAQ down 2 full percent. I don't really see a catalyst as to why Chewy would be up today. Maybe there's an earnings report that could have helped out Chewy to the upside, but clearly it's down, and I don't even see the earnings reports actually on the 22nd of September. When was the 1st of June? So Chewy report already ended on the 1st of June. Never mind. Chewy clearly struggling today to the downside, though, not really working out for themselves. Mr. Miyagi with the super chat. Who is your top 3 UFC fighters of all time, Prad? Ooh, that's a good question. Israel Adesanya, without a doubt. I know Sean's going to hate that answer based on the last fight. The style bender is the reason why I watch UFC, or I got into UFC. So the style bender is 1. 2, GSP, man. GSP is a legend. Canadian also, George St. Pierre. Who else could I say? You know, Kamaru is great, but I'm not that big of a fan of Kamaru. Who's a fighter? You know, Conor McGregor is great. But now that Conor's pretty much washed up, I guess even Johnny Bones Jones. There's some great fighters that I love watching. You know, I love UFC, the rawness of the sport, the fact that it's very hard to match fix that sport is what really draws me into it. You know, match fixing kind of kills most sports. Not that you can't match fix UFC, it's pretty easy to. But it's one of those sports where you can really tell if it's being match fixed. The rawness of the sport is all the beauty behind it. I love the rawness, man. Absolute crazy. Watching people bleed is something about that. I don't know. Something about that. Getting your face bashed in, getting elbowed in. Nate Diaz is fighting soon. I know you like Nate Diaz.
Yeah, definitely a fan of Nate Diaz. You know, he's definitely a brawler, interesting to watch. Definitely very, very exciting. Yeah, man, I love the old school, you know, Rampage Jackson, Chuck Liddell.
Yeah, Rampage?
Oh, yeah, man. Like, new school, like, I mean, obviously, you know, in all sports are getting more competitive, but that was my time. Like, now I can't even watch. It's not the same.
Yeah, it's way too technical now, man. They don't do the things where Rampage used to do, where you just chew a wall down with your whole fist. Just break the whole wall down in the Ultimate Fighter. Forrest Griffin's great. Man, UFC is just a beautiful sport in general. All right, a little bit fun over there with UFC. Spider, Anderson Silva, come on, you know that. Without a doubt for Spider. But yeah, a little great conversation with UFC over there. Let's head back to AMD, the stock that I'm out of. It's actually pushing as the buyers are chasing for the stock. Look at that buyer on the bid. Maybe it's a spoofer, because I saw that same order came on twice and got removed right away. Either that size got filled and I didn't notice it because it was too fast, or they just pulled the order off of that book over there. But clearly AMD pushing to the north side, well above where I got out. That means Sean is ringing the cash register, baby. Wait, he's not even here, but he's ringing the cash register without being here right now, while his stock is in the profits for about 30 to 40 cents or so. Gotta love the fact that the market has found a bottom, exactly where House Hippo mentioned it. House Hippo, man, good job.
You know, it's kind of interesting. I was just thinking about this. So I'm looking at Google, 105. You got size there. It's a fresh level. There's not too much size, but, you know, 2,000 lots, decent amount of size. But, you know, the interesting part is, you know, you have Google, G-O-O-G-L, and then you have Google, G-O-O-G, right? And then you have the algos that are arbitraging both. So, you know, there wasn't really a lot of selling. Like, we're at 105. There wasn't really people slamming. There are people there sitting on the bid trying to get filled. They're reloading. They're punching. So these kind of feel like active traders, and you know, they're not getting the fill. They're not getting the fill. And then we bounce, and now we're at like 105.20 area on Google. But if you're looking at GOOG, you're getting that 105.68 price with like really no size, because it's just an arbitrary number. So yeah, something to consider for anybody trading Google. Just keep in mind that, you know, there's both names. They're going to move in tandem. There's a lot of algos. So, you know, whereas you won't get that on like Apple, you will get that on Google. So, you know, I just thought about it off the top of my head, and I figured I'd mention that as well.
Thank you, Luca, for that one. Why didn't you short shop? I don't really trade Shopify, man. I don't really have a reason to trade Shopify. But I guess I see now the reason behind it. $35 to $30 dropping. I need a catalyst to trade a stock, sadly. So if there is no catalyst for a stock to trade on a certain day, and if we're stuck in weeks, same range as for weeks on end, those are not the setups I look for, right? So sadly, no catalyst for Shopify, such as earnings or anything. Does not even put that stock on the radar for me. But tons of volume on Shopify, 43 million shares, down 15% today. Amazing setups off the pre-market low breakout in the open itself. So pre-market low being 34.70. If you took the 34.70 break to the downside, you never look back. So amazing setups for sure showed up on Shopify. I just wasn't able to take advantage on that because there was no catalyst that pointed me towards trading Shopify today. Maybe tomorrow, noticing the moves that we have on Shopify over here, especially if Shopify drops like this on a red day. What is the possibility of Shopify launching right back to the north side on a green day, saying that tomorrow might be a green day? You know, we'll wait for Luca whenever he's ready to talk about the Fed news that's tomorrow, the Fed catalyst, and how he sees the events playing out. And if any of that events playing out means a little bit of a green action coming into the market, it is possible we finally take out 4K tomorrow off of the market move from the Fed events.
Yeah, for sure. Definitely interesting with the Fed coming up. You know, keep in mind that we are pricing in, or the market thinks that we will get 75 basis point hike as opposed to 1%, as opposed to 50 basis points. So will be interesting to see what happens. I would love to see what they're going to say. You know, initially coming out, inflation is transitory. Obviously, it is not. Now they're saying, you know, well, the definition of a recession is, I don't know. You know, it's a technical recession, but it's not a real recession. But yeah, I think you know, I got my thoughts. Actually, I'm going to keep them to myself. But it'll be interesting to see how they proceed to handle the situation at hand. Obviously, you know, the economic scenario is a lot slower to play itself out. Stock market is a leading indicator of the economy. The economy moves slower. It is lagging behind. So, you know, as you get these GDP numbers, which are lagging, you know, some of them kind of future looking, whatever. But, you know, just keep in mind that, you know, these kind of big picture like numbers and events move very slowly, whereas, you know, the stock market moves very quickly because it, again, is a leading indicator.
My Disney short took so much of my attention from other plays. I'm in the money, 32 cents, but it was really worth it. I mean, yeah, I had that short. I got stopped out on it. I'm not going to complain. It worked for me until it didn't. And then, obviously, it did push down a little bit lower than what I had for my profits at the end of the day. So no complaints on Disney. It's a profitable stock for me. I mean, barely. It's honestly a flat stock for me, but we take that trade. It was a good trade when it did show up. Let's move on for another stock from the chat that you guys are looking at today. That's not a stock. Shopify, we already talked about that. Why is the firm so low? I mean, markets were bearish going into earnings, but a firm didn't report yet. Well, a firm has been dealing with negative catalysts for a pretty long time now. You know, the whole buy now, pay never later thing. Peloton was their biggest, how do I put this? Well, not their biggest deal, but it was a pretty good chunk of their buy now, pay later program. A good chunk of them was just Peloton treadmills and Peloton bikes and so on. So now Peloton crumbling itself hurt Affirm a little bit. Affirm at the end of the day even came out with their last earnings catalyst, and they were talking about how the buy now, pay later program was hurting them a little bit, and people weren't really paying. So the joke that Sean came out is buy now, pay never later. That joke still stands true for some of these companies. I mean, look at Upstart, look at some of these other lending companies out there. So that's part of the damage why Affirm on any red day or any weakness in the market, Affirm's the go-to stock to go short right away, and that's the WWND play. What would Neil do? Lucas?
Is that to me or to
Yeah,
Neil?
to you.
Oh, yeah, you know, I'm laughing. I'm looking over in the
If there's pressure on online retail like Shopify and other companies, Affirm is also part of that blame over there. Or not blame, but part of that same catalyst, that sympathy play that they take damage on. Not sure what Luca is praying to right now.
Oh my God, yeah, no, nothing. Don't worry.
Luca's praying to the Italian gods. What is an Italian god?
Yeah.
I don't know what religion is in Italy, to
yeah,
be
that
honest.
was interesting. Yeah, so Google broke that 105, got the short, was awesome, and then I triggered
Google?
myself
Nice.
long with a lot of shares there. So did I make money on that? I did, but I gave back some. But it's okay. It's all good. You know, these Google breaks, just to kind of comment on them, It's not the same as like a small cap move, right? It's like it's going to break, it's going to go, but understand that the algos on these names are really, really good at their job. Well, all the algos are good, but they're savage. They're not going to let this flush unless there's a lot of follow through, which it's 12. It's like 12:30. There's going to be no follow through. There'll be a little bit of follow through. That's the beauty of being with Day Trade the World. We get best executions, the best that I've seen around. Sometimes I get these prices and I'm like, wow, look at that, eh? But that was solid. If you're looking at my chart here, which is probably covered, so let me just drag this up for you guys. This was my focus I was waiting. I was patiently waiting and, took the break here, solid, get the short cover, and then I forgot that, this is like, you guys, make sure that you're on top of like your orders. You understand like, what your size is. If you're using hotkeys, what is your default size? So like Prad trades a little bit different than me, to my understanding, because I use default size on my level 2, whereas he might use default size for like a name, a symbol, right? And then depending with which brokerage you're with, it really depends. It changes itself up. So essentially, long story short, I have my default size. I cover, and I'm like, okay, and in my mind, I'm like, okay, 3 covers, cover, cover, cover. And then it's like cover long, long, super long. I'm like, oh my God. And this is obviously me speculating, but I'm like, am I the one who saved this stock from dropping with that bid? Like maybe, the market reacting to me over here. But no, that's just a joke. Like obviously, imagine I had that type of buying power. That would be awesome. But, slowly but surely, you got to get there, right? Continue to learn, continue to take good trades, and, understand where you want to take size, where size is being moved, and then you take the size there too. You don't want to just be diddling in the middle and doing this random stuff and just getting kind of destroyed. But yeah, no, that was solid. Made money on it. Could have been worse. Maybe I should have held it long. Imagine now we go back up. That would be so funny. That would be the icing on the cake. But whatever. Trade is done. That wasn't even a trade, so I don't really care what happens next.
Everyone does trade different, but for the most part, cumulative psychology and cumulative mind power does play into the market. That's why you see stocks like follow a trend line or follow a certain pattern and so on. For example, if you were to draw a trend line on the NASDAQ over here around something like this, you're probably watching a bunch of other traders draw the same trend line and they are trading off the trend line. That's why things like these actually, sometimes come into play, sometimes they don't. It depends on how many how many traders around the world are using the same pattern, the same RSIs or the same MACDs, allowing them to form a thesis or form a trade. So yeah, everyone trades differently, but it's that cumulative psychology that always comes into play. That's why you always want to think about what the counterparty that you're trading against is doing. If you're long right now, that means someone's short also in the same place most likely. And why would they be short? If they are short, where would they be having their stops at? And according to that, where would they think your stops would be at? And just asking a lot of questions about the market, just question nonstop, and able to really understand the market would be something to maybe do that. Question every single position you're in. Why am I taking profits here? Why am I entering here? What is my goal with this trade? Do I just want to be in a trade because I want to be in a trade at 12 o'clock, or is there an actual setup here? What would I classify the setup? Is it an A plus? Is it a B? If it's even close to being B, why am I even bothering putting in 30% of my shutdown behind this trade? If it's an A plus setup, maybe I should be putting 30% of my size instead of only putting 15% of my size. So a lot of questions over there. Always keep asking yourself why you're doing what you're doing on the market.
Yeah, exactly. Important questions to ask yourself. Why are you doing what you're doing on the market? And I see somebody in the chat saying, at this point, Luca, you're chasing the short. Yeah, just a technical setup, right? Obviously, trade your own book. Like, I don't really think we're going to slam lower on Google. So I'm trying to cheeky long here. Maybe we can bounce back through 105. I mean, the market looks like it could turn and wants to turn. And, we're getting some bidders here on Google. So I wouldn't be surprised if we run back, break 105, and then make a nice move up 30, 40 cents. So flip myself to long with the proper amount of size this time. So I'm not really too stressed out about it. And definitely continuing to keep my eye on GOVX, which continues to hold, right? They are holding this well. This is, I say they very loosely. I'm just kind of joking around with myself. But, look at the 10-minute on this, right? It is holding trend. bouncing, holding that $2 level, holding that 210 level, making the push for high of day, tanking, soaking. Like that 222 soak was huge. So I would not be surprised if this makes a move to 250. I'm not flipping long just because like I'm not going to go long because I think there's a soaker who's soaking the float and doing that. You know, that's not really a part of my playbook as of now. But definitely saw, you know, little tells in the tape that tell you to stay away from the short or cover the short or you know, like kind of just helps you manage like your overall thesis on the trade.
So I missed a couple of things because I had a different chat open in our work chat, but you know, let's catch up on those things. NKE sliding on Adidas news. Adidas apparently cutting full year forecast. So Nike obviously in the same business as Adidas. So I'm guessing even what was the other stock over there? Under Armour, UAA, most likely also taking a little bit of a hit off that same news. Maybe even Lululemon's, LULU, taking a little bit of a hit off that news. All of these stocks are pushing to the downside near new lower days, man. So that catalyst over there affecting them a little bit, sadly. Also Shopify. Looks like Shopify actually had a catalyst. They are changing the team over there. Another company coming in, talking about slowing down the growth of hiring and cutting down a good percentage of their workforce and so on to deal with the market environment, which is, you know, clearly inflation. Things are costing more. That means labor is going to cost more. Companies are going to look to cut down costs by cutting down labor costs and so on. And we understand these environments that we're walking into. We don't want to be throwing out the R word, right? So just being careful on that side are the companies such as Google, Apple, Shopify, even Microsoft, I believe, said that at one point. Now, those were the news catalysts for Shopify and for Nike. It sucks that Three Stripes is calling in a full year forecast hit. That means, oof, I might just have to go in and start buying more Adidas jackets, man. Just need to start supplying Adidas jackets to everybody now.
Yeah, you know, that just reminded me. Yesterday, you're like, yeah, who's the maker of your Ferrari jacket? Puma, right? And I was like, no, Ferrari. it's not Ferrari. Yeah, it's Puma.
It is Puma.
I saw
knew
that
it was
last
Puma.
night. I was like, oh yeah, it is Puma. Nice. No, solid jacket, solid company. You know, all the companies, I love them all equally. So, you know, feel free to sponsor me and send things my way if you're watching this. We'll very much appreciate that. But yeah, still in the Google long, got a decent average there, 104.89, I think it is. And now we're above 105, and I think I saw an iceberg bid at 105. Maybe my mind is playing tricks on me, probably. But if it's there, continue to stay there and continue to soak and let this thing go all the way up. Hopefully this is the bottom and now we just like go, right? And you know, if the market can get back up to like, you know, like we bottomed out 39.20, maybe we bounce to 39.35, 39.40, just looking at my chart here towards VWAP. That would be a nice move. I don't know if we'll get that move. That would be awesome. Maybe if we get that move, we really pick up steam and we start to really go. So I'm going to try to hold this position. I'm not going to stop myself out. If we flush back down, if the 105 level breaks, I don't really want to hold this like as kind of everything's like low on the day. So like it should work now. It should start to go. It should be slow to start and then really pick up steam. And if that's the case, I'm in a good position. I'm going to hold on to it.
Awesome. Yeah, just looking at the chat over here. Love those tiny hands. Whose hands you calling tiny, bruh? Walmart back to 122. Yeah, it is indeed back to 122. It's been a little painful, honestly, trying to short the stock. But you know what's not been painful is the AMD longs. As Sean comes back and is laughing to the bank with the profits from AMD. I got out a little immaturely. I had a wrong read on it. I saw the size.
Chasing it up.
I saw the size on the ask and I got scared off that, so I punched out. But I guess I should have just held that longer because now pushing towards 86 is AMD. And the Sticky Note Nation, baby, he called out the 85 long. We got very close to 85 on AMD over there. You saw us take the trade long in front of you on the show, and it is now pushing towards that beautiful number. Let's see if we can get the break of 86 on AMD and push towards VWAP. That would be amazing to take a look at for AMD. No volume on Redbox. Wow. I mean, yeah, we guessed that. that, right? We guessed that today. Yesterday was a big volume day on Redbox. I can't expect the same volume coming in on another day for Redbox, especially if we're on a red day for the market. Market bleeding across the board and rejecting off that 4K level. Clearly, Redbox still up on the day, but we're going to have some scary moves in the market. That's going to scare some people from going longs for sure. But yeah, we'll see what happens for Redbox in the coming week or even next week as to what happens in terms of do we move to $10 or not. Google apparently giving some fun action to Luca, so let's go check out what this is.
Oh my God. So yeah, guys, look at this, right? We got size on the bid that popped up at the 105. So, you know, this is me thinking out loud. I don't know if this is 100% true, but you know, sometimes what tends to happen is people will iceberg their order. So for example, you'll get like a 105 iceberg and it'll be a small tell, and you really got to work on your tape reading skills to identify this. It takes a lot of work. But you know, I took the long from the 104.90 area. We broke through 105. We tested 105, and then boom, I identify the iceberg. I'm like, okay, so the 105 is going to hold. I want to hold this trade for the next for the move up. And then all of a sudden, so I'm watching, I'm waiting. All of a sudden, boom. Don't quote me on this, but 900 lots pops up at 105.07 and then chases up 08.09. As soon as I saw that, I punched. And like decent size, like I'm happy with the size that I took. And, you know, I punched and I'm like, okay, now we should go. And we should go to where like I wanted to go. But at the same time, like we popped, it looked really good. Then we came back down. I'm like, okay, like I don't want to hold this size I don't want to hold the majority of this size if the size goes, because then it's like whatever, I could be offside 10 cents, 20 cents very quickly. So then we got the pop, and I was like, okay, you know what? Let me just get some out here and then hold what I planned to hold, and I got it all out. So, you know, whatever, it is what it is. I made money on that. That was pretty sick. But, you know, we'll see what happens now. I'm still confident in the long. If we, you know, if we go sideways for a little bit longer, then, you know, long kind of feels good. That 105 level, definitely a level to play off. Definitely a level to watch.
A viewer wants me to take a look at the energy sector, but real quick before, I'll cover the energy sector after, sorry. We go to Brendo for Sector Watch.
Hey guys, yeah, pretty red day, unfortunately, developing here. It's now 1 full percent for the S&P. There it is, energy sector I was pointing at there, way over in the corner with the move down in oil. Back in negative territory, unfortunately. All the producers top of the list today, 3.5 for Apache, Oxy, Devon, and FANG. So yeah, not good. Under pressure once again. Utilities, on the other hand, hanging out or holding up a little bit better than the rest of the market, most of them in positive territory. You can see, however, on this board, there are a lot of very green boxes here standing out, all of which are either coming off earnings, coming off some sort of upgrade or price target increase. When it comes to NEM, they're up 3.6%. But there's GE, there's 3M, 6.2 and 6.3%. Yeah, 6.3% to the upside for GE today. Huge mover off earnings. UPS, on the other hand, downside, almost 4% now. Yeah, they missed. Forecast not great for UPS. WHR was another one. Back to the upside. The healthcare group down here holding up the best as far as positivity is concerned once again today. Biogen, 2.5%. There are a few in negative territory, but a ton of positivity coming from healthcare stocks today. Unfortunately, not going to be enough, though, to offset what is happening on this side of the board. Tech sector on the bottom. Consumer discretionary names, specifically the retail group, want to focus on here at the top because it is the retailers leading after the Walmart note. DLTR, the worst off. Best Buy, Amazon's here. They're all here. Ulta Beauty, even 5% to the downside. So, yeah, if a giant like Walmart is going to cut its profit forecast, all of those going to suffer. That's Tesla, 4% now to the downside. GM, Ford here as well, also in negative territory. There are a few here standing out in the tech group in positive territory. Not enough, however, to offset the negativity coming today, guys. Back over to you.
Yeah, lots of negativity in the market. A lot of sectors are bleeding. UVXY, though, right now coming off from the highs of $12 and I believe 20s or so, if I'm just glancing at it quick. Yeah, 12.17 on UVXY. Now coming down to VWAP, which is around 11.86 and going below VWAP. So let's see what the UVXY can do over here. Market clearly pushed off from the 39.20 bottoms to the north side and currently trading at 39.30 for the S&P 500 futures. A viewer wanted us to take a look at XLE, the overall energy sector, currently down 1.27%. Let me quickly go to what the crude futures are doing. CL/Q22, CM, NM. No, not Q22, U22.
Wow, PGY just going.
Sorry?
No, PGY. I see you guys in the chat mentioning PGY. Yeah. So what is this? Is this another sympathy play to?
It's a Chinese stock.
Oh, it's a Chinese stock.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, Chinese recent issue.
So I'm looking at the daily and I'm like, oh, is this one of those like IPO that's now breaking high and just gonna kind of continue to go? Just anyone who's trading it, keep in mind, spread 4 cents, maybe 10 cents at times. When I see stocks like this, I'm like, I don't know. Like I get worried about the spread. I don't want to be offside right away. I kind of stay away from it. But I love when you guys are calling it out. PGI going nuts because I get a lot of entertainment from watching these. And something that's very prominent to me on this one, and I can pull it up over here very quickly. PGY. And let's pull up the 10-minute just to kind of show you, like, this is holding trend, right? Like, it's very clear. And, I don't have the right moving average on this. So let me just bring over this other chart here very quickly. Look at this, right? This is holding trend. So this is a 5-minute here. And look at this, right? Consolidation did not break trend, continues. Consolidation bounced, did not break trend. Consolidation, higher highs, did not break trend. Now going for higher highs again, going for that 17 push. Is it going to break 17 and continue? Or, I mean, where's the top on this thing? Maybe we test 20. You've seen these before. It's like nobody really knows how much it can go. It is SSR day 2. Go figure. It's almost as if the algo has their own playbook that they're doing. Trigger the SSR, punch levels, and unload at the top. But, we'll see what happens. Just keep that in mind. If you are short, it's more difficult to trade these SSR names. So just factor that into your playbook.
Coming back to the energy sector. So yeah, I was trying to take a look at the crude futures to see if we're still under 100. Looks like we are still under 100 for the oil sector, that is. XLE down on the day. And honestly, as long as the oil doesn't get above 100 over there for crude, I think XLE might just see some struggle points coming in the near future. So just be careful for the energy. I mean, you saw what happened to Oxy. It pushed up to all-time highs, and now we're seeing a little bit of a negative catalyst coming into play. We're watching oil sector in general just push to the downside as deals. I believe I saw an article about Russia opening up their pipeline to Europe or something along those words, even with sanctions and everything going on. So if things with that realm going about, we could possibly see a little decline coming in Oxy for even Chevron, CVX, and so on. I saw an article, though, not too long ago as I was putting my phone away to charge, that Russia is actually going to be pulling off from the International Space Station by 2024. So, well, that's going to be an interesting news for all you space geeks such as myself a little bit. I'm a techie a little bit. I'm also a little bit sci-fi nerd. We also have another sci-fi nerd in that corner. So I would like to see how Russia plans out of leaving off ISS. Would that mean that they're going to make their own ISS? Does this mean that we're going to see like a Darth Vader Death Star going up into the sky soon? That's a little scary, man. You never know, a big Death Star just floating in the sky. That'd be scary. You never know what happens in this world, man. Technology might just end up into that realm very soon. I would love to be alive though for technology to go that far. Imagine you're able to just think about a place and teleport right there instead of sitting in traffic for 3 hours or so. Yeah, we're changing sci-fi into both realms, man. Come on, sci-fi in general. Yeah, let's see what happens in the near future as we are still alive in the present. Thankfully, Walmart is now pushing back to the downside. We are only 5 pennies out of the money on Walmart, and we have a ton of size for ourselves over here. So maybe Walmart can push down, and this time we can actually turn Walmart into a big winner instead of being a big loser.
Yes, absolutely. And I'm just laughing at you guys in the chat. Space race back on. NASA has no rockets yet. Lightsabers. Yeah, maybe. And people mentioning PGY is an Israeli company, not a Chinese company. I Again, like personally, I don't know, right? I'm just like quickly looking at the ticker. I'm like, oh, I know these types of tickers. I know the personality of this kind of stock. So I'm trading the stock, not really concerned about the company right now. But obviously, like for my swing trading account, do some research and kind of like follow these companies. But yeah, thanks for the heads up. And that's why I love you guys, because, I'm just like, yes, Chinese stock. And you're like, nope, Israeli company. I was like, okay, makes sense, cool. And still watching that GOVX and talking about like window of edge, like we're midday. Look at this flush, right? And I think this is real. It kind of feels like it's real. Volume increased. We're at towards high a day, right? Then you had the kind of move down, second move down, and this is from 222 area down to 210 and then back up. So you literally had like almost less than 2 minutes, call that like a minute and a half, where it like flushed and then just kind of ripped back up, right? Maybe you're holding for that $2 move, but it's making it very difficult for you. I want to see this get below 210 and then really kind of roll over and break 2. But at the same time, maybe we're going to get that towards the end of the day. Maybe we'll get it towards the end of the day. Maybe they're going to use as much volume as they can to kind of rotate shares, recycle, stop everybody out, and continue to do their job. And then maybe, at the end of the day, randomly, boom, breaks 2 and flushes, maybe. Or, obviously, like, depending how kind of monkeypox plays itself out, maybe this is real. Maybe this rally is genuine, and maybe we're going to $2.50, $3, $4. Who knows? Let's take a look quickly here at the daily. I'll bring it over on this chart. I have it already up. This thing was at 3 and kind of rejected the 3 to like 330 area. So, and look at the volume too on this, right? You can't see that, so let me just kind of drag this up for you guys. Look at the volume here, right? Big volume spike, and that moved it from 78 cents all the way to 3. Now we're getting multi-day continuation, big volume spike, almost similar, if not similar, to the last spike, right? So, it is possible that this could get, $2.50, $3. I want to believe that there's going to be so much resistance at $3. So if we get there, that's definitely going to be on my radar. I would love for it to get it there. A lot of the times it's when I'm trading these names, it's going to be a nail and bail. I'm in, I'm out, I'm in, I'm out. And when I'm done with the trade, your edge is gone, right? Your edge is gone. So I want it to go higher, so it can bring back some edge for me to trade this, because at this point, like you don't want to dance around, like right now, like here's your edge, right? The flush, like assuming you're short, the way kind of I'm short biased. Like look at this, slam the short, cover some, hold some for the move down, but we just pop back up. In this range here, it's like you don't really have like for me, there's no edge here because I'm trying to like get in and get out on the flush. I'm trying to read the tape, and over here, it's like it's a coin flip. Are we going down? Are we going up? It really depends, right? It really depends. And, if we break highs, it makes it challenging to hold your short because it looks like we're going to continue to moon, right? So, yeah, I'm waiting for this, and I would love for this to get to $2.50, $3. That would be absolutely awesome today. But, if it doesn't, it doesn't. You can't always get what you want.
Yeah, you can't get what you want. That's a perfect way to end it, especially for what I'm going into next. Guys, you can't always get what you want, right? I see a couple negative comments, some negative energy floating around in the chat, which is not exactly what I want to see. If Luca and I are not the people you're here for, and you're here for Sean and Neil, come back at 2. Just don't spend negative energy in the chat. There's people who are actually looking to trade stocks and actually, spend some time with Luca and myself here. And I want to spend time with them too. We're having fun trading stocks together. There's no need to spew negative energy. It's like watching TV at 3 o'clock when your show is at 9 and then getting mad at the TV that your show is not at 9. Or your show's not on at 3, It just doesn't make sense. Negativeness is not good for the show over here. It's better to just, don't even spend the negative energy anywhere. Look for positive energy that you can spend on the market. Like for myself, I'm negative on Walmart, but I'm spending positive energy on it that the beautiful chat has been giving to us. So for those of you who have been enjoying the show so far and have been loving the AMD longs and the Target shorts and the Walmart shorts and the future shorts, do us all a favor and smash that like button. We have about 3.9K of you and not even 2K likes yet. So smash that like button and get that number to the roof. Smash that subscribe button. Smash that notification bell. Ring any bells that you can across the board for the YouTube page. You guys know how to support us because you guys have been doing so for X amount of time. If I restore my YouTube chat from the up top will just leave away. So I don't want that chat to leave. But any times you guys are looking at the chat, there'll be nice little green names coming on over here. That's because they are on the members side. They join members by donating or by subscribing for $5 a month or so. You get custom badges and emotes for you to use in the chat over there. And last but not least, you can head over to our store directly on our YouTube homepage. Let's see if you guys can clean out Teespring's hats, because clearly they have finished all of their other inventory. Let's see if you guys can clean out their hat inventory and completely finish all of that side over there too. So for those of you who did enjoy the show so far today and are looking to continue enjoy the show for another hour and 10 minutes with Luca and myself, Positive Prad, and what can I say about Luca? Something about L. Ladies love Luca. Ladies love Luca. Are gonna be on here enjoying the show, keeping it real, keeping it honest about our trades. If we lose, we'll let you know. If we win, you will know for sure, because I'm gonna be here like King Kong on top of the Empire State Building with Jane in one hand and probably a juice box because I'm getting thirsty.
Yeah, I agree with everything Pratt said. I second it. I also, Luscious Luca, that's funny. Lucky Luciano, yeah, I like that one too. That one works. Hopefully that one works for me on the poker table and in my trading game when I continue to trade. But yeah, like as Pratt mentioned, it's kind of funny. Like, why watch if you don't want to watch, right? It doesn't make any sense. But everybody does whatever they want to do. Continue to do you. I tell everybody the same thing over and over again. And back to the market, I saw somebody mention Microsoft 250 level. Let's have a look here at Microsoft. So I was quickly glancing over. It did break that 250 level. And, 250, very significant level. And I want to talk about when it initially broke 250, because this was interesting. And I'll quickly bring up the daily to quickly show you guys here, and just so everybody could see this. We're at the 250 now. When we first broke 250, which was on May 20th, that was the most savage break of all time. Everybody was watching 250. Everybody's like, if 250 goes, the breakdown is on. This is going to flush. And that was the most savage break I've ever seen, because this thing broke, skipped over 30 cents, went nowhere, filled everybody's stop orders that was waiting there, and then ripped everyone's face off. Like I say, these algos, they know what they're doing. But back to this kind of ideology here at the 250 level, I can't remember who said 250, I'm taking the breakdown or whatever. But it kind of feels like a bounce area to me. I'm not going to lie. It feels like a bounce area. Continue to trade your own playbook. I would have thought, too, as well, the way that I spoke with Google, like, oh, that 105, the breakdown, scalp breakdown kind of feels good. But look at this, right? And this is kind of what makes me like the bounce. Even though we're down 3.36%, and, I'm not saying that we're not going to continue to sell off for the rest of the day, but, it feels like we could easily, like, look, you have the downtrend, then you have a significant level being 250. You bounce, maybe you get another bounce, maybe you flush down, then pop back up, and then go 251, 251.50, maybe touch 252, maybe, probably not. And then towards the end of the day, then we get the real sell-off, right? So it's like these things have to bounce before they continue to sell. Nothing's going to go straight down forever. So just keep that in mind, that 250 area. I kind of like the bounce idea off this level. And I'm going to wait, I think A+ for me on the bounce, just to kind of give you like a different perspective on approaches to this, is that I would love for this to break that 449.90 low and then flush back and reclaim in the same minute. If it can do that, then the bounce is extra strong. You could take the long here, I could take the long here, but it's going to be slow. Maybe it runs up, but I'm going to see how it acts over the next couple minutes. And depending where we are, then I'll take the long from there. But yeah, 250 level, love the bounce idea, but continue to trade your playbook. And speaking of nothing goes in a straight line forever, let me quickly pull up Tesla. That's not how you spell it, Tesla. What's funny? I initially pulled up Telsa, TLSA, and there's actually a ticker, TLSA. It's a 73-cent stock. Yeah. And I quickly pulled it up one time, and I was like, I knew it. I knew Tesla was going bankrupt. See?
No, did you know what happened at one point?
What?
When Tesla was going crazy back in the day, TLSA was one of the stocks that was starting to boom, and this was a penny stock or something.
Oh my God, people thought it was Tesla?
People thought it was Tesla, and TLSA was up crazy amount of percentage. I was like, what's going on? I remember that day still. That was a crazy day, man.
That's funny.
It was two options too. TLSA options were going on.
Oh my God. I remember that with that happened to Twitter as well. Before Twitter went public, was it Twitter? It was Twitter, and there was a name. It was like Tweeter, and like that's it. It was going nuts. Everyone's like, "This is Twitter!" Like, oh my god. But yeah, no, so speaking of things don't go in a straight line forever, look at Tesla, right? You have the breakdown, 782, flush all the way down, 770, finds that bounce support off the 9 EMA on the moving average. Shout out to whoever called that. And now we're going sideways. So it's like, so this is not your edge. You have no edge here. Your edge is the move. You want the meat of the move as a momentum trader. You want to wait. You want to be very patient. Like, look at this, right? You were short Tesla over here. It's like dancing around. Do you have the patience to hold, right? This is the move that everybody dreams of. So like, be very patient. Understand that like your expectations need to be in line with what could potentially happen on a given day. Obviously, this week being like a good week, and now you have that extra flush down, and that's like super solid. And then now the edge is gone, like you shouldn't be in the trade anymore. From a day trading perspective, obviously trade your own book, but like for me, it's like I wouldn't be like this is the move. You take the 780, you cover like 775 into 770, and now like clearly it's just ranging, and like we could easily like bounce back and stop people out, and then make lows and then bounce again. So understand. Like expectations matter, like it's going to really help you as a trader. And going back quickly to Microsoft, look at that, bounce in action, 35 cents up from there. So, kind of feels good. Maybe we get a bounce back lower and I get a reload here. This thing likes to dance around a lot. It's going to fill a lot of prices, so I'm not too worried about missing this. And if I have to chase, I have to chase, is what it is. We'll see what happens.
Walmart now about to be my pot. What am I doing? Can I stop typing in the YouTube chat, Fred? Can you actually type for once normally? There you go. Walmart now 17 cents in the money, and it's going to go from being a negative stock for me into a positive stock in 3, 2. Come on, 2.5. Okay, whatever. We'll just wait for it to go positive for us. But yeah, it looks like it will turn positive for us over here. I'll only be having one negative stock on the board today, which will be Netflix. Even though I was right on the direction to the short side after being wrong on the direction to the long side, which I actually lost a good amount of money on the long side. So I flipped short and I made most of that money back, but still negative on Netflix over here. But Walmart could very easily now be my number one stock of the day, which is actually Target. But Walmart could very easily can push the downside over here, start being my number one stock of the day. But my number one trade of the day is still going to be the futures trade I pulled off for about 20 points or so short. I was short 39.49 and I closed at 39.25 or so. So that's a pretty clean short for me on the futures. Probably one of my best trades on the futures I've had so far to date. PGY, Israeli? I thought it was a Chinese stock.
Yeah, we mentioned that. It's
everybody
Israeli? In the chat was mentioning.
Okay, so
Israeli
my fault on that.
Yeah, those Israelis, they really know what they're doing when it comes to tech. A lot of companies coming out, a lot of exciting companies, exciting technology coming out of there. I don't know what PGY does, but the market likes it right now, or maybe it's just a squeeze. We'll see. Stay tuned to find out. And PGY now at 18.
Where's this going to go to?
20. I'm making the call. It's going to 20.
Straight up 20.
Yeah, it's going to 20, and then at that point, it's got a life of its own. But, it could get to 20. But I'm not trading this. Like you guys are seeing, like I am not trading this. I'm just watching, but it's probably going to 20. I feel like right now I'll be chasing if I trade this, like, I don't know. Well, we'll see what happens. It'll be interesting. You got that wick off top around 18. But now we're getting, I don't know how many times this did this before, but look at this. You're getting this classic action of like break the 18 level, pop, drop, and roll. So are we going to roll or are we going to keep going? Is it going to hold trend? Got my Microsoft long. It seems to be working for me now. I added. I was going to add, but we didn't get low enough. And I think if we start to pop here, I have no idea where I'm going to kind of like think this is going to go. I don't know if I'll be patient enough to watch it go to 251, 251 and a half. But, if we can pop back up to this level and break this high of like 250.80, especially if the market continues to go higher, then, it gets interesting. But at this point, this is a scalp trade for me. Like if we bounce, maybe we get to 250, 60, 70 area. Like that's clean, that's easy money to me. I'll take that. So let's see, let's get some orders out for that.
Question coming in from the chat, Luca or Brad, would you guys go long futures right here? I don't know about that. This is kind of diddling in the middle area. You had your 39.20 bottom, which was given to us by House Hippo. You know him by Ian, so that level did hold up as Ian called that level out, and based off of that level, if you want to go long, then yeah, but I would have to give it till that level bottom to show that I am wrong. That means it needs to break 39.17 to the downside for futures to tell me that I'm wrong. I don't like that trade at all because the risk to reward is 1:1. So what I would do instead is probably wait for 39.20 to come back into play and then go long around there, or wait for 39.50 to come back into play and go for short around there. But I would not diddle in the middle and trade in the middle of the ranges over here, especially right now as the volume is pretty low. Keep in mind we're only at 1 o'clock Eastern Standard Time. I know it seems like you guys have been watching us all day, but it's only 1 o'clock. It's lunchtime is just now coming to an end. You have us for another hour, Luca and myself. So we'll see where the market goes to in the next hour or so. We're expecting it to go back to the downside for our shorts at least, but as predicted by House Hippo, 39.20 held. So maybe 39.20 does not break. That means shorts are most likely exhausting over here for the day, and then sour hour / power hour will be really the one to dictate the move after.
Yeah, you know, so got some out of my Microsoft long. This was solid. This is stress-free, man. Like, you know, 250 level, like you don't get a clean level like this. Like whoever called that out, I know you were saying the breakdown. I'm not sure if you took the short and got out or if you were just waiting for it to actually break down, waiting for that confirmation. But, you know, bringing that up to me and me quickly looking at it, like, you know, being a little bit of a different trader, I'm like, you know what? Like I like this 250 level. So that was solid. So I added, I got some out. I'm trying to get some out, you know, in front of 251 area. Like we'll see how it goes. That 250, I thought like if we break 250, like we could really pop, but it kind of feels like it's going to be slow. So I'm expecting that maybe we're going to go sideways again and then roll up. But, you know, holding a good portion of the position. Maybe we get to 251 and then I'll hold the last piece for the dream of 252. But I just feel like that's like me being like very, very optimistic, like 252. Like, you know, we sold off 3.2%. Are we really going to go all the way back 252, 253 VWAP area? Especially we got the Fed coming up. So, you know, obviously manage your expectations. My expectations are managed. I am going to scalp this trade. If we get another pop here, I'll get some more out and then hold the last piece for the dream.
The dream team. Well, something I'm noticing right now on Walmart. Oh, okay, never mind. The size got taken out. There was some size on the ass chasing Walmart to the downside as the stock was pushing down. So I thought that was a good indication for my shorts at least. But that size got cleaned out. Not that big of a deal now that that size is gone. So we'll just have to be patient over here as the trade is working for us. We're about 10 cents in the money, so let the trade work out for us. We have orders on the upside to take more shares short. We have orders on the downside to get out of our short in case the drop comes down.
Oh wow, PGY, look at that. Oh my God.
Go for it.
I'm like, yeah, we're going. Sorry, I'm not trying to cut you off, but I'm just like, because things are moving today, man. Things are moving. Yesterday, nothing was moving. Anybody that was watching us yesterday was like, what are these guys doing? They're not doing anything. Like, do something. And I'm like, I'm not doing nothing. I'm chilling. And today, things are moving. I'm trading everything, and I'm being entertained by this PGY move. Look at that break. Literally breaks 18, flushes, holds trend, and runs to 19. Like that dollar move in like 1 second. Absolutely going nuts. We're going to 20. We did not come all this way to not touch 20. It makes no sense. 1933 cannot be the top. I'm calling it now. We're going to 20. We're breaking. And then at this point, whoever's long, you know, I'll say it. We're going to the moon. I don't know where the moon is, but this thing can just not stop. Like it is. This thing is savage. This thing is going to continue to go. It's already. This is the moon, but you know, like for anybody who you know, everybody's. It's yeah, you know, it's subjective. The moon is.
Do you even know what the Kuiper belt is?
Dude, no, I have no idea.
Yeah, the Kuiper belt, man.
This is crazy, but yeah, you know, they're. And GovX now making a move. SIGA pushing high a day. So let's comment on a few of these names just very quickly. SIGA pushing high a day, that 750 level.
Rug pull.
You know, yeah, exactly. This is kind of rug pull level. Look at this.
No, PGY.
The high, PGY. Oh, the high being 1735. Now it broke that high. So let's see how SIGA interacts at this level. Is this now that high a day push, and what's going to happen next? So keep that on your mind. You know, this is towards the most recent high on the daily. GOVX making the move up. You know, look at this. Savage, flush, reclaim, reclaim. They soaked everything. They put everybody offside. Then they went for the real high of day push. You know, now it's at 250. Now things are getting interesting. Now I'm watching this. Let's see what happens next.
And new 52-week high of the stock PGY, $19.50. So it looks like PGY does not want to stop today, man. Wow, crazy move. 100% in the money. No, sorry, 100% to the upside today. As Luca also mentioned, SSR day 2 on this position. So can't stop, won't stop. Did break 19, broke out 19 to 19.50. Still a chance to go to $20. So let's see if we can get up there. Currently pushing down, sadly. We did break 19 to the downside. Let's see where these sells can come to. I'm going to filter the tape over here for 99 shares or more. So we don't see any of these small 5-share prints coming in. Just those are pretty useless for us. We'll see where this position now pushes to after the first drop that we saw in the last like 10 minutes or so.
Yeah, you know, it's day 2 SSR, so obviously tomorrow's not going to be SSR. I see Neil mentioning in the chat short 1935. Oh man, I want to slam this short, but it's SSR, and I don't know. I'm not going to. I'm just going to watch. I'm just going to let it go. And hopefully tomorrow it just continues to go even higher, because then it'll be an awesome setup. Not SSR, making the trade a little bit easier on my side. You know, you got more flexibility, but yeah, continuing to watch GOVX. And SIGA, like 1750, still holding around that area. People before asking me about Snapchat. I'll do a very quick look at Snapchat, just because I think it's dead today. It's kind of in this range, not really moving. That $10 level is significant, right? We had a break above $10 yesterday, and then it just came back below, and now it didn't even come and test 10. So you know, traders tend to tell themselves, look, Snapchat's down on the day. What are the odds that it or in general, what are the odds that it keeps going lower? I'm going to buy here and hold and see what happens next. You know, trade things that are in play. You know, you kind of you go into Snapchat, just understand that it's not going to move. I'm not saying it's going to go up, down, or whatever, up, down, around town, but just keep in mind that manage your expectations. This could do nothing for the next 2-3 weeks. It could do nothing. It could just stay here. It could make lows. It could go back. It could break highs. It could go back. I'm just thinking that's not really going to do anything. So those are my expectations on it. Not really tradable today, not really moving, so not even on my list.
Yeah, someone in the chat said, hey, Brad, you heard from Valeria recently. Actually, yeah, she messaged me about a week back. She's like, how are you going? She sent me a picture of her dog, Louis, and the Formula One Lego car that she bought for her husband, I believe. Hopefully that dog is not killing that car. That's all I pray for. But yeah, cute Louie growing up over here. You know, we miss me without a doubt, and wish her the best with whatever she's doing. I'll let her know that you guys were thinking about her today for sure, and yesterday, and almost every single day, as you guys always are. Will MULN rip to the upside? I mean, I don't know questions like that. I can't answer questions like that with the 100% guarantee. There is no 100% guarantee in this job, right? So I don't know if it's going to go to a new all-time high or not, but what we can do is wait for that day when the volume comes into MULN. So far, though, looks like the prediction on MULN worked out perfectly. I said I'll talk to you guys when the stock goes back under $1. Here's the stock right back under $1, MULN. Now a penny stock once again with 77 million shares traded today. Still no reason for me to buy the stock in my long-term account. For anyone who believes that this company is better than Tesla, more power to you. I just don't believe in that. So I'm going to stay away from investing in MULN. Next, after don't project on us. Listen, maybe I am the one who's thinking about her, but don't lie to me that I don't see messages in the chat every 10 seconds about her, okay? Come on.
Man, watch PGY go for a halt.
PGY, go for it.
Watch it go for a halt to the downside.
Oh.
It's so much volume, increasing volume, going for the 20 push. What was the top? 1994. You know what? I retract what I said before, because these are the names that go all the way to 20, not to touch 20. Not to touch 20, because, you know, small cap, anything's possible. But, you know, maybe we actually... Now it's going to break 20? So what you're saying is potentially there is an algo watching me and saying, haha, I'm going to do the reverse of everything he says. Well, you know, joke's on you, because I am not trading this stock. I am just watching, patiently watching, enjoying the show. This is pure entertainment for me. But you know what? If this flushes into a halt, I'm going to get so much FOMO. But whatever.
You got to pay for shorts anyways.
Yeah, but you know, whatever. Small, it's the cost of doing business, you know?
How much are the costs right now, Neil, if you don't mind checking for us over there? It's a pretty...
I feel like PGY is expensive.
Yeah, I feel like that too, honestly. I mean, it IPO'd not too long ago, right? Let's see.
Yeah,
SPAC ad. Okay.
Even like you know, it's like you trade long enough, you look at the name, you look what it's doing. I'm like, oh yeah, this one's like for sure gonna cost us 60 cents a share. Like, I have to guess off the top of my head. This is me just guessing. And yeah, I covered some more of my Microsoft trade. Absolutely solid. 6 cents? Really?
Oh, this man's about to
the float
load
is
up
like,
right
okay,
now.
what's the float off the top of my head? It was like 10 million, 15 million, I think.
PGY.
Yeah, PGY. Do a quick check of that.
392 mil.
No, that doesn't sound right.
300. I'm seeing it right here. 392 mil. Trade ideas. 392 mil.
Really?
I can check Flow Checker for you too if you want.
Well,
Here's
no, yours is probably more accurate than
Flow
Flow
Checker.
But yeah, no, interesting. You know, it's yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, really? Really? Wow, interesting. Okay.
300 to 600
but, you know,
mil.
SSR or whatever, I don't know. I'll think about it. We'll see what happens. Let it break 20 and do its thing. You know, quickly looking at GOVX, I don't know, it's like Prad's like talking and, you know, I'm like over here watching GOVX the whole time. I'm like, man, GOVX is literally like the worst stock ever. This thing, every time looks like it's going to flush, does not flush, and then makes the high day push. And now at this point, it's like look at this, right? It's like, where are we here? We run and break highs and get to like 243, and unless you like averaged into that, I know I said I wanted that 250 level. I wasn't watching it. I was watching Microsoft at the time, but now like I'm kind of like reluctant to want to like hit the short again. I want to let it break 250. I think it's possible. Maybe we get that break of 250. All these names obviously pushing. You know, PGY pushing, SIGA pushing, GovX. Let these like kind of play itself out, and then I'm gonna make a decision. We'll see what happens next. But yeah, you know, Microsoft got myself out over here, got myself over here. I guess this was the short-term top because now I'm holding that last little piece for the move, but we got that flush down. So I'm happy that I got myself out of the majority of the position. Now just holding a little bit to see where we go next. You know, if we break lows now, then like I guess I gotta get out of this position. So you know. We'll see what happens. Hopefully we don't. Hopefully 250 holds. But you know, if we break, then I guess I'll get myself out of there.
Time for a quick crypto recap, I guess. Crypto view. Let's check out what's going on in the crypto sphere, crypto world in general. So Bitcoin red, Ethereum red, Solana red, everything's red. But Bitcoin actually moving a little bit to the north side right now, where we just got back above 21K for Bitcoin with the low of 20,700 on the day today. So let's see where Bitcoin can keep pushing to and maybe help the rest of the cryptocurrency market on a day like today, where markets have been obviously bleeding. And you saw what happened to Coinbase. Coinbase has a SEC probe behind, I believe, what's it called, insider trading of some sort of a Ponzi scheme maybe that they were running inside Coinbase. The two employers are under question. So we'll see what ends up happening with that verdict for Coinbase eventually and how that plays out. S&P 500 moving pretty well to the north side, now at the 50-period EMA. So that exit that I had on the mini futures does not look too bad. I mean, yeah, we missed out on a possible 5-point move to the downside, but we're not going to be complaining about that 5-point move. We're going to be happy as, you know, we have a pretty decent exit, pushing right back to VWAP is the futures in general. Even Walmart getting right back above 122 right now. So that's a little scary. Walmart, which I thought was going to turn positive for me, is going to try and turn once again red. Let's see. Thankfully, you know, we haven't realized any of the trades for a loss on Walmart just yet. We're going to have to give it to that room till the day's high, which is around not 132. That is not the day's high on Walmart. Walmart day high that's not Walmart either. Walmart day high 122.26. So basically give it up to that level on the short side, as we are short 121.81 and currently 27's out of the money on said position. PGY consolidating, going to push again. Let's go check out PGY. Not someone who really trades small caps, so I don't have too much experience with this. You know, I like my tech stocks basket, or at least your large cap stocks in general. So PGY, I mean, I don't even know if it's considered small cap, as the float's actually not that small. But yeah, PGY here is coming off right now, 1994. But maybe We don't actually break 20 on the stock, but I know everyone's expecting that 20 to break, especially Luca is waiting for that 20 to break, and then maybe he actually pays for some shorts to ride into that short possibility for said position. Here's Walmart pushing a little bit more further to my stop, so taking some more size on Walmart, giving it to that appropriate risk that I was talking about. Load up, load up, load up. All right, let's see what stock you guys are trading out in the chat. Now 39.33 for the S&P 500. Yeah, we're looking at 39.40 coming into play very soon. That's actually the level that I want to keep an eye out for. It's either a short 39.40 or 39.50. 39.40 because that was a level previously in play. And now VWAP also happens to be near 39.40. So as we're pushing towards here, maybe a quick little short reload exactly at VWAP the way I traded the 39.50 area could be a possibility. But I think I'd much rather short 39.45, 39.50 areas because I do think the market could pop towards that numbers. SPY on fire, move out the way. Indeed, SPY making a pretty decent recovery. Still down on the day though, but only down 0.84 now instead of being down almost 1.5 or even 2% for the S&P 500. NASDAQ also coming back up with a pretty decent recovery. NASDAQ only down 1.5 compared to being down 2% earlier. Russell 2000, and I'm guessing all markets in general are probably bouncing up over here with the help of the market pushing up. I mean, we saw the chip sector coming out with the good news catalyst. We saw PGY going pretty crazy today. We're looking at your monkeypox stocks go crazy overall. So looks like market's trying to recover a little bit for the most part. Let's head over to Meta because I'm looking over at Brando's screen and I see Meta on the screen over there. So it gives me a stock to talk about. Sadly, Meta is still going to be weak. We do know the Snapchat catalyst behind Meta platforms is still carrying some weight behind it. That Snapchat catalyst being negative earnings and missing out on active user base and problems with advertisements and so on. We understand it. It's like, okay, I'm not going to say anything. I'll just keep that comment to myself. But overall, Meta platform struggling. Apparently, Meta changed their Oculus 2 or whatever headset by another $100. So clearly trying to fight inflation is Meta platforms by changing prices for some of their products. And last but not least, I want to quickly, talking about products and whatnot, I want to go to Apple because Buddy over here is planning to jump teams. Come on, man. Buddy over here planning to jump teams just because he got an Apple Watch? Oh, I thought you got an Apple Watch. Was it Kevin O'Leary you were talking about? Kevin O'Leary got an Apple Watch. Okay. But yeah, Sean's getting ready to throw his a Pixel 6 in the trash and give it to me, basically. Give it to me, basically. That's, getting ready to sell it to me, aka throw it in the trash and switch teams, man. I can't believe a day would come where you would ditch Android. I can't believe a day would come where he would ditch Android. It looks like he's going to turn to an Apple fangirl, but it's okay, if he wants to do that switch, more power to him because then I get to buy his phone for way cheaper than MSRP, baby. That's the type of deals we look to be making. What? Where's the mouse? What?
Yo, it was right there last time, bro. That's where we're missing.
Yo, no!
Yeah. You called somebody.
Ah! There's a mouse in the office. I'm about to freak out. I'm about to run. There's Mickey Mouse running around over here, or Minnie Mouse. I don't know the gender. Bro, let me close my backpack, man. Let me close my backpack. I'm going to go home find this rat in my bag. Holy. Okay, anyways, market's not doing what I wanted to do, at least for Walmart, because Walmart is pushing the north side. Walmart is right back to the high days. That's really upsetting for me. I have a good amount of size over here, and I want this trade to work out for me. So clearly, we're just going to have to wait and see what happens. S&P 500 also pushed to VWAP. So S&P 500 looks like it's about to reject VWAP right now. 39.35, 39.40 area. And NASDAQ pushed to 12,160, and now we're seeing a little bit of a rejection come in for NASDAQ, 12,160. So let's pray to God that the rat A doesn't get into, or the mouse A doesn't get into my backpack, and B, I don't get bit by it, and C, hey man, I don't want rabies.
They don't bite you.
They don't bite you?
They're chilling, man. It's a mouse, man. It'll just poo on all your stuff.
Yeah, I'm scared of it, man. I'm scared of it.
Keep stomping your feet, you know?
But just keep stomping your feet. All right.
You feel something climbing up your leg?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm freaking out right now, man. I had my lace touch my feet, and I thought that was a mouse tickling my feet. Like, holy. Okay, Luca, take over while I keep a watch out for this mouse.
How's everybody doing so far today? You know, hopefully everyone's enjoying the show, enjoying the entertainment that we're bringing you, and staying profitable, and waiting for those A+ opportunities, as am I. And just quickly glancing over here, again back to my desk, GOVX still holding. Didn't go for that 250. I would love a 250 push. That would be amazing. So I'll keep that on radar. PGY obviously got that 20 level. Would be amazing if we can get that. And SIGA, that 1750 feels like, oh my God, was that a real flush there? That was a real flush. What is the common theme here? The flush down and then the reclaim. Oh my God. If you guys are taking shorts, be very quick with your exits, because that's savage. That's like they know what they're doing. They very
savage.
loosely. They know what they're doing. It's like when they hold the stock all day, and then it's like, okay, now there's no more halts, and then boom, nuke it. They know what they're doing. They are good at their jobs. That's why we need to be better as day traders. So, be patient. What is the benefit of day trading? Well, you don't have to trade. You don't have to trade. You can chill. You can wait for the right opportunity, and then when it comes, then you hit it home. We're not portfolio managers where like you wake up and you're like, oh my God, I was long Walmart. Damn it. Lost everyone's money. But, obviously they're managing risk in other ways. But, as a day trader, we have the ability to be patient. So be patient and wait, and be a sniper.
That is very well put right there, man. Be patient. Patient is the name of the game.
There's the 20 push.
Someone said the mouse is here because Sean's making all the cheddar cheese. So yeah, you're not wrong with that. The cheddar cheese be sprinkling around the table over there for Sean. So maybe I shouldn't be that scared of the mouse then. Maybe it's gonna be around Sean's table with all the cheddar cheese. What are you wowing about, PGY?
Oh my God! Here comes the halt. Here comes the halt. There it is. Is it coming? Okay, guys, let me pull this up on this screen here for you guys. PGY and Q. Here we go. We just had that flush. Here you go. We broke 20. We popped. We went to 20, 30-ish, and we flushed all the way down. And I'm surprised we didn't halt. Isn't it like, or no, 10%, $2. It'll be 18 even. Okay, yeah, so no halt. But no, that was close though. That went like 18. What was that? 1835. Oh my God. Did you get that, Phil? No. Okay. Oh, you're long, or you're. Oh yeah. Oh, that's right. Yeah. So this is the challenge, right? SSR. It's like I'm not stepping in front of this train. You got to be out of your mind. I'm not stepping in front of this train. But as we come back through 20, yes, I want to slam the short here. But it's a hard trade because you can't, because it's SSR. So you cannot slam the bid. You have to get picked up on the offer. The only way to short that is if you get run over. And I'm like, you know what? I am not getting run over. Not on this name. Not today. I am watching. But yeah, this is like the dream of a short seller, right? You catch the level, you catch the flush, awesome price, flush into a halt, and then hopefully like open at 16. That would have been sick. But now's dead, right? Now's dead. Still kind of in the range here, but that was super interesting. That was crazy to watch. Did exactly what I expected. Too bad that it's SSR. Too bad. Got to let that one go. But hopefully GOVX can set up here and do something crazy.
All right, go help my boy Sean out on a poll that he's hosting on. Wow, the numbers change so quickly to switch over to the dark side, man. Come on. Why do you want him to join the sit side, the dark side? Whatever. You guys have your opinions. I have mine. I'm Android till the death of me. But, apparently a lot of people voted it's going to go for iOS. So far, man, you have 48 votes in, 85% for iOS. They want you to spend that 1.3K, 1.4K for that. What is the pricing in Canada? I don't even know how much it is. You'll negotiate it. Oh, shoot. Okay. I wish I could negotiate prices with Apple like that. Damn. But, man, yeah, so it looks like they want you to go for Android. For those of you who haven't voted yet, I'll spam the link in the chat a couple more times. Go out there, make your voice heard on his vote as to what phone he should switch to. Team Android till the death of me, baby. You know me. That's not changing. Let's go back to the market here. You saw some fun action on GOVX or PGY, I think it was. So we just have to wait and see where PGI will go to. Did it halt or did not halt?
It did not halt.
It did not halt. Well, fake halt. Wow. Okay.
No, it didn't get to the halt level.
Oh, okay. Didn't get to the halt. Sorry.
Was it a fake halt? I don't think it got it. It was close. It was close, but it didn't get there.
Okay. Got it. Okay, let's go take a look at some of the stocks that you guys are trading today. I know we looked at a couple of stocks already. In the meantime, while you guys throw your stocks in the chat, let's go look at airliners. Airlines may be down on the day today. Yeah, American Airlines still down 1%. Let's check on cruise liners too. Cruise liners also, I'm guessing, down. I mean, most sectors should be down, should be bleeding. Cruise line over here, CCL down 6.66%. S&P 500 tickled VWAP and pushed to the downside, but looks like we might be able to see some green candles coming in. I am loaded the bag on Walmart, so not the best trade for me. A little bit of a revenge trade because I really want to turn Walmart into a positive trade for me. Keep in mind the words I'm using: revenge trade. I'm hoping, I'm praying, all the things you should not be doing as a trader. So that being said, my risk to reward on this trade is now going to be cut down to a smaller area. I'm only going to be risking on the break of 121.30. If 121.30 breaks, I am for sure done with this trade, no doubt in my heart. If it doesn't break and it comes back down, we will be holding this trade for ourselves for a nice little winner and maybe turning Walmart into a positive, which right now it is going to be one of our biggest losers on the day. But thankfully, we don't have to worry about it because we've already made 3 times our shutdown so far. So I'm okay with losing one shutdown length of goal on this trade if that's what it's looking to do.
I see people in the chat saying, why are we not playing chip stocks? I don't know. You know, I thought about it, but I'm just like, whatever. I'm going to stay away from this. I'm going to prioritize certain levels. But yeah, AMD definitely moving around. Definitely very interesting. And speaking of chip stocks, let's take a look quickly at NVIDIA. I have no idea when NVIDIA reports earnings. Maybe sometime soon, probably next week. But yeah, I kind of feel same overall vibe. I just, you know, it's not really at like, I mean, I'm kind of patient. I love that Microsoft trade. I'm still in it. You know, where are we? 55 cents in the money on this one. Maybe we get the push. I'm going to try to be patient and see if we can actually get towards that 251.50 area, and then maybe I cover the rest. And I'm probably going to, you know, if we do get up there, I wouldn't be surprised if we get to like 252, but I just feel like that's maybe a good area to get out. So yeah, let me get my order out there because, you know, if your orders are not out, you will not get the fill, of course, right? And back to quickly GOVX. Look at this. Look at this. You know what I'm waiting for? I'm waiting for this just channel to channel. Go for the high of day at like 244. Go for that high of day push. Quickly reverse and then flush. I would love to see that. It'll be awesome.
You think you got
and
me.
it'll be the exact same thing that PGY. So see what happened here. Look what happened here. Sideways. High of day push. Flush. Okay. So now GVOX. GOVX, you know, I'm looking for that same setup. If we could get that setup, that'll be awesome. And, you know, then we flush. But again, this stock has just been a headache all day. Window of edge has been like 1 minute to 2 minutes. You got to be a sniper on it. Hopefully you guys snipe better than I do, but that's something that's on my radar for sure.
All right, not sure where we go to from here. Still short Amazon apparently for Sean. So I'm guessing you're short around 118, right?
No, 116.
116. So still short on oh, you wanted 118, you said. I remember that now. So still short on Amazon, still riding it to the downside. Amazon did not pop at all when the market popped. So that's a little bit of a question mark over there why Amazon didn't pop at all. I mean, it makes sense. Walmart coming in with a negative catalyst for the whole sector itself, the retail sector, putting it into a limbo for the day today and causing destruction for Costco, for Target, for Walmart. Well, Walmart has been pretty strong though, even with that negative catalyst. And Target, man, look at Target bouncing off of that 149.50 areas, and now trading between VWAP and this number over here, which happens to be pre-market lows areas and so on. So clearly struggling for Target today.
People asking in the chat, when does the Fed talk? So it's a 2-day meeting. It starts today. Today being Tuesday. It starts today. And tomorrow they announce their rate decision. So they announce it tomorrow, but yes, it is a 2-day meeting. So behind closed doors, 2-day meeting, then press conference 2:30 to explain the words that they say and the reason for their rate decision. So yeah, it'll be interesting to see what they do tomorrow.
Yeah, did you give your outlook on that as to what you're expecting and the
well,
numbers?
Yeah, I don't really have an outlook. I don't know. Like it's the market expects 75 beeps. Maybe we get 1%, but I think the GDP numbers come out Thursday, if I'm not mistaken. So it's it's interesting. You got Wednesday, you got Thursday, you got big name earnings. Things are moving. Obviously, you had that market sell-off and then bounce. You had some key levels come in today, be it Microsoft 250, be it Google 105. Google, like I'm surprised, below 105. Not really selling off, but it didn't move. I mean, good thing I didn't hold that position that I took. And, just watching GOVX, PGY, very exciting day today, very exciting day. Is this now the flush here, and is it going to flush without me? I hope not.
He just, that's the story sometimes. They just flushes without you, can't help it, just watch it and be upset about it. Sometimes that's the story of the name, man.
In the background, just like, wow, oh my God. Want action, 75 beep boops.
Yeah, that's exactly it. Beep boops, indeed.
That's funny.
Do you guys think Google will beat expectations? I mean, I have no clue, man. I just can't predict the future like that, sadly. If I did, trust me, I would not be sitting here, and nor would I be crying about my Walmart short, which is not working out for me, right? So sadly, I don't know what the future entails. Google will just have to wait and see at what time the report comes out and how the report comes out and how the trading opportunities will arise of said report. And all of that will be after 4 o'clock, and sadly, I will not be here to trade live off of that catalyst. So just got to be patient and wait and see whatever happens at the end of the day for that one. Market clearly pushing to the downside over here, or trying to push the downside for the S&P 500. The NASDAQ also trying to push down, so just being patient over here for our shorts. Sadly, our shorts are not working.
I like that. Google under 100, deal of a lifetime. I don't know. Maybe. I want to believe so. But it's Google, right? It's Google. Every time, it'll be interesting to see how it plays itself out. Is it going to get there, right? We're still waiting for remember we spoke about Amazon $100 level, did not break that $100 level. But obviously, different business. But wow, look at PGY. This thing breaking highs now 250. 2050, 2070, 2089, 21. Oh, are we going into an upward halt? Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. This is ridiculous. This is the halt level, 21,909, I think. Oh no, okay, we're going higher. Okay, so I called it. We're going to 20, and then it's going to it's going to have a life of its own. I'm making a new call. This is going to $26. It's going to $26.53, and then at that point, it's going to do a whole bunch of volume and nuke everyone, and then probably go into a halt from there. So we'll see what happens. I've seen this setup before. Don't remember. I mean, it's not really a setup. This is just me loosely guessing, but no, literally, guys, this is crazy. This is just really, really moving. And I'm kind of waiting for that exact move on GOVX, but not coming there. So, whatever is what it is. But yeah, this thing is just dancing around, moving. The spread now is 20 cents. So if you are trading this, understand that a spread of 20 cents means that you better have 10 out of 10 risk management from a day trading perspective. Quickly glancing over at my Microsoft trade, which is stress-free, not the same as PGY. I'm 90 cents in the money on this. We're above 251. Let's go to 251.50, maybe 52. Fill my order, make me a happy camper, and at that point, I will be flat. And then I will be chilling, relaxed, and I can finally get back to all these comments that are always making me laugh from time to time. When I really get into the trades that I'm looking at, sometimes I miss a lot of these comments, which make me laugh. I saw Justin before saying, he's going to let another mouse into the office. Please don't do that. Please don't do that. And hopefully these mice cannot climb chairs, because my bag is on a chair back there. Going to have to double check and empty everything out of it. But you never know, man. You never know. Listen, we're in a different age. Well, but then it's got to do parkour and go underneath and then hold. We're in a different time, right? You look at the chair and you're like, well, I don't think it could climb the chair, but maybe it could climb the chair. You never know. We're in a different era. Anything is possible. We are seeing stocks move. We are seeing mice do backflips. Anything is possible. Maybe we can get that on recording after. I don't know. I don't know if there's any cameras to capture that, but yeah, definitely nursing this Microsoft trade, holding on. Let's see that push. The last thing I want is for this to reverse from here and take away all of my gains. So please continue to go up. Mice don't have legs. Yeah, mice, They have what they have, and they don't what they don't. And yeah, guys, look at this GOVX. So this is kind of like look at this. It literally goes for the break, okay? It goes for the break, traps the shorts, pops back. Now it's going to go for the high, and it's going to push. Like, if you understand the algo, you could trade with the algo, but understand that the algo kind of processes information in real time and then trades against you. And this is not because it's manipulative, it's because of Flash Boys. Read Flash Boys, great book. It'll show you, it'll open your eyes if you haven't already. This is how market moves. You don't like the game, don't play the game, but if you understand the game, you understand when to stay away. I absolutely love basketball, play basketball all the time, but I understand that I cannot play center. So I kind of go to my strengths, you know, take a lot of shots, a lot of three-point shots, work on that side of my game, and, you know, understand that if I'm going for a rebound, I'm not going to get that rebound, so I'm not going to kind of play that game. So, you know, go to your strengths, stay away from your weaknesses, understand the game, and you will do just fine.
I'm just sitting here spamming my inverse order keys for PGY to halt, and in case it halts, I'll be able to throw all my inverse order keys with a ton of size. So I'm just patiently waiting for this halt to happen, and it's not happening. And any second I think it's gonna happen, it doesn't. So I'm just getting annoyed at that. But let's head over to Brendo for Money Talks.
Hey guys, yeah, busy day in currency land as well as the equity markets ahead of what is to come tomorrow. Again, the Fed going to be a big catalyst tomorrow for the DXY. Top of the board here, we're up significantly, 0.6 after that consumer sentiment number this morning. More people flight to safety checking into the US dollar back above 107 here. So a lot of negativity across the board, including the euro. Yeah, back to 101.2. Remember last week we got up above 102 once again, very brief, back to the downside, a full percent. Canadian dollar, 1/4% to the downside. Japanese yen, Swiss franc, both positive on some volatility plays today. Bottom of the board here, we were talking this morning about Bitcoin and Ethereum. They've swapped places, now 9% for ETH, 5.2% for that one over there, Bitcoin. It all started last night. This is an hourly chart, FYI, back to the downside from 22 now, back to below 21,000 on recession fears. Guys, back to you.
Oh my goodness.
Thank you for Money Talks, Brendo. Yeah, Luca, go for it, man.
GOVX, look at that move. That was insane. I'm literally talking to Neil about basketball, and this thing just goes from 230 down to 217 in the flick of a wrist, in a millisecond. This thing flashed down. So, and that wasn't even on volume. This thing's done. This thing's done. That was the death candle. Yeah, they got no more volume. It's over. It's over for this thing. I'm calling it now. It's over. It just feels like it's over. That was on no volume. So that means like nobody was there on the bid. It kind of feels like the pace of the tape changed a little bit too. It'll be interesting to see. Can we get some follow through here? Can we get some follow through? Is this going to continue to move lower and then go for like a VWAP test? Or is it going to put all these shorts that now punch offside and go for the high of day? Anything's possible, but that kind of feels like that might have been the death candle. But, you know, always approach with caution. Understand the setups that you are trading. But that was wild. That was wild to watch that. Like I was at to do a double take. I was like, oh my goodness, that was crazy. That went literally from like 231 down to like 217, and it didn't even trade. Like there's no volume. Like I don't know, can you guys see that? If you make my screen bigger and show this part, like look at the volume there. That's literally like no volume, like not even closely relative to like the volume spike over here or the volume earlier in the day, and like that did not trade anything. So that was definitely interesting. And just revisiting PGY here, this thing continues to make highs. I'm sticking with my statement, $26. And, you know, I mean, it's kind of funny to say that and not be long, but I can't be long now. This thing, these flushes are nasty, you know, like I can't be long. And with a 30-cent spread at times, that's absolutely insane, absolutely insane. So, you know, I'm going to continue to watch GOVX because this is super exciting to me. You know, are we going to stay now below this 228 level, 230 level? But understand this. I told you guys this, right? I told you guys, and it's not an I told you so. It's like a heads up. Like this is kind of the market that we're in, right? It's like, look at this, like not even 2 minutes. You have 1 minute of edge, 1 minute of edge. And what is this? This is like from 1 o'clock to, so you got 30 minutes of chop and 1 minute of edge, okay? So understand that, you know, the game is difficult, but, you know, you have to understand this. and then it becomes easier to understand where to take your shots, right? I did not have that trade. I was really hoping that we would go for the high day push and then flush. We didn't get it. Is what it is. I got to let that one go. I'm just going to keep it on the back burner, see if the kind of sell-off wants to continue, because keep in mind, we had that first leg down in the morning. Then we had the secondary leg down. So what I'm looking for now is we have the first leg down. I want to get a nice pop towards like the 29 area, 30 area, and then the next leg down. I don't want to chase. I don't want to get involved right now because I could easily get put offside. Not really something that I'm interested in. So I'm going to wait for it to really kind of go sideways. Hopefully bounce down, bounce back up, go to 230, break the high, break back down. And if it does that, then we could really see another flush down. These are just kind of my expectations, but my expectations are wrong all the time because I am in the business of being wrong. So, wrong the majority of the time, but, make the risk to return right, and you make the money, and you sleep at night.
My headphones. Sorry, I was missing a headphone. All right, so coming back to the market, man, I guess there's nothing really other than PGY and GOVX to talk about right now. Lots of excitement, lots of fun on that. Oil is only down 1%. Yeah, that's for sure something to keep a track on.
Somebody's saying here comes the rug pull on PGY. Like, I don't know when it's coming. No, sorry, I thought you were just like.
No, you're good. Like I said, there's nothing really to talk about besides PGY, GOVX, and SIGA right now for the most part. And you have been trading PGY, or at least looking at PGY more than me. So go for it, my friend. Go for it.
Yeah, no, I don't know if you were pulling something else up. I was just filling the gap because somebody's like, oh, here comes the rug pull. Like, yeah, it's like you're waiting all day for the rug pull. I thought that 20 break was the rug pull, but go figure, they went for it again. They went for the high day again. So, this thing is it's savage.
What do they even do,
It's gonna continue to dance around. You got a very small window of edge. So hopefully, you're patient and waiting for your levels.
PGY. AI company. Okay, AI company. Just getting a quick little. Look at this article right here. Is Pagaya the new GameStop? So with the moves that the stock is giving us over here, people are relating it with the meme stock rally. I mean, is Swaggy Stocks by any chance mentioning the crap out of this position today? Let's go over to Swaggy Stocks. This is what I use because I don't have the paid terminal that Icon terminal. That's what it is. It's a paid terminal that Brando uses, but this one it helps you out sometimes. Social sentiment, where is the Reddit? Wall Street bet kids, real-time sentiment, ticker sentiment maybe. Walmart's up there. Wow, okay. Walmart's on that board. Maybe this is why Walmart's pumping up, because everyone on Reddit is like, oh, Walmart this, Walmart that. So the hedge funds are like, okay, let's screw with the Reddit kids today, and then tomorrow we'll dump
Walmart,
it.
Dude.
Yeah, we'll dump it tomorrow. I mean, I have to put on my tin hat. You know me. I have to be a conspiracy theorist on that side. So because Reddit is talking about all the negative comments, hedge funds who ended up being the ones that are like, okay, let's screw with them, make our GME money back on them. Watch tomorrow, Walmart actually dumps off a little bit. That is my guess on it, but obviously it's just a guess, just a prediction. At the end of the day, I do not know the future. I don't know what will happen to it. PGY, actually not PGY, sorry, actually not even on the scanners that I was just mentioning earlier, but still, man, look at the volume coming in on liquid gateways, not really dark gateways. Lots of movement coming in. Luca, sorry, did you have something?
Nope.
No, okay, yeah. So Luca, I thought he was gonna say something about the PGY. So coming back from PGY over here, I'm just looking for my chart. That's not the chart. That's the chart. There we go. The chart's back up. And now coming back under 20 is PGY, man. Coming back under 20. But look at the spread open up. It went from being a 10-cent spread to like a 30-cent, 40-cent spread. Spread clearly opening up is not a good indication. Just have to wait patiently. Look at those dark pool gateways, 1,000-share orders coming in. No one's punching the ask, but everyone's punching mid-prints or bids. So that's also another indication that this could now start really crumbling. We're seeing a big size orders come in, man. 4,000 share orders, 2,000 share orders, all of them being piled in a little bit on the dark pool over here. Are they punching the ask is the question. I'm still seeing a lot of mid-prints. We see a little bit of ask action coming in over here with not much size though. Most of this, there we go. That's the size I'm looking for. Look at that size on the ask just being being punched all the way to 50s, above the bids, that is. So anytime you see a yellow color, that's above the bids. They're being aggressive on their action over there in order to take that fill. It could be because they think it's going to crumble and they want that out, so they're punching that out for the shorts. Or it could be that they want that long because they think it's going to go to 22, so they're punching that longs off the bids, or off the ass, sorry.
Nah, I got nothing. I'm just watching this. I'm short GOVX. I'm thinking that maybe we get the flush, the secondary flush, but at the same time, like, it's kind of dead. It just like died. Like, now nothing's happening. But we got a lot of midpoints here going off too. Kind of feels like the flush could be good. We'll see what happens.
That's actually not so tin hat, Brad. Okay, I'll take that then. You know, if it's not that tin hat thinking that the hedge funds are buying up Walmart just because the Reddits are talking about shorting it, then I'll take that. Thank you for throwing that out there. You know, it's just a theory. We don't know the truth behind those statements. We don't know who's buying it. But yeah, QGen being called out by Brendo in our work chat. QGen apparently halted on pending news, not on NASDAQ. So on New York is QGen, down 19% still off that halt. Not sure if it halted to the downside or the upside. Looks like it halted to the downside. So maybe the catalyst might be negative for this news drop that's coming out for QGen. And now we just have to wait and see. Keep in mind it's 1:44 Eastern Standard Time. We're about to come to the closing end of our market over here. Not the market, sorry. Closing time period of the show with Luca and myself. We still got 20 minutes though, so in that meantime, make sure you smash that like button, smash that subscribe button, and all the other buttons that need to be smashed. Let's go check on the like count real quick over here as while we're talking about it. So let's go over to the YouTube show. Please be 2,000. Yes, we do have 2,000 likes so far. Let's see if we can get that a little bit more higher. 3,755 people watching. I think we can at least get to 2.2, 2.3K likes on the day for today. I would appreciate that a lot. And you guys already know about the merchandise. For those of you who don't know, you can go directly over to our store on the YouTube homepage to purchase some merchandise for yourself and support us through that way. And here's our wonderful cast over here. Ian, Luca, myself, the People's Trader himself, the People's News Analyst himself, and WWND, man, the greatest setup today, WWND.
Absolutely, and obviously, we're talking about the stocks that are in play today. I look at my volume board, GOVX, 150 million shares traded. This thing is savage. This thing is taking souls. I think it's going lower, but it continues to go higher, and it gave me the setup that I wanted to see. And look at this. I took the short, and I was like, if we don't go down, like, and it died. That was the best part. I'm like, this died. Like, what the heck just happened? Now it's going for higher day push. This is so savage. Oh my God, I love it. Okay. Yeah, wow, exactly. Dude, it's at highs now. Like, this is insane. This is insane. Yeah. This is insane. This is absolutely insane. I love watching it. I got myself out. Look at this. Took the short.
This is addiction at its finest.
Covered it, and now we're all the way back up here. We went for the high. Was that high day? Oh, I did not break high day. Close to high day, but yeah, we'll see what happens here. This is definitely interesting to me. So I don't know if Prad, you're looking at anything else.
I mean, dude, it's hard to look at anything else when these are the stocks giving us these type of moves. People in the chat, though, are talking about a possible Rivian short. Would I try to short Rivian here? Yeah, I think I like that. Prices where we are on Rivian, pretty close to the 100-period EMA. We just got above VWAP. We know how weak Rivian is recently, ever since at least IPO. We know how weak Rivian has been. But, there's better trades out there for now, at least. Maybe even close to 3180s or so. Rivian could pop up to there if that's something you're thinking about.
Iceberg
so
bid,
you can short it over here, you can short it over there. It's up to you. And apparently there's Iceberg something on GOVX. Let's go to Luca.
No, yeah, just Iceberg bid 241 area. So if this breaks, we could definitely see a flush there. So let's see what happens next. And we got a big buyer at the 240 level that just flashed some size. So, I'm sorry if that's you and you're getting squeezed, but, call it like I see it. That's the way. That's the name of the game.
Yeah, that is the name of the game indeed. And the Walmart short is coming now after stopping me out. So they really pushed up all the way to the north side, stopped me, stop hunted me. What was the day's high on Walmart? Let me go regret about this a little quick. 122.69 and my stop was 122.50. So you gotta love seeing that. I got stopped out by, I was too early for that trade clearly, and I got stopped out by 19-cent move off my stop, so that sucks to be me. But oh well, if you are short Walmart right now, hopefully it's playing out for you. Number one biggest loser for me today, Walmart, but still up on the day for me. So that's the one thing that I can take away from for today is you know, and the day positive no matter what is what I can get to brag about on my trades. Rivian over here pushing to the north side also. Let's see if Rivian can get banged to the bottoms. FGY apparently flushing. Sorry, FGY. PGY apparently flushing. So PGY now breaking 20 to the downside for the second time. Let's see if we can actually break 18 though, is the level that I really have to wonder about. The 1773, this 18 level, which I think we're pushing down to right now. PGY clearly crumbling. I think Neil might have that short. Not sure if he does. He's actually not even at his desk, so I'm guessing he doesn't because this move started not too long ago. If I would have gotten in, PGY would be $3 by now. Okay, big baller, big stack bully. If you were on a poker table, obviously you plan on bullying the market. PGY right back to $3.
So
let's see if that can happen.
Okay. So I'm short here, GOVX. I got a nice average, 239. We popped. We did not break 250, which is what I wanted to see. You know, took a little bit of a short position, but you know, not flushing the way that I think I could. You know, someone is trying to hold this. Someone is trying to hold this up. So you know, we'll see what happens.
Yeah, people clearly like these monkeypox stocks for now currently, so just keep your eyes peeled as the moves are happening on them. I don't know what I really want to do right now. I guess I'm just going to be a little patient on my trades. I'm going to wait for the power hour to come in and then see what type of moves the market presents itself for me over there. Until then, I'm okay with just being hands off for now. You know, I still have about 15 minutes left before the show ends. I'm going to go eat some nice lunch. I think we got some nice club sandwiches or something with some good fries. Those fries were tasty.
Savage.
So
wow.
I can't wait to see what type of moves this market comes in.
Algos.
This guy can't stop saying salvage today. Sir? Yo, the fries were pretty good today, though. You know, the fries look like they were from Super Chicken, so that's the one thing we did good on the catering today. Props to the catering today. But yesterday was prison food, no doubt. Yesterday was Thailand prison food.
So dumb.
Luca, you looking at anything, my friend?
No.
Luca, are you waiting for 219 on GovX? He's kind of busy right now. We'll let him trade. He's managing a position. He can answer your question maybe whenever he's ready for it, basically. You guys don't have to trade this crap, man. Prad, good job. I mean, I just don't trade these stocks, so there's no point in me. There's no urge in me to even trade those stocks. Like I don't have an itch that's telling me to get into it. But I would if that same move was happening on like Apple or Microsoft or something. You know, my short itching would be off the in rampant levels. I'd just be itching to get into a short if Apple or AMD or something was doing like that. So I understand the need or the FOMO that people are getting off of these stocks, wanting to be in the stocks. I see chat talking about, I want the FOMO, I'm getting FOMO on PGY. I understand it. But the best thing to do when you're having that type of a click in your head, where you're saying, oh, I'm getting FOMO, oh, I'm getting this, the best thing to do is just get up and go for a walk. Just go for a walk, run around the block, and come back in and then sit down. By that time, that move's probably done, or that move is pushing worse against your direction, and then it's better for you later on, right? So if ever you have FOMO or anything around those words, just get up and go for a quick little walk and come back later on.
Yeah, you know, so for whoever asked me what am I waiting for, like in terms of like my targets, I honestly don't know. Like your guess is as good as mine. I'm literally waiting for a flush here. Like look at this. I have like you had the pop, right? High day pop comes back down, so I get myself in on the flush. But I thought like we should be flushing. Like based on like a good short position, we should be flushing. The fact that we're not flushing and then the tape just stops moving, like this this algo's savage. Like I say he. It's soaked again. It's gonna go push for like another high day. So I wouldn't be surprised if I get stopped out here. But something that I got to accept. If we don't and we flush, then it'll be awesome. I'm in the money, and you know, like I have no idea. It's like kind of proactive covers. Like, you know, we flushed and we glitched down over here. So like now I would say like have your bids out, because we could like glitch down right now. I say glitch, but we could like flash down. And like you're only gonna get the fill if your bids are out. If your bids are not out, and then you try to like punch after, you're not gonna get the fill, because they're not gonna fill you. So you gotta understand that you have to have your bids out. So have them in like weird areas where you think that you could get the fill. Targets don't really make sense in my opinion on this, unless you're trading in terms of percentages. Like I could say this might go to 220, but like it could go to 222. You know, so like just have like your bids out. It feels like now maybe I might be good. And yeah, hopefully we flush. Please flush down and just fill everything that I have. Like, let's go.
Yeah, I'm just DMing Sean over here about the little conversation we were having. You know, Sean was asking for UFC bets, right? Sean, we got a big UFC night coming up, man, this weekend. We got the ladies fight. He's not even here. I'm talking to nobody. All right, I'll talk to Sean after then. We'll talk to Sean after. FOMO is a bad feeling, walk away. Indeed. No. Okay, so let's actually dive into what exactly is FOMO. It's the fear of missing out. What are you fearful of? You're fearful that this opportunity that you're watching will not show up again, which is the worst way to think about it. These opportunities will always show up as long as you are able to stay alive in the market and not get liquidated. By that, I mean completely get wiped out on your account. You will always find opportunities in the stock market. Even in low volume periods such as summer markets, you will still find something to trade. So if that's what you're worried about, you're worried about the market running away from you or you not having that opportunity, don't be. You're going to find more of it. You're going to find, maybe not today, maybe not tomorrow, but maybe a month down the road. But that's the point, though. Like, that's when, you know, on days like yesterday where Luca and I didn't make a single execution from 12 to 1 o'clock, that's because there was nothing really to make. And even though there were some trades that were giving me FOMO, I told myself there's no need for me to make a trade right now and lose on it. Whereas tomorrow I can come in and trade the Apple catalyst, the Tesla catalyst, that catalyst, this catalyst, and actually put my money where there might be some volume behind it. So never a reason to have a fear of missing out, but always a fear of having a mouse in the office.
That's an amazing way to end that. Yeah, guys, I'm just managing this trade here.
That was from the chat, though. I stole that one from the chat.
Okay, nice. Yeah, I'm managing this trade, you know.
Yeah, I'll give credit.
Where it kind of feels like we're dead. I'll be patient with this one. We'll see what happens. Maybe we get that burst through 230 level and flush even further. So hopefully that happens right now so you guys could see it live. We got 8 minutes, 7 minutes to go. My eyes are glued to my screen right now because I am super excited about this trade. And I'm going to say, please don't stop me out.
Yeah, hopefully it keeps on dumping for you because the S&P 500 and the NASDAQ, look at NASDAQ pushing right back to the lower days here. You know, not true lower day, but pretty close to lower day. Looks like we're creating a higher low the third time here, but also could be looked at as a double bottom, right? I mean, if you want to be really technical, this low is higher than that low, which is higher than this low. But overall, I would just look at this as a double bottom / trying to go form a triple bottom for the NASDAQ market. It also created triple highs, higher highs compared to the same as higher lows. So maybe we are actually forming a channel to the upside over here for the tech market, which is the NASDAQ basket, and for the S&P 500, never really managed to go towards the lower day. 3920 still acting as a pretty good support barrier. Now 3930 acting as a little bit of a resistance. 3940 never really came into play, so I didn't get a chance to go short near 39.40 on the S&P 500 futures. With about 7 minutes left on the show, please throw in some stocks in the chat for us so we can take a look at it before we throw you on to the closing show with Neil, Sean, and Brendan. And also make sure you're smashing the like button because the like count ends for this show and re-begins for the next show. So whenever you go to the next show, make sure you're smashing the likes on that show too. That way our channel gets pushed onto as many many new traders and traders who want to learn more, our channel gets pushed on to them.
Yeah, you know, I'm basically out of ideas for the day. I got nothing left to say. Just watching this trade here and waiting for it to work for me. Kind of feels like the tape really did slow down. So, you know, I'm going to hope and pray that the savage algo is done with it. But knowing algos, they never sleep.
Neil's saying in our work chat, because you don't have access to it, GovX may be holding up because SIGA is still at highs. So maybe you want to watch SIGA too, just to be safe as a sympathy play and so on. SIGA apparently not taking off from the highs, even though their sympathy plays such as GovX, TNXP, and PGY probably, you know, PGY is not a sympathy play for that, sorry.
No.
Yeah, GovX is the one that you're looking at. CMRA apparently halted with the big volume candle to the upside. I mean, it's only traded 180,000 shares today so far, but CMRA halted to the upside right now. Size on Amazon at 115 to the downside. Yes, to the downside for Amazon. Yeah, look at that size, 80,000. Oh, missed it. Hello, 150, where are you? Okay, 80, about 130,000 orders or so, 130,000 shares on 155, 115 on Apple. Is this the low from the split? No?
No.
Okay. I'm just making sure, guys. Don't shoot the messenger. I'm just making sure. Okay, I'm just asking questions. I'm allowed to ask questions here. But the 101 is the low. 115 over here holding up. That just got yelled at by like 3 people, man, for asking a question. That's true. I did have the poll by 100. Now I feel stupid. Go back to you, Luca.
Go back to me. You know, hopefully everybody's having, enjoying the show, having a wonderful day, staying profitable wherever you are. Hopefully the sun's out. Hopefully you got ice cold beer or espresso beside you. I know as soon as I kind of log off over here, I'm going to walk myself to the espresso bar. I like Aroma's espresso. I get a double espresso. I like the coffee. There's also Coffee Island, which is good. They got different kind of coffee. It's a little more bitter. And hold on, let me just manage this.
Yeah, Amazon just broke 115. Now we're at 114.95 on Amazon. Amazon clearly making a new low a day, I believe. Let me just go make sure. I mean, yeah, I don't even need to make sure. It is a new low a day. 114.90 on Amazon with the high of 118.15. So market clearly struggling over here. S&P 500 might just be able to push back to the lower days to 39.20s. Let's see if the market can actually support itself at 39.20s one more time, or does it break to 39.20s this time around and create a new lower day for the market also. Walmart actually pushing to VWAP right now is going to trigger me, but that's fine. We had a great time on the show today. We had amazing shorts on Target, on the futures, on Walmart for a little bit until we didn't. We had amazing longs on AMD. That dude in the back, when he bought that shirt, did the muscles come with it? I like that one. Tesla going down, baby. So yeah, let's go check out Tesla. Currently 770 has been held pretty good on Tesla. Looks like 750 has not come into play. Maybe tomorrow we'll see 750 come into play. And keep in mind that 720 level historically has been a pretty significant level, but right now, based on the daily chart on the bottom over here that you're looking at, 720 doesn't actually seem to be that big of a level anymore.
Yeah, you know, I think, what's the low? Well, that's too far away, but 620 did not break 620. Yeah, so Amazon actually broke that 115, took a little scalp there, got myself out. Not really the break that I'm kind of looking for, right? Like, there's really no follow through, kind of low a day, down 5.10%. It is like a scalp opportunity, you know, like it's, I thought like maybe we get like a 20, 30 cent flush, maybe, but it's just kind of the time of day, you know, extra slow, being cautious over there. So, you know, whatever, is what it is, but still holding on to this GOVX. Maybe we get the flush. Kind of every time that gives me that feel that we're going to flush, we just do not flush. But I think if that 230 level goes, then it gets interesting.
Thanks for another great show, gentlemen. Thank you, my friend. I appreciate it. Hopefully the energy today was on par to what you guys were expecting, and the trades were hopefully better than that, better than the energy. We have amazing longs and shorts across the board today. Sean and Neil and Brendo will be on soon. I can't wait to see what the trade of the day is. If I'm going to guess, I'm going to say the trade of the day will be... Honestly, I kind of don't even remember what they traded. But I'm going to say it's going to most likely be Amazon. Yeah, oh, I got that right. Bang, 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 bang. Let's go. Gunshots in the air right there. Clearly, Amazon's going to be the best trade of the day so far, as it has not made a single pop to the north side when the market made a pop, man. So clean shorts on Amazon all day. Just constantly short the pops and ride it to the downside as it breaks 115 not too long ago, and a new low a day being 114.90. Let's see if the market pushing down to low a day for the NASDAQ and for the S&P 500 can take Amazon with it to 114 now.
Yeah, you know, guys, last thing I'll say here. So we had that nice flush through the 230 level on GOVX, still holding some of the position. You know, not sure if I'm going to cover this. We'll see how the tape acts up. But look at this, right? You got to have your orders out because it's showing you what it's doing. It's breaking down low and then it's reclaiming, right? So had my orders out, kind of took the fills there, took a couple more fills over here. And, you know, are we going to go side? I think, you know, if like maybe if it is going to now kind of trend lower, but it's kind of still holding trend here. So, I mean, I don't know what's going to happen next. Maybe I got to cover this. But, you know, I really wanted to hold for that potential like real flush down, like 210, 205, maybe 2, test 2. But, you know, didn't get it. It's kind of holding. It's dead. So maybe I'll be patient. Maybe I won't. I have no idea what happens next. But, you know, hopefully it goes my way. Hopefully just back to 2.
Yeah, hopefully is for sure not the right way to go, but we'll see what happens on these trades for us. Yeah. Sadly, ladies and gentlemen, it is time for us to walk out from this show and put you back onto the closing show. A lot of you guys have been waiting for that. Have fun with Neil, Sean, and Brendo. We will see you guys tomorrow for the Fed Day. Ciao.
Ciao.
All right, thanks, guys. Yeah, 2 o'clock, couple hours left in pretty negative afternoon shaping up here ahead of, the Fed coming tomorrow at this time. We will get, looks like a 75 basis point increase for interest rates in the U.S. I just double checked, 75% still in favor of that 75 basis point hike versus 25 on the 100 basis point